Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Son of the Sun in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 41. The End of an Era. Or, not really an ending. Many years ago. This is hell. Obito cried, as he clutched Rin's lifeless body close to him. Rin. It might not be my place to tell, Guru mentioned. But there's a chance that you might see Rin again. Obito stopped crying, and perked up his head. Really? He asked, his voice dripping with desperation. Just like Guru had expected. Yes, we can do something to make sure you see Rin again, Guru continued. What is it? Come on, there's no time to waste. Obito desperately pleaded. It's not that easy, Guru replied, much to Obito's dismay. It's a long and hard procedure, that demands a lot of effort and resources. If we are to do this, it has to be under one condition. Whatever. I'll do anything. Obito cried. You must become a servant of Madara-sama, and do absolutely everything he says. There's no other way, Guru stated. Yes. I'll do anything he wants. But please, help me save Rin. Obito pleaded. If Guru had a mouth, he would have smirked. Oh, Madara was going to be so pleased with this development. Alright then, listen closely, this is what we need to do first, return to the lair with the body. A friend of mine will create a decoy corpse to fool Konoha. Time is of essence. Right. Obito stated, renewed determination coursing through his body. The one-eyed Uchiha carefully held Rin's body, and both he and Guru returned to Madara's secret hideout. Once there, they approached the elder Uchiha, and explained him what had happened. Madara didn't say anything, he just stared at the young girl's body for a few moments, as if studying it. Can you help her? Obito asked, almost in a pleading tone. Madara carefully inspected the body once more, before stating his verdict. This wound is too grievous. Obito felt his heart sank. No, it couldn't be possible. If Madara had saved him, he could save her. But I'd say she isn't beyond saving, Madara concluded. Obito sighed in relief, and smiled. He looked at his younger clansman. However, if I'm to do this for you, I need you to do something for me. I'll do whatever, I don't mind. Obito quickly answered. You can't go back to Konoha anymore. You must remain here, and serve me. Be an extension of my will, Madara began, sounding rather ominous. His withered lips curved into a smile. Don't be afraid, I'm not asking you to become my slave, but the tool that I'll use to reshape a world into a better place. I'll do anything you ask me, Obito sincerely replied. Madara's smile widened. Good then. I think it's about time we try that jutsu. The two Uchiha and the Zetsu brought Rin to one of the lair's empty chambers. They placed her on the ground, and 8 Zetsu surrounded her in a big circle. Vines emerged from the Zetsu's midsection, as if they were umbilical cords, and started to wrap around Rin, covering her in layers of vines. Then, the 8 of them performed the same seal sequence in perfect synchronization. Wood release, majestic cocoon of divine rebirth. The mass of vines started to glow with a green light, and merged into a shapeless radiant mass, which began to grow, and took an oval shape. And the glow ceased, there was now a pulsating green cocoon, connected to the 8 Zetsu through vines. There was a tense moment of silence. Well? Madara asked to no one in particular. It's working, boss. One of the Zetsu replied. It's stable. So, is Rin going to be okay? Obito asked, almost pleading. She will be more than just okay, a very pleased Madara replied. The cocoon will not only bring her back to life, it will infuse her with the power and life force of Hashirama Senju. Once the process is complete, she will have a power most people can only dream of. So, is she going to be like me, then? Obito asked. You could say that, Madara replied with a nonchalant shrug. How long will it take? Obito asked once again. I don't know for sure, but such a delicate and complex process like this one could take many years, Madara told Obito in an almost chiding tone. Can you wait that much? Obito, however, didn't look deterred in the slightest. I prefer to wait a long time to see her again, than never seeing her to begin with. No matter how much it takes. Madara smiled once again. Good. Patience is an invaluable virtue. Now, I fulfilled my side of the bargain. I hope you're ready to fulfill yours. Once again, Obito's face reflected nothing but determination. Konoha let Rin die. You saved her. My loyalty will always be with you, Madara-sama. Excellent. Then come. There's much to plan, and I don't have much time left. Hokage's Tower, present time. A select group of people had been gathered inside the Hokage's office, these people being the Hokage, Jiraiya himself, his predecessor, Hiruzen Sarutobi, a trio of Jonin composed by Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurane, and lastly, Rin Nohara herself. I don't remember much between the time of my death, she uneasily said, as she glanced at Kakashi, who tensed up in return, and my resurrection. When I came out of that cocoon, it felt like waking up from a dream, or a nightmare, given the circumstances. The first thing I saw was Obito. I didn't recognize him right away, given that he was a full-grown adult, but it took me no time to recognize some of his most prominent features. I was confused. I had so many questions, like where I was, why Obito was an adult, who or what were those weird pale naked guys. He said that it was a time to celebrate, that I was dead but not anymore, and how everything would be better now. However, answers never came. Obito pretty much locked me inside a room, claiming that it was too dangerous out there. I thought that a catastrophe of epic proportions had broken out, given how paranoid he looked. He visited me at least once per day, and asked me how I was or if I needed something. Yet he refused to do the only thing I ever wanted, which was to come back here. Do you know what jutsu Obito used to bring you back to life? Hiruzen asked. Despite knowing that the dead should be left in peace, he couldn't repress some morbid curiosity about a jutsu that could bring people back from the dead for real, not like the Impure World Resurrection. Rin shook her head. I know it involved a cocoon, but nothing else. Besides, I don't think I came back as myself. What do you mean? Kurane asked. The resurrection process, it didn't just revive me, it changed me, Rin cryptically stated, as she looked at her hands. I can't put it into words, but I feel different. For once, I don't need to eat anymore. Many eyebrows were raised. Come again? Hiruzen asked. It took me a couple days to notice that they didn't bring me any food. Yet I never felt hungry. I still need to drink, but my cell had running water, Rin explained. She shivered, hugging herself. I'm afraid I may not even be human anymore. Don't worry, I'll make sure Tsunadeheim runs regular tests on you to make sure there's nothing to worry about, Jiraiya interceded. Given that you were a prisoner of Obito, you don't know that much about his or Akatsuki's plans, do you? Asuma asked. Rin shook her head once again. No. But I'm okay if you want a Yamanaka to scan my mind. Maybe I saw or heard something that I don't remember. We will do that too, Jiraiya replied. Oh, I just remembered something. I think it's important, Rin spoke up. When I came out of the cocoon, I remembered there was a second one. Obito was trying to revive a second person. Kurane asked. Could it be Minato? Hiruzen guessed. Kakashi shook his head. Unlikely. As much as it pains me to admit it, Obito was the one behind the Nine Tails attack 13 years ago, which resulted in Sensei's death. It would make no sense for him to want to resurrect Sensei when he was the one who indirectly killed him. Rin looked at Kakashi with apprehension. On the way back to Konoha, she was informed of several major events that happened during her absence, among them, the Nine Tails attack, the Uchiha insurrection, and more recently, the Sound invasion. And Obito played a part in all three. Like Kakashi, she couldn't believe how much Obito had fallen. When I saw Obito, rather than being an adult, what shocked me the most was how miserable he looked. His eyes, which once were so full of joy and enthusiasm, reflected nothing but sadness and despair. Rin began. Obito was there when I killed you, Rin, Kakashi calmly stated. Rin gasped, and looked at Kakashi, covering her mouth with her hands. No. That can't be. But he was. I think seeing me killing you broke him, Kakashi said with a ting of sadness. Obito was naive and idealistic. He did kill, but seeing somebody he was so close to being killed affected him greatly. I think we can discuss what to do about Obito later. For the time being, Rin, you will be kept here in the tower, while we try to come up with a proper explanation as for how you came back from the dead, Jiraiya stated. Understood, Hokage-sama, Rin replied. Okay, everybody else, you're dismissed. I need a lot of things to do before I leave, Jiraiya mentioned. Naturally, this caused everybody to shoot him deservedly questioning looks. Jiraiya, what do you mean you're leaving? Hiruzen asked. Oh, yeah, I didn't tell you yet, hee, Jiraiya awkwardly laughed. Don't worry, it's nothing long-term. I remembered I promised Pa and Ma I would return to Mount Myaboku and finish my sage training. Sensei, I hoped that both you and Tsunadeheim could fill for me while I'm absent. Hiruzen sighed heavily. I don't think we have much of a choice. But I wish you informed us of this decision sooner. You're not leaving in the best moment. I know, that's why I want to make sure I do as much as possible before leaving, Jiraiya apologized. Finally, everybody else left the office. A couple minutes later, the door opened again, revealing Jiraiya's most recent battle partner. Hokage-sama. Anko said, uncharacteristically timid. May I enter? Of course, Anko, Jiraiya's serious demeanor wasn't that usual either. I'm sure you know why I called you. You can court-martial me later, Anko sourly echoed. I knew those words would come back to bite me in the ass. Yes, Anko. Even if I don't think I could have come out of that fight alive without your help, you still disobeyed a direct order from the Hokage, so there has to be consequences. What you did is high treason, and it's punished by death. Anko gulped, and shot Jiraiya a pleading look that pretty much screamed, you can't be serious. However, there were mitigating circumstances. Like I just said, if you didn't help me I might have died, so I'm going to take that into account, Jiraiya continued. Anko relaxed a little, but she was still tense. So instead of being executed, you shall be demoted to genin for the next 2 years, and you shall be expelled from the torture and interrogation department. You may rejoin them once your sentence has been completed. Anko let out a sigh, half of relief, and half resignation. While she wasn't looking towards the next year, it was better than the alternative. Guess that I can't complain. Doing D-rank missions is still preferable to dying, Anko said. Jiraiya smirked. Oh, I don't plan to waste a kunoichi of your skill walking dogs and painting fences. Let's say that I have another task way more fitting for somebody of your background and skills. Anko didn't know how to take that, but she was fearing it wouldn't be anything good. Naruto woke up with a killer headache. He didn't remember much of the last few hours, but the little he remembered wasn't pleasant. As his senses slowly returned to him, he realized that he was in a vaguely familiar chamber, with an incredibly damp floor. This was a place that Naruto had visited at least once, and he wasn't exactly happy to be here again. So you finally wake up, brat, a deep, booming voice welcomed him. But then again, you aren't truly awake. Naruto stood up, and looked at the Nine Tails, staring at him from the other side of the gate that kept him in check. While the last time he met the fox, his tenant was rather cranky and angry, now he looked much more calm, and strangely enough, eager to talk to him. Nine Tails. Naruto groaned. What are you, hey, what do you mean that I'm not truly awake? The tailed beast chuckled. It means exactly what I said. You're in a coma after sustaining nearly fatal injuries. Naruto paled. What? The Nine Tails chuckled even further. Oh, that reaction was just too good. Don't worry, you'll wake up shortly. In the meantime, I think we could take advantage of this, to talk. Naruto crossed his arms, and raised an eyebrow. Now you want to talk? He asked, skeptical. What made you change your mind? Tell me, Naruto, what do you remember of the past few hours? The Nine Tails asked, ignoring the blonde's questions. Do you remember fighting Sasuke Uchiha? And I'm not talking about your stupid Chunin exams. Actually, yeah, I have some vague memories of me and Sasuke duking it out. Naruto uneasily admitted. I thought it was a dream, but it seems it wasn't. Oh, you can bet it wasn't, the Nine Tails confirmed. You've got hit by one of those Sharingan mind control jutsu. A particularly strong one, might I add. I was mind controlled. Naruto asked in disbelief, before growing a bit pensive. Guess that explains the feeling. This seemed to grab the Nine Tails' attention, who moved closer as close as the steel bars allowed him to before saying, "Oh, do tell. How did you feel?" It was weird, Naruto began, as he tried to put his memories in order. On one side, it felt that what I was doing was the right thing, but on the other side, there was a part of me that knew that it was wrong and begged me to stop, almost as if my mind was split in two, with both halves fighting against each other, but one of them overpowering the other. And now that I realize what I've been forced to do, I feel so manipulated and angry. The Nine Tails bared his sharp teeth in what very few people would consider a smile, regardless of the beast's intention. This wasn't unnoticed by Naruto, who looked annoyed at the fox. Does this look funny to you? But given it's you, it shouldn't come as a surprise, Naruto spat, as he crossed his arms. If I wanted to laugh at you, I would have picked a different topic, the Nine Tails replied. Trust me, a buffoon like you has endless possibilities when it comes to mockery. Then why are you so interested? You never want to talk with me about anything. Were you mind-controlled too or what? Naruto asked. Upon seeing the Nine Tails' silent reaction, a realization dawned upon him. You were mind-controlled. When? How? I don't think it was possible to do such a thing. The Kyuubi's smile disappeared, as he rested his head over his crossed front paws. His eyes narrowed in anger, though Naruto could tell that the monster's anger wasn't directed at him. You asked me earlier why the Valley of the End irks me so much, the Nine Tails began. While you humans gave it that name, for me it wasn't the end, but the beginning. Beginning? Of what? Naruto asked. Of my torment. Of my life as a prisoner. Of me joining my siblings' ranks as living weapons, the Nine Tails bitterly said. Then again, it could also be the end. The end of my freedom, and of my happiness. If father could see what have been of us. Naruto was taken aback upon hearing the last line. You have a father? Are there more giant multi-tailed foxes out there? The Nine Tails growled, but left that question unanswered. Tell me, kid, are you aware of the history behind that place? It was formed during the last fight between the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha, Naruto began. The intensity of the battle was so great, it changed the landscape forever. The Nine Tails waited expectantly for Naruto to continue, but the blonde remained silent. After a few moments, he started to look at him awkwardly. The Kyuubi realized that he wasn't going to get anything out of his jailer. That's it? The Nine Tails asked. Yes? I don't think there's more to that story, Naruto replied. The Kyuubi groaned. Of course they kept the truth hidden from you. And probably from most people, but that's irrelevant now. Let's take a different approach. Do you know what was of me before I was sealed inside you? The Nine Tails asked. Yes. You were sealed within my mother, Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto replied. His expression grew somber. Whom you killed alongside my father the day I was born. The Nine Tails smiled once again. So they did tell you about her. Good, then everything might not be entirely lost. And before that? Do you know who was my Jinchuriki? Mito Uzumaki, the first's wife, and my adoptive great-grandma, Naruto replied, much to the Kyuubi's delight. And before you ask, I know she was the first Jinchuriki to hold you. It seems that you at least are aware of your predecessor's history, the Kyuubi observed. And tell me, brat, do you know how Mito became my Jinchuriki? Naruto opened his mouth to speak, but was forced to close it just as quickly. Now that was a very good question. Tailed beasts are among the most powerful beings which ever lived. How do you even capture one and seal it inside a human? He tried to think for a couple minutes, but came up with no answer. Don't force that minuscule organ you call brain too much, it won't do you any good, the Nine Tails began. Since there's no way for you to know this, so I'll have to tell you. Mito became my Jinchuriki the night Hashirama and Madara fought. Naruto was once again taken aback. What? But, that makes no sense. How did you dash? I was the last of my siblings to fall prey to your loathsome race, thanks to my might and cunning intellect, the Nine Tails began. Many humans tried to capture me to harness my power, but very few managed to even find me in the first place. Until one man succeeded. His name was Madara Uchiha. The Nine Tails' voice turned venomous the moment that name left his jaws. Madara captured you. Naruto parroted. Sure, history books described him as powerful and unparalleled to all who came both before and after him, Hashirama being the exception, but being powerful enough to subdue a tailed beast on his own. Unfortunately for me, Madara had a weapon that I had no chance to defend against, and made me as helpless to him as a mere puppy, the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Nine Tails revealed. Mangekyo Sharingan? Never heard of that, Naruto admitted. Hardly surprising. The Mangekyo Sharingan is an ascended form of the Sharingan that grants the user an array of new abilities. One of them being complete control over my kind. After Madara made me his slave, he made me help him fight his longtime enemy, Hashirama. And with you at his side, Madara still lost. Naruto asked, astonished, but gleeful. Wow, the first was even more badass that history books made him to be. The Kyuubi snarled, baring his sharp teeth once again, as his eyes narrowed in anger, this time directed at Naruto. The tailed beast didn't take kindly to people complimenting one of the two individuals he hated the most, even more than any of his Jinchuriki. And do you know why, despite the overwhelming odds, Madara failed to win? Because Hashirama, despite not being an Uchiha, possessed the same ability, the Nine Tails revealed. He managed to override Madara's control with his own, and removed me from the battle. Then, once the Uchiha was dead, he brought his wife to me, and together they sealed me inside her. Wow! Was all Naruto could say. Did anybody else knew about such turn of events? Jiraiya and Tsunade were bound to know, given their positions within the village. And the old man Hokage as well. That's why I hate that place. And that's why even if I hate your race as a whole, I hate the Uchiha and the Senju the most, the Nine Tails said, concluding his tale. That was a fascinating story, Naruto admitted. But why are you telling me that now? Because now you can understand what I felt when Madara put me under his control. What I felt when the masked Akatsuki did the same thing to me decades later in his attempt to destroy Konoha. What the first did? Naruto began, unsure at first, but became more resolute. He had to do it. You are too dangerous. You're a threat to humanity, you said so yourself. The Kyuubi snarled once again. Yes, that's exactly what he said. Despite the fact that I never killed any human that didn't provoke me first. He feared my power, and sought to keep me under control. That day I swore that humanity as a whole would pay for what Hashirama did to me. Naruto wanted to protest, but suddenly everything started to fade to white. It seems that your time here is up, the Kyuubi observed. But even if I'm not looking towards it, we will meet again. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, seeing nothing but blurry white. As his sight became clearer by the second, he noticed he was in a white room. A hospital room, he guessed. He had never been in one, given that he was never sick nor got any kind of lasting injury that required being taken to such a place. Of course, when your mother is the best medic who ever lived, hospitals become redundant. But the redundancy appeared to be broken now. Naruto! A female voice besides him almost shouted. Naruto turned around, and saw Tsunade sitting on a chair besides him, watching him intently. Mom! Naruto weakly said. Tsunade let out a sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness you're awake. I was afraid that you wouldn't come back from this one. Naruto chuckled a bit. Oh well, you know me, nothing can put me down for long, hee, Naruto cheerily replied. Then, he remembered something. Hagane and Kaida. Where are them? Are they okay? Tsunade smiled. Yes they are. We managed to save them in time. Thanks to you and your friends. This time, it was Naruto who sighed in relief. Oh, thank goodness. Given what happened to me, I was afraid Orochimaru got away with them. Also, what about the others? Are they okay? Your friends made it back alive. Sakura and Ino required some medical attention, but they will be fine in no time, Tsunade reassured him. Naruto slumped back on his bed. Thanks Kami, everything turned out alright, and how about Konoha? How bad was the invasion? Well, sadly many ninja died, and there's plenty of material damage. But thankfully it's nowhere near as bad as the aftermath of the Uchiha insurrection. We will recover earlier than most people think, Tsunade assured. She then stood up from her chair. Speaking of, I need to tell Shizune and the twins that you're awake. Yeah, I can't wait to see them, Naruto replied. After all, he went through hell and back to save them. Hyuga State. As a small reward for their daring rescue of Hagane and Kaida, the members of the Konoha 15 had been granted a week worth of paid vacation, which they used to either rest or get some training. Or both, as a week was a long time. And of course, Hinata didn't want to miss this rare opportunity of spare time in order to keep bettering herself. Hinata breathed slowly, as she prepared to repeat the same move she has been practicing during the morning, under her mother and sister's expectant gazes. Getting into the proper stance, Hinata gathered some impetus as she started to spin. After the initial spin, she released chakra from every point of her body, adding to her building momentum, until she reached the proper speed. Heavenly spin. The chakra grew into a spinning blue dome, and stayed like that for 2 seconds. When Hinata stopped spinning, there was a crater in the training ground. Hikari smiled, got up from her bench, and started clapping. You did it, my daughter. Hikari gushed, as she walked towards Hinata. I knew you could master the heavenly spin if you tried hard enough. Thank you, mother, Hinata replied, panting a little. It wasn't easy. Niji Aizen was right. Gai-sensei's intense training helped me achieve the proper speed needed for the jutsu. Now that you have finally grasped the heavenly spin, you have to master the 64 palm strikes, Hikari told her. And your position as heiress will be more than assured. Hinata's face dropped. Hanabi frowned, as she angrily crossed her arms. Why does Nichin have to learn those jutsu in particular? Hanabi asked. She created a new jutsu way cooler than any of ours. Isn't that enough? Hikari shook her head. Is not that simple, sweetheart. The Gentle Fist is as much part of the Hyuga clan's identity as the Byakugan. The clan head needs to be the embodiment of the Hyuga as a whole, so being able to perform the most advanced Gentle Fist techniques is always a must. Yes, mother, I understand, Hinata replied. Don't feel pressured. You still have a lot of time before you have to replace me as the clan head, Hikari reassured her. I will do my best, Hinata obediently said. You know, it would be fun if in a few years, the new Hyuga had to learn the Heavenly Thunderstorm, Hanabi commented. It wouldn't be surprising, Hikari answered. I'd say that there's a pretty big chance of such thing happening. Hanabi quickly turned at her mother, looking at her with eyes wide open in surprise. Really? Despite our not entirely undeserved reputation as staunch traditionalists, the Gentle Fist isn't written in stone, Hikari explained. Sure, the basics always remain the same, but if somebody manages to come up with an useful innovation, is integrated into our fighting style. For example, the vacuum palm is a relatively recent move, invented by your late great-uncle Tadashi Hyuga. Really? Then what did our ancestors did if they wanted to fight from a range? Use conventional ninjutsu? Hanabi asked. Hikari shook her head once again. No, they rejected that option. The Hyuga had always been a clan proud of its power, and said power resided in hand-to-hand combat. That's why ninjutsu is discouraged, even if not outright banned. However, that didn't change the fact that we were at a serious disadvantage against a ranged specialist. That's why Tadashi created a move that could cover such weakness. Even if the vacuum palm was met with some resistance by the most conservative members of our clan, it was quickly embraced by everybody else due to its sheer usefulness. I believe Hinata's combination of elemental ninjutsu with the Gentle Fist might follow a similar path. Speaking of which, Hanabi-chan, how is your training in fire chakra going? Hinata asked her little sister. Hanabi's face lit in expectation. Oh, it goes great. Look. The youngest Hyuga ran towards one of the nearby trees of the courtyard, plucked a leaf, returned to her sister and mother, and easily burned it off with the force of her chakra. See? I finally did it. Now I can go into more advanced exercises. Good to see that Hinata isn't the only one making progress. Good job to you too, Hanabi, Hikari complimented as she ruffled Hanabi's hair affectionately. Thanks. I'll be breathing fireballs in no time. And then, I'll create my own version of the heavenly thunderstorm, but with fire instead. Both Hikari and Hinata giggled at Hanabi's unbound enthusiasm. Well, I'm going to take a quick shower, and then leave. Today I have to help the retrieval teams to salvage whatever valuable items remain under the wreckage caused by the invasion, Hinata told them. After that, I plan to go to the hospital and see if Naruto-kun woke up yet. Do you want to come with me? Hikari smiled at her. Of course, sweetheart. We could also bring him something. After all what Naruto-kun did, it's the least he deserves. Maybe we could bring him ramen, Hanabi suggested. I don't think they have that, and he likes that as much as he likes you, Nichan. Hinata giggled. I'm afraid I will never replace ramen as Naruto's first love. Back at the Hokage's office, 3 genin the same age as Naruto were in front of him, watched by 2 Umbu. The 3 of them were the Oto genin that had fought against Naruto's team in the Land of Sound, and then against Hinata and Lee more recently. The 3 of them, as well as their sensei, Mizuki, had been taken prisoner to Konoha. But while Mizuki was taken to a dark and cold cell to await his execution, Jiraiya believed that there were still some hope for these youths. So, your names are Dosuo, Zaku, and Kin, right? Jiraiya asked the trio. None of them bothered to reply. I'll take your silence as a yes. Do you know why you're here? Yes. Obviously, to interrogate us about our master, Kin spat. But forget about it, old man, we'll never betray Orochimaru-sama. Zaku angrily added. Anumbu squeezed his shoulder, prompting him to shut up. Jiraiya chuckled, as he laid back on his chair. If I wanted you interrogated, I'd have sent you to the aptly named Torture and Interrogation Department, Jiraiya explained. Zaku and Kin visibly gulped upon hearing about torture, but Dosu remained impassible. Besides, it's quite obvious that you're way too low on the hierarchy to know anything relevant. Then what do you want to do with us? Dosu asked. Wait, let me guess. You hope we switch sides with Konoha, like you did with that swordsman of the mist, am I right? Jiraiya smiled in satisfaction. So I wasn't wrong when I pegged you as the smartest of the 3. Zaku and Kin stared at Jiraiya indignantly, but the Hokage paid them no mind. You can forget about such thing happening, Dosu continued, as if finding the very idea offensive. Orochimaru-sama gave us a life and made us strong when we had nothing. We would never betray him. Too bad your loyalty isn't reciprocated, Jiraiya stated. Listen, Orochimaru doesn't care about you. To him, you 3 are nothing but cannon fodder. He's an specialist in fishing out people with nothing to their name and nothing to lose to use as disposable minions. If he really was interested in you becoming more powerful, you wouldn't have been defeated by a single opponent the same age as you. Dosu couldn't help but recall Hinata's words before the pale-eyed girl knocked him unconscious. That was a good point to consider. Maybe, Zaku conceded. Even if Orochimaru-sama isn't the most caring of masters, at least he gave us something better than we used to have. You don't have to tell me. I've seen those same eyes as yours countless times, Jiraiya told them. Kids that lost everything to war, their homes, their families. Forced to live in the streets and steal to survive. Am I getting close? So what if you do? Kin spluttered. Besides, what would that say about us? To betray the man who gave us everything we have. Orochimaru wouldn't doubt about betraying you the moment you became a burden, or you weren't useful to him anymore. I can guarantee you that such thing won't happen in Konoha, Jiraiya told them. Besides, if you don't join us, the alternative is going to prison for being enemies of Konoha. Besides, don't you want to follow the same path as your sensei? He also betrayed his home village to join its enemies. Yeah, and he's going to be executed, Zuko dryly pointed out. Something that will happen to us if Orochimaru lay his hands on us again. Mizuki ended up the way he did because he had an exceedingly large ambition, and not enough willpower to see it realized on his own. What I'm offering you here is the chance to be smarter than Mizuki. Work for us, and if you don't like it, you can always go back to jail, Jiraiya offered. The Sound Genin looked doubtful. They traded unsure glances, until they apparently reached an unheard agreement. Dosuo, who appeared to be the leader of the trio, voiced their decision. Given that you don't give us much of a choice, guess we'll have play nice and work for Konoha, Dosuo said, not without resignation. Wonderful. Jiraiya heartily replied. Well, if that's the case, then maybe you should meet your new sensei. I'm sure you'll get along fine, given that like you, she used to work with Orochimaru, and hopefully, she will be able to show you how much it sucked. Anko, come in. Even with all his bandages, Dosuo paled upon hearing that name. Anko? Do you mean, Anko Mitarashi? The door opened with a loud slam. The one and only. Anko cheerfully said as she burst into the office. She stared at the three genin, who turned back at her, and grinned. So, you're the runts Hokage-sama asked me to train. This will be piece of cake. This has to be a joke, Kin deadpanned. Like I usually said, if I told a joke, you'd be laughing so hard you wouldn't be able to breathe, Jiraiya retorted. Now Anko, besides training, I'd also like you to show them what I means to be a pawn of Orochimaru. Anko's mouth curved into a sadistic smile. Consider it done. How much leeway do I have? As long as you don't kill, maim, mutilate, or mentally scar them for life, you're free to do as you see fit, Jiraiya replied. Understood. Come on brats. We have a lot of work to do. Anko happily ordered as she left the office, with the three reluctant former Oto ninja trailing behind her, as well as the Umbu keeping an eye on them. Being alone at last, Jiraiya sighed, and slumped on his chair. Thankfully, that was the last of the loose ends that needed to be tied. However, before the Hokage had a chance to relax, a small toad jumped out of the window, landing on the desk. Before you say anything, Pa, everything's been taken care of, and I'm ready to go, Jiraiya preemptively said. But before we leave, can we just wait a little until Naruto wakes up? I want to see him again before we resume my training. Actually, that's what I wanted to talk with you about, Jiraiya-chan, Pa replied, prompting Jiraiya to raise an eyebrow. Ma and I have been talking about it, and we believe Naruto-chan is ready to undertake sage training. Such proposal took Jiraiya aback, to say the least. While he had plans to have Naruto learn senjutsu, he was waiting until he was a bit older. Do you think he's ready? He's still too young, Jiraiya argued. Gamamaru-sama has been watching over him, and thinks he is. Ma and I agree with him. Besides, given how close Akatsuki were of catching him the last time, I believe Naruto-chan is going to need all the possible help we can offer, Pa explained. If you think so, then sure, Naruto can come with us, Jiraiya agreed, then chuckled. But given how restless Naruto is, I doubt he'll find much joy in the kind of training we're going to do. Uchiha Training Grounds. Sasuke was restless. Since the fight against Naruto and the masked Akatsuki, the youngest Uchiha felt an intense unease he had been unable to shake off. Training was Sasuke's main way to cope with stress, and so far, it was working, but he wondered for how long. There was just so much to process. First, the fact that the masked Akatsuki was an Uchiha. He was also the fourth student and Kakashi's teammate, but that data was irrelevant to Sasuke. He was responsible for the Nine Tails attack 13 years ago, which laid the groundworks for the Uchiha insurrection to happen. Something Obito had masterminded as well. Not happy with that, he also collaborated with Orochimaru to invade Konoha. All to get the Nine Tails. While tailed beasts were powerful and highly sought after, the extents Obito had taken and the lines he had crossed were simply ridiculous. Was there something more to the Nine Tails that it's worth causing the demise of your own clan? Second, the main Jikyoshiri Nan. According to Obito, Itaki and Shisui had it, yet they never told Sasuke about it. They admitted the truth when Sasuke confronted them about it, but he decided to leave and not listen to their excuses. At least for the time being. Tempted by its power, Sasuke decided to see for himself what kind of new abilities he had now. But the moment he activated his freshly awakened eye power, something happened that Sasuke didn't expect. His mind relived the moment he stabbed Naruto, and all the anguish he felt when he thought he had killed him. He tried multiple times, but the effect was the same. Deciding that he wasn't going to risk his sanity any longer, Sasuke gave up and opted instead for good old shuriken practice. Grabbing 4 shuriken in one hand, Sasuke moved his arm in an arc, tossing the steel stars in 4 different directions. Each shuriken found its mark. He repeated the process again, with the same result, and a third time. Even without the Sharingan, his aim was flawless. Sasuke sighed. This isn't working anymore. Really? I think you did pretty good job, a voice from behind said. Sasuke turned around, and saw his brother and cousin walking towards him. You know, you left before we had the time to explain ourselves, Shisui began, with an apologetic tone. We're very sorry for hiding such things from you, but we thought it wasn't necessary for you to know about the Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi continued. In fact, we were both hoping that you would never awaken it. Sasuke crossed his arms, and frowned. And why not? So I'm always below you two in terms of power. Shisui let out a sad chuckle. You know that's not true, Sasuke. Nothing would make us happier than seeing you surpassing the both of us. Something we're sure you'll do in the future. Listen, Sasuke, the Mangekyo Sharingan is a very dark power. I'm sure you now know how to awaken it, right? Itachi asked. Sasuke nodded. And tell me, did you try to use it after you awakened it? Sasuke grew uneasy, and averted his gaze. Yeah, I did. I know what happens when you use it. The Mangekyo Sharingan is a tempting power. But making you relieve the event that triggered it, it can drive anybody insane, even if used sparingly. That's why Shisui and I try to use it as little as possible, Itachi explained. Besides, we like to think that there's more to the Uchiha clan than a mere bunch of fancy eye powers, you know? We have to show everybody that even without the Sharingan, we're still strong, Shisui added. Besides, that's not the only drawback. Sasuke opened his eyes wide in surprise. There's more. Sadly, yes, Itachi replied. Like we said, the power of the Mangekyo comes with a price. The more you use its powers, the more will your eyesight deteriorate, until you'll end up completely blind. What? Sasuke asked in shock, as he involuntarily took a step back. How, is there a way to reverse the eyesight loss? Fortunately, there is one, Itachi replied. Sasuke was almost tempted to feel relieved, but he was afraid there would be some sort of catch. If you take the eyes of a direct relative and replace yours with them, not only will your eyesight be restored, but it will never deteriorate again. So in order for such thing to happen, we must now trade our eyes. I already made an appointment with Shizun-chan for the surgery, Shisui helpfully added. After that, if you wish, I can teach you how to use the power of the Mangekyo, Itachi offered. Wait, you said you hoped I never awakened the Mangekyo. Then, if you kept using it, you would have ended up blind. Sasuke pointed out. Itachi merely shrugged. And you were okay with that? I had accepted such fate, as did Shisui, Itachi explained. Well, in my case is easier. With only one eye, I only have one of the abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kota Amatsukami notwithstanding. So the temptation is much lower, Shisui detailed. Sasuke, they say that the Uchiha is a clan cursed by hatred and darkness. And as you just learned right now, people who said that had a point. There's no other clan that needs to feel strong traumatic emotions to awake their powers. People not only fear our power, they also fear that our powers may turn us mad, as it was believed of our ancestor, Madara Uchiha. And look what it did to Obito Uchiha, Itachi explained. And those fears were realized the night our clan rebelled, Shisui added, sounding melancholic. We simply don't want you to end like them. Sasuke sighed. He turned his back at them, as he processed the words he just heard. His fingers tightly clenched into a pair of fists. Sometimes I wonder if it's worth it, Sasuke said. What do you mean? Itachi asked. All of this. The effort of reining ourselves in for the sake of people who already fear and hate us. What's the point? Maybe this is our fate. Maybe we should stop pretending to be something we aren't, and accept our nature. Maybe that's why Father decided to start an insurrection, Suzuki said, as he turned back at them. Suzuki, I know that sometimes follow the right path is hard, but trust me, it's worth it, Shisui solemnly said. Don't give up when things get complicated. Don't let yourself be tempted by somebody offering you an easier alternative. Such things will only lead to misery and unhappiness. And remember that you're not alone. You have us, among many others, to support you whenever you feel bad, Itaki added. Okay. I'll keep doing as you say. Besides, I always took pride in not giving up in the face of a challenge, Suzuki replied. Both Itaki and Shisui smiled in relief. You won't regret that decision, Suzuki, Itaki said, as he put a hand on his shoulder. Now come on, you can train later. You guys have to see the house Shizun-chan and I chose to move to, Shisui said with renewed enthusiasm. Hinata, Hanabi, and their mother Hikari entered the Konoha hospital to see how Naruto was doing. Hinata was holding a bento on her hands. While she was initially tempted to bring her boyfriend some ramen, she decided that it would be best if she brought him something a bit healthier. After all, she had to help him recover, and ramen wouldn't do the job. It's a good thing you don't have to make Naruto fall in love with you anymore, Hanabi had joked. When they entered the building and headed to the reception, Hinata saw a familiar person already there. A boy in a kimono. Thank you, the boy said to the receptionist before turning around, seeing Hinata and her family. Oh, hi there, Hinata-san. Came to see Naruto, I presume. Hinata nodded. Indeed I am, Haku-kun. By the way, let me introduce you to my little sister, Hanabi, and my mother, Hikari. Hanabi-chan, mother, this is Haku, my other teammate. Haku bowed his head before the Hyaga. It's a pleasure to meet you, ladies. Hinata-san told us a lot about you too, but regrettably I never had the chance to get to know you. Pleasure is all ours, Haku-kun. I guess that you're also here to see Naruto-kun. Hikari asked. Indeed. The receptionist told me where his room is. Follow me, Haku told the girls. The Hyaga women decided to follow Haku, who led them to a room in the third floor. The room was open, and some voices could be heard from the inside. Peeking through the door, Hinata saw Naruto, still bedridden but thankfully awake and fully conscious, talking with his little siblings, as well Shizun. The medic nin was the first one to notice the newcomers. Shizun smiled. Oh, look at that, more people came to visit you, Naruto-kun. Huh. Naruto said, turning around, and smiled as well. Oh, hey, Hinata-hime. You came to see me, great. But don't stay there, come in. I'd love to, but, I didn't come alone, and the room is going to get a bit cramped. Nonsense. Come in. Naruto insisted. I think I'm going to get something to eat, Shizun stated, as she went to exit the room. She noticed Hinata's bento, and added, I'd ask if you want something, but Hinata already has that part covered, hehe. The Hyaga heiress blushed a bit. Oh, you brought your mom and little sister. And Haku's here too. Naruto noticed. Hello to you too, Naruto-kun. Glad to see that you're feeling better, Haku greeted his blonde teammate. Haha, yes, it takes more than a mere blade to the gut to put me down. Naruto boasted. A blade to the gut? Hikari asked in shock. The Hyaga matriarch activated her Byakugan, and saw that Naruto's gut didn't have any injuries. Amazing, there's nothing left of that wound. You can thank Hinata-hime for that. She healed me before I could be taken to the hospital, Naruto stated, making Hinata blush a little, before she averted her gaze. It was nothing. I only did my duty. Hinata shyly stammered. Dear Kami, even after the two of you became a couple, you're still so awkward and shy. Kaida pointed out, shaking her head. That's how my Nei-chan is, she can't help it, Hanabi agreed, shrugging. Hanabi-chan. A flustered Hinata called her. Come on Hanabi, don't be so mean. Hikari said. Heh, it's okay. I think that Hinata's cute when she's all shy like that, hee, Naruto chuckled. Rather than embarrass her even further, Naruto's comment brought up a smile to the shy Hyuga. She then remembered the bento still in her hands, and as an added bonus of changing the topic, she handed it to Naruto. Here, I made this for you. Hinata said as she handed the item to the blonde. Hospital food isn't that good, so I thought it would make your stay here a little better. It's not ramen, though. Oh. Naruto deflated a little, his hopes dashed away, but it didn't last long. It's okay. Everything you cook tastes so great, so I'm sure I'll enjoy it. Thanks a lot. You're welcome, Naruto-kun, Hinata happily replied. You know, seeing Nei-chan and Naruto makes me want to have a boyfriend too. Hanabi mentioned out loud. Have you thought in dating Hagane? He's a great catch. Kaida said, pushing her brother towards Hanabi. Hey. Don't I get a say in this? Hagane indignantly protested. Nope. Was Kaida's reply. You kids are too young to start dating. Give it a few years, Hikari started, putting an end to the topic. Trust me, you don't want to grow up too fast. By the way, Haku, Naruto began, realizing of something the last time he saw the ice ninja. That bone guy looked really tough. How did you manage to defeat him between Tenten, Karen Nichan, and you? We didn't, was Haku's brief response, confusing Naruto a bit. Thankfully, Zabuza-sama appeared in the nick of time to save me from what it would have been an horrible fate. After that, we left and tried to meet you and Hinata-san again, but we didn't find you until much later. Did Zabuza-san beat him? Hinata asked. Haku shook his head. Technically speaking, Zabuza won the fight, but sadly he was unable to kill or capture the man, who managed to escape. I'm afraid we will see him again in the future as well. Niji Naizen told me the same about the Kunoichi he and Kiba-san fought against, Hinata added. At the very least, we won't have to worry about the other three ever again. I'm sure Orochimaru will try to recruit more people with bloodline limits in order to replace the people he lost with the invasion, Hikari gravely noted. Then we'll stop him before he has the chance to do such a thing, Naruto determinedly stated. You won't be able to do much stopping in your current state, a new voice said. Everybody turned around, and saw Jiraiya standing beside the door. Fortunately, I have good news for you. Really? What is it, Dad? Naruto asked, clearly interested. You're coming with me to Mount Myaboku for special training. The Toads have deemed you ready to undergo sage training, Jiraiya announced. Hikari gasped. Jiraiya realized she was the only one aware of what Jiraiya was saying. Sage training? That's incredible. I didn't know that somebody so young as Naruto-kun could become a sage. Hikari exclaimed. I didn't think so either. But the Toads told me Naruto is ready, Jiraiya replied. What is sage training? Naruto asked. A special kind of training that will allow you to gather and use nature chakra, besides your own. It has a large number of boons that will help you make stronger, Jiraiya explained. None of the kids understood Jiraiya's explanation, mostly because none of them knew what nature chakra was to begin with. But Naruto knew that it was something that would make him stronger, and that was enough to catch his interest. Besides, given how close you were to being captured by Akatsuki, you need to become as much stronger as soon as possible, Jiraiya stressed. Naruto-kun won't be the only one to become stronger. I will train as hard as I can to match him as well, Hinata stated. So do I. I've seen that there are enemies out there that dwarf our skill and power so much, is almost laughable, Haku added. Good, because I'm sure Akatsuki won't give up until they have Naruto and the rest of the Jinchuriki in their power, Jiraiya mentioned. Undisclosed location. Obito slowly blinked as he started to wake up. He had a hard time remembering what happened before he lost consciousness, but as soon as he made a little effort, memories started to flood his brain as if it was a torrent. Rin. Obito murmured, his heart filling with dread. Will you stop obsessing over her already? A voice tiredly said. As Obito's eyesight adjusted and became less blurry, the figure of Zetsu appeared in his field of vision. And soon, his confusion was replaced by unbridled fury. You let them take her away. Obito screamed as he sloppily lunged at his fellow Akatsuki, who easily sidestepped. Yes, I did, the white half admitted. Traitor! You were supposed to obey me. Obito screamed, as he tried to pounce at Zetsu again. This time, the plant man grabbed Obito's arm, and twisted it behind his back. Obito tried to use Kamui, but the after effects of the sleeping spores made him mold chakra extremely hard. That's true as well. But while Madara-sama left you in charge, he also allowed me to act on my own accord if I think you take a wrong decision, the black half stated. And frankly, you've taken quite a lot of bad decisions as of late. You could have captured the Nine Tails, but you let it escape your grip, the white half added. It was Orochimaru's fault. His stupid minions failed to keep the Konoha ninja at bay. Obito protested. Don't try to pin the blame on Orochimaru. He did what it was expected, which is more than we can say of you, Black Zetsu continued. We've noticed that the moment that girl left the cocoon, you've become far less focused and driven. She was hindering you. She's the whole reason I'm doing this in the first place. Obito loudly screamed. And now she's in danger again. Those Konoha fools will send her to die again. Relax, boss. If the process worked as intended, Rin is pretty much impossible to kill now, White Zetsu assured. You won't have to fear for her ever again. Besides, why would you? She chose Konoha over you. Clearly, you're not as important to her as she is to you, Black Zetsu added. But not everything is lost. Let's continue with the plan. When she sees the kind of just and peaceful world you plan to create, she'll soon join our side, White Zetsu added. I'm not convinced. I want our Konoha spies to keep an eye on her at all costs. I want to know when she's on a mission. I want to know when she's in danger of dying, Obito ordered. I'm not going to let history repeat again. Of course, boss. It will be done as you say, Black Zetsu replied. Satisfied with the answer, Obito left. Mostly to find out exactly where Zetsu brought him. Are we going to do that? White Zetsu asked his black half. Of course, was the other being's reply. How else are going to check the progress of our little test subject? Konoha Hospital, next morning. It was the first day of Rin's new job at the hospital. Jiraiya had offered her to return to active duty as a ninja, but she had declined, arguing that she needed some time to think and ponder what to do. And given what happened the last time she went on a mission, she was arguably not ready to go back into action as well. Fortunately, Rin was a medicnin, which were always needed, so of course it wasn't hard for her to get a job at the Konoha Hospital. Granted, hospitals could be rather tense and frenetic places for obvious reasons, but they couldn't compare to a battleground. She had been assigned to tidy all the rooms that have been recently vacated. While most people would find such task bothersome and boring, Rin enjoyed the simplicity of it. It allowed the young girl much needed time to think. And she had a lot of things to think about. Yo, an unknown adult voice said. Turning around, Rin saw said voice belonged to his former teammate, now an adult. It would take her some time to get used to Kakashi's much deeper adult voice. And to a lesser extent, how her former friends and partners looked now. Having to adapt to this completely new world was something that made her feel overwhelmed, but she had to persevere. Oh. Hello Kakashi, Rin greeted him, as she continued with her work. I came here to see how are you doing, Kakashi began. I'm fine. Thanks for asking, Rin replied. You are? I mean. Kakashi awkwardly continued. Well, I just wanted to say that if you have any problems adapting, or just feel bad about anything, you can talk to me. Rin let out a sad sigh. I'd be lying if I say everything's okay. Konoha changed so much, that when you guys brought me here, I barely recognized it. Not to mention how much you guys changed as well. Meanwhile, I'm still stuck as a little girl. Hey, don't say that. Didn't Tsunade-sama said that you would continue growing at a normal pace? Kakashi asked. She said that. But until I become an adult, seeing you, Asuma, Kurane and the others is going to be difficult. Maybe I should befriend your students? Rin asked, before letting out a sad chuckle. They're great kids. I'm sure you'll get along with any of them just fine, Kakashi earnestly replied. Rin was a bit surprised by such a honest answer to her quasi-rhetorical question. Then again, she did met a few of them during her escape, and they looked like people worthy of getting to know better, at the very least. Anyway, remember what I said? Even if a lot of things changed, if you want to find me, I still live in the same place as when we were kids, Kakashi told her, before turning around. Well, see ya later. Aren't you going to ask me about Obito? Rin suddenly asked, freezing Kakashi on his tracks. I'm tempted to. But I'm afraid of the answers, Kakashi uncomfortably replied. Your world isn't the only one who's turned upside down. While I did have a hard time accepting that both of you were still alive, it's nothing compared to having to accept that all the tragedies and disasters that happened in Konoha during the last decade and a half were orchestrated by him. We're on the same boat then, Rin sadly replied. So it seems. Well, I better get going. It's great to have you back again, Rin, Kakashi said before finally leaving. Rin sighed once again. I wish it was as great for me too. After making the bed, Rin grabbed a small watering can and went to water the potted plants on the window. The plants were still small, but in a few days, they would grow up and sport beautiful flowers. I wish I could grow just as fast. Rin moaned as she sprinkled the plants with water. Then, much to her shock, the plants started to grow and bloom before her very eyes, speeding a process of days to mere seconds. An astonished Rin dropped the watering can, and stumbled back in shock. What the hell is going on? The brown-haired girl asked. Senja residence. The entire Senja family plus Hinata were gathered in the house's backyard. Jiraiya and Naruto were standing next to each other, carrying backpacks, while the girls, and Hagane, were in front of them, bidding them goodbye. Boy, I can wait to see Mount Myaboku. The toads I summoned made it look like an awesome place, Naruto gushed in anticipation. It's a sight to behold, kid. I'm sure you'll like it, Tsunade told him. You're not going to like the food much, I can guarantee you that, Jiraiya sourly replied. I know. That's why I packed a lot of food. Including some things Hinata made me, Naruto replied. Hinata blushed a little. I want you to think in me when you're so far away. You don't need to make me food to make me think of you, Naruto sweetly said. But it will sure help a lot. Dad, when can we train to become sages? Hagane asked. When you grow up a bit more, I'm sure the toads will be more than happy to train you too as well, Jiraiya reassured him. Bring us something cool when you get back. Kaido requested. And make sure you come back for the wedding, you hear me? I won't forgive you if you miss it. Shizune energetically told them. Jiraiya chuckled. I wouldn't let anything make me miss it. Even if we take more time than intended, I'm sure Ma and Pa will understand. Hey, don't take too long with the training either. Being Hokage is your job, not mine. Tsunade protested. I bet I can complete the training in less than a week. Naruto boasted. That's a bold claim. Let's see if you back up those words once we get started, Jiraiya replied. That moment, Fukakazaku appeared before them. Upon seeing that Jiraiya and Naruto looked ready, his lips curved into a smile. I see you're ready to go, then, Fukakazaku guessed. Yeah, we were saying our goodbyes, Jiraiya replied. Before leaving, Hinata walked to Naruto and gave him a small peck on his lips. Good luck with your training, Naruto-kun. I already can't wait to see you back, Hinata told him. That's another incentive for finishing my training as soon as possible, Naruto said, laughing a bit. To Mount Myaboku then. Fukakazaku exclaimed, and both he, Naruto and Jiraiya disappeared in a cloud of smoke, leaving the girls and Hagane alone. Mount Myaboku. Wow, this place is amazing. Naruto gushed, as his eyes witnessed the natural paradise around him. The toads weren't exaggerating when they talked about this place. Glad you like our home, Naruto-chan, Fukakazaku replied, as he nodded. So, are you ready to begin your training to become a sage? Naruto smiled confidently, as he punched the palm of his hand. Let's do it. End of Part I. Chapter 42. A new mission. Or, let's give the neglected villages some love. 14.5 years since the Nine Tails attacked. Training Ground 9. Today, two of Konoha's most promising young ninja were about to fight. Even if it was just a spar, the combatants' own reputation and the fact that they didn't clash since the Chunin exams made plenty of ninja eager to see the fight. Let's hope that this time, things turn out different, Hinata, one of the many people among the spectators, commented a bit worried. Oh, don't worry, I'm sure it won't be a repeat of the last time, Naruto assured her, as he held her hand. While the year and a half following the invasion of Konoha hadn't been as chaotic as the year preceding it, it wasn't uneventful either. All of Naruto's former classmates managed to score a promotion to Chunin during the Chunin exams in Kumo, and many of them went beyond that. Naruto himself quickly earned a promotion to Special Jonin specialized in Fuinjutsu when he mass-produced his chakra blade for the Umbu to use as their main weapon. At first, it turned out it wouldn't work since the sword drained too much chakra, but with Jiraiya's help, he realized that the original model wasted way more chakra than it consumed, something Naruto didn't notice thanks to his seemingly never-ending reserves. But once he fixed that design flaw, it could be used by people with average chakra pools. In fact, Naruto himself was strong enough to be a full Jonin already, but Jiraiya thought he still needed more experience before he could grant him the rank. Hinata and Haku were also on their way to becoming Special Jonin, with specializations in Taininjutsu and Ninjutsu, respectively. They're finally going to start, Naruto pointed out, as the two fighters got in position. On one side, there was Sasuke Uchiha, no longer the youngest of his clan, who during the past year managed to get promoted to the rank of Special Jonin specialized in ninjutsu and sword fighting. Besides his usual katana, he also added a shoto to his regular arsenal, which he dual-wield alongside his main weapon. Facing Sasuke was Niji Hyuga, also a Special Jonin, though specialized in taijutsu, and the one who requested the spar to begin with, since he wanted to test a new jutsu he had developed recently. Boy, I don't know whom I should cheer, Karen whined. Niji-kun is my boyfriend, but Sasuke is my teammate. Acting as referees were their respective Jonin sensei, Shizune Uchiha and Meito Gai. All right, combatants ready? Shizune asked, looking at both of them, who nodded at her. In that case, let the fight begin. Like it happened the first time, the first thing both fighters did was activating their ocular power. And the moment the word let out Shizune's lips, Sasuke and Niji dashed towards each other at such speed they were seen as blurs by some of the onlookers. Sasuke's left hand reached for his shoto, and unsheathed it in a circular motion against Niji, who prepared to deliver an arc strike. However, Niji's opening move was a fake-out, as Niji nimbly crouched and slid towards Sasuke, dodging his blade, and striking the Uchiha in the chest with an accurate palm hit. Sasuke heaved a little as he jumped backwards, holding the stricken area in pain with his free hand. He shot Niji an angry look, which was replied by a smug smirk. I believe the first strike is mine, Niji declared. Maybe, but victory belongs to those who deliver the last strike of the fight, not the first one, Sasuke replied, as he charged against Niji as once again. Knowing that Sasuke would see it coming, Niji decided to let Sasuke strike this time and then counter-attack. However, he didn't expect Sasuke reaching into his tool pouch, grab a handful of shuriken and toss them at him. As quickly as he could, Niji pulled out a kunai from his own pouch, and used it to deflect the incoming steel stars. And while he was doing that, Sasuke disappeared. Thanks to his Byakugan, the Hyuga prodigy could see that Sasuke had appeared behind him more than likely, after using the body flicker jutsu and was about to strike. Even then, Niji was still in a disadvantageous position. Still, he wasn't deterred by Sasuke's tactic, and quickly sidestepped to avoid the incoming slash. While he was moving, Niji turned around and thrust his open palm forward. Vacuum palm. Now it was Sasuke's turn to jump back and dodge. If Niji wanted to switch to ranged fighting, the Uchiha was more than happy to oblige. He started to make hand seals with a single hand. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Sasuke breathed from his mouth a volley of fireballs at the Hyuga prodigy, covering an area so wide that it would be impossible to dodge. Fortunately for Niji, he didn't need to dodge, and started to spin as chakra poured from every point of his body. Heavenly spin. The fireballs crashed against a spinning dome of blue chakra, which successfully blocked both the fiery projectiles and the explosions they made upon crashing. When the dome vanished, Niji was completely unharmed. "You'll need to do better than that," Niji taunted Sasuke. Sasuke sheathed his shoto, while at the same time unsheathing his katana. He also made several hand seals, again with just one hand. "I admit that's an impressive defense. But then again, there's no barrier my sword cannot cut down," Sasuke replied, almost boasting. Fire release, burning edge. The blade of Sasuke's katana was soon engulfed by a cloak of flames. His weapon now ready, the Uchiha attacked once again. Niji took a step back, and adopted a defensive position once again, seemingly trying to come up with a way to counter Sasuke's attack, given that normal weapons rarely did well against elemental-enhanced ones. And much to Sasuke's surprise, he blocked the Uchiha's flaming sword with a palm strike. And to Sasuke's even greater surprise, the block was successful. Using his other hand, Niji tried to deliver another palm strike to the Uchiha, but Sasuke quickly grabbed his wrist before such thing could happen. "So you focused your chakra on your fingers in order to make your hand stronger and protect it from the flames of my sword," Sasuke stated, as he inspected the Hyuga's hand with his Sharingan. "Intelligent trick." "Oh, it's more than a mere trick." "And you haven't seen anything yet," Niji replied, as he kicked Sasuke in the chest, breaking the struggle, before quickly adopting a stance Hinata knew too well. "You're within my divination range. 8 trigrams. 64 palms. Shit." Sasuke cursed as Niji lunged at him, ready to strike. He made a hand seal one of the onlookers was very familiar with. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 2 clones of Sasuke appeared in front of him as Niji was about to attack. 2 strikes. One of the clone disappeared before he could ever record what was going on. 4 strikes. The next clone soon followed his equally short-lived brother's fate. 8 strikes. This time, the strikes landed on the real Sasuke, who groaned in pain as his chakra points were closed. 16 strikes. This time, however, Sasuke managed to successfully block and dodge all of Niji's palm strikes, and force the Hyuga back by slashing his flame-wreathed katana at him. "You managed to interrupt one of the Hyuga clan's most prized taijutsu techniques. I'm impressed," Niji genuinely praised. "That fancy combo isn't as great as it seems once dissected through the Sharingan," Sasuke replied. "Technically, it's only a repeat of the first 16 strikes, which I managed to see when you hit both my clones and myself, thus giving me the means to counter them. That attack won't work on me again." "I wouldn't be so confident in your abilities, Sasuke. Just because you see a hit aimed at you, it doesn't mean you'll be able to prevent it in time," Niji countered, as his position relaxed. "I believe that was enough of a warm-up, don't you think so?" "I couldn't agree more," Sasuke replied, as his lips curved into a smirk. "I can't wait to see that technique you bragged about so much a few moments ago." "Then I won't keep you waiting any longer," Niji then crossed his arms in front of him, a position the other members of the close combat squad knew too well. He then quickly spread his arms as a burst of chakra pulsed from his body. Gate of opening, open. The resulting burst of chakra blew a powerful wind in every direction, as a green aura started to slowly appear around his body. Even those who weren't sensors could feel the resulting power boost. "Whoa!" Naruto said in awe. He turned at the remaining members of Team Guy. "Didn't know that Niji could use the gates too." "Well, it's only fitting, given that he was the only on of use that didn't learn to use them yet," Tenten replied, as she shrugged. "Niji saw them as the invaluable tools they are, and requested me to teach him how to use them," Guy proudly added. "Now, my team is the first ninja squad in Konoha, probably in the world, that knows how to use the celestial gates. Since Guy-sensei and Lee use the gates for their enhanced taijutsu moves, and I use them with armed combat, Niji thought he could create a new school of gentle fist by combining it." Nii-san said he was inspired by seeing me combining gentle fist with elemental manipulation, Hinata chimed in, with a slight and uncharacteristic edge of pride. "Well, this certainly looks like something worth seeing," an excited Naruto said as his eyes returned to the combat. While this wasn't the first time he opened the celestial gates, Niji would never stop enjoying the rush of power result of the larger amounts of chakra surging through his body. Feeling more confident than ever, the Hyuga prodigy rushed towards Sasuke, ready to strike. For his part, the Uchiha could barely dodge the much faster Niji's palm strike and would have been unable to if it wasn't for his Sharingan, while Niji continued to launch a flurry of palm strikes, some of which were blocked or dodged, while others found its mark. Damn it, so this is what he meant with my Sharingan won't be able to keep it up. Sasuke thought, as he tried as best as he could to dodge the wave of soft but painful strikes. I need to put up some distance. Sasuke made a hand seal, and body flickered a few meters back. However, in less than a second, he saw a green flash, and Niji was in front of him already, continuing his onslaught. What do you think of my speed? And that's just with one gate opened, Niji boasted as he re-engaged Sasuke. I admit is impressive, Sasuke conceded, as he started to make hand seals with one hand while using the other to defend. But let's see how your gentle fist does against an opponent you can't touch. Fire release, Burning Man. Sasuke burst into flames, before they stabilized, forming a fiery cloak around the Uchiha. Naturally, Niji stopped attacking, and his confident expression morphed into a thoughtful one, as his brain tried to come up with a way to harm his opponent. It was Sasuke's turn to sport a confident and even smug grin. I can't believe I didn't do this earlier, Sasuke admitted. Guess my pride didn't allow me to use my best moves from the very beginning. While withholding your true power is a valid tactic sometimes, doing so due to a sense of pride is something I'd call beyond stupid, Niji replied, prompting Sasuke back into his usual frowning expression. You didn't show me your true power from the start as well, Sasuke retorted. Because I wanted to assess my opponent's abilities and capabilities first. And now, I have an approximate measure of what I'm going against, Niji explained. Measure this then. Sasuke replied as he shot forward towards Niji, leaving a trail of fire behind. Using his enhanced speed, Niji dodged Sasuke's charge, and moved to the side. However, the cloak of fire somehow increased Sasuke's speed as well, and the Uchiha was now able to match the Hyuga in that department. They spent a few seconds engaged in a game of cat and mouse, with Sasuke chasing and attacking Niji, and the latter evading and dodging him. That's it, until the Hyuga managed to find a window of opportunity long enough to prepare his next move. He slipped once again into the stance used for the 8 trigrams combo. Let's see how well you do against this, Niji announced, as he prepared to attack. 8 trigrams, 16 exploding strikes. While some people in Sasuke's situation would have believed that there's no way Taijutsu, even the gentle fist, could bypass a shield of fire, most people didn't have a Sharingan. Thanks to his ocular power, the Uchiha could see, much to his worry, that Niji was gathering an inordinate amount of chakra into his hands. This is bad. Sasuke thought as he moved to dodge the strike. 2 strikes. Niji delivered 2 pal hits that, as the name implied, created 2 small chakra concussive blasts upon hitting the target, effectively bypassing Sasuke's fire cloak, but leaving Niji unharmed. 4 strikes. 2 more strikes were delivered, to the same effect. 8 strikes. His palm strikes aren't closing my chakra points, but those blasts are making a number on my body. Sasuke noted, trying to contain the pain caused by the hits. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A clone of Sasuke appeared before the original. 16 strikes. Niji finished the short but devastating combo, though it was wasted on the clone Sasuke summoned in the nick of time. Sasuke put some distance, panting heavily. He wasn't expecting that Niji would aside the subtle damage usually caused by the gentle fist and replace it with brutish explosions. Then again, that was probably the idea. Pity I was unable to finish the combo properly, Niji lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. Then again, you're not Naruto. Using shadow clones so lightly will hinder you in the long term. Your chakra levels decreased substantially. That might be true, but never underestimate me. I still have plenty of chakra to spare, Sasuke replied. After what happened the last time, I would never even dream about underestimating you, Niji sincerely admitted. In fact, I think it's about time to step up my game even further. Gate of Healing, open. Meanwhile, to the onlookers, the match had become even more interesting now. How many gates can Niji open? Naruto asked. Niji can open up to 3 gates right now, just like myself, Tenten replied. We're working on the fourth one, but so far we've been unable to handle the strain caused by the withdrawal backlash. Don't worry, Tenten, just keep training. That's how both Guy-sensei and I managed to surpass our limits. Lee chimed in, with his usual optimist demeanor. Some limits can't be overcome by mere training, Lee, Tenten replied. Nonsense. That's just unyouthful talk from a quitter. An indignant Lee replied. So are you telling me that, if you train a lot, you'd be able to use ninjutsu? Tenten sharply asked. This managed to shut Lee into a stunned silence, as he wordlessly accepted Tenten's previous statement. Thought so. Meanwhile, Hinata was watching the fight with her Byakugan activated, in order to get a better assessment of the situation. Niji Naizen was right, Suzuki-san wasted a lot of chakra using shadow clones so carelessly, Hinata confirmed. But the gates is consuming Naizen's chakra at a fast rate. The match won't last much longer. My money's on Suzuki. We've fought quite a lot of times this past year, and he got really strong, Naruto stated. And you just saw Niji Naizen also spent a lot of time growing stronger, Hinata replied, almost with a hint of animosity. Back to the match, Niji and Suzuki continued trading blows, producing a strong gust of wind every time they clashed. Niji's blows created shockwaves upon impacting, while Suzuki's fire aura shot fireballs with every move the Uchiha made. However, he deactivated it after a few moments in order to save chakra. Smart move, Niji told Suzuki. I'm not the only one whose chakra is quickly burning, Suzuki said as he stabbed his katana into the ground and made several hand seals, this time with both hands, before grabbing his katana and unsheathing his shoto once again. Fire release, burning edge. Lightning release, thunder blade. Once again, Suzuki's katana was wreathed in flames, while his shoto started to crackle with electricity. Lastly, he crossed both blades, casting a beam of fire surrounded by electricity from the intersection point at Niji. Double elemental release, plasma beam. Niji turned into a green blur as he outrun the destructive beam aimed at him. Suzuki moved his crossed weapons in his efforts to hit Niji, leaving a trail of burned earth behind. In no time, Niji managed to reach mid-distance, and prepared for his next attack. 8 trigrams, invisible palm. Niji started to thrust both palms back and forth, generating spectral arms made of chakra that flew at Suzuki. The Uchiha parried all the hits with his elemental-enhanced weapons, but the strikes packed so much power they pushed the Uchiha back with each blow. Niji finished the combo with a double palm strike that blew Suzuki's weapons out of his hands and pushed him so hard, he fell on his back. This is over. Niji proclaimed as he prepared for the finishing move. Suzuki saw Niji gathering chakra on the tip of his fingers, and knew whatever he was preparing, it couldn't be good. Thankfully, he rolled on his back in time to avoid the strike which created a small crater on the ground, got on his feet, and managed to retrieve his shoto. Don't underestimate me! Suzuki indignantly shouted. This is over, Niji insisted. Gate of life open. Another burst of chakra, this one even more intense than the previous two, shook the battleground. Niji's green aura became more intense, as his pale skin started to take a reddish tint. A powerful wind started to blow. Suzuki made a hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A single clone appeared besides Suzuki, and both he and his clone continued making hand seals, a different sequence each. Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu. The clone blew a massive fireball at Niji, as the real Suzuki prepared his next attack. Lightning Release, Thunderbolt. Suzuki released an array of lightning bolts at his fireball, coating it with electricity. Niji, however, didn't look impressed. I've been looking for an opportunity to use this, the Hyuga prodigy stated, as he started to spin. Heavenly Spinning Lotus. Niji turned into a green spinning chakra dome that successfully deflected Suzuki's bi-elemental attack. The Uchiha, however, wasn't impressed. So, a beefed-up heavenly spin. It won't help you any what? He asked in shock. Much to his surprise, Niji started to move rather fast while still spinning. The hell? How can he move? Suzuki asked, visibly taken aback. The Uchiha tossed a few shuriken at Niji, but as expected, they failed to slow him down. Sasuke leaped above the spinning Hyuga and landed beside him, but Niji merely moved in the opposite direction. Sasuke sheathed his shoto before retrieving his katana from the ground. Thanks to the additional power provided by the gates, I can now use some chakra to propel myself while I'm still spinning, Niji thought. The Hyuga's ultimate defense can now be used as a weapon to attack. Sasuke's hands flew through hand seals as he prepared his last attack. Let's hope this can be enough to counter that technique, he worriedly thought. Sasuke gripped his sword with both hands, and the blade was quickly covered in both fire and electricity, before dashing at Niji. Double elemental release, plasma blade. Sasuke's elemental sword struck Niji's spinning chakra dome. The two forces clashing resulted in a powerful wind blowing outwards as flames, lightning sparks and chakra bursts flew everywhere. Both forces struggled against each other, neither of them bulging one bit. And finally, like it happened all the time Sasuke used that jutsu, when the energy gathered reached a critical point, it was released at once in the form of a large explosion, which hurled both combatants up in the air, before they both landed in the floor with a loud thud. Shizun and Guy quickly went to check their respective students. They both were bruised and badly beaten, but they didn't have any serious injury. They would be fine after being healing. The onlookers started to murmur among themselves, until somebody, namely Lee, voiced what most of them were thinking. So, who wins? The green-clad ninja asked. Since both Niji and Sasuke are unable to continue fighting on their own, then it's a tie, Guy declared. But even if none of you won, it was a fight to remember. You showed everybody the height of your passion and your flames of youth. Karin, go and heal Niji-kun. Sakura, help me treat Sasuke-kun. Shizun instructed. Right. Karin obediently said as she rushed towards her boyfriend, kneeling before his fallen body, and started to heal his injuries, not with her innate ability, but with the mystical palm jutsu. It seemed that, despite the intensity of the match, Sasuke made sure not to make any irreparable damage. Niji himself didn't deal any crippling blow to Sasuke either. Guy was a bit worried that, even after all this time, the Hyuga prodigy would be hungry for payback. So, how was I? Niji asked Karin. You were impressive, honey, Karin earnestly told him as she treated his wounds. I wish you could have seen yourself. I couldn't be that impressive, given that I still lost, Niji bemoaned. You didn't lose, it was a tie, Karin pointed out. I didn't win, hence I lost, Niji insisted. Sasuke didn't win either, Karin countered, sounding a bit annoyed now. Well, in that case Niji yelped after Karin pressed one of his wounds. You didn't lose, end of discussion. Karin sternly stated. Now shut up while I heal you. Niji let out a sigh, but smiled as well. Of course, Karin. Meanwhile, Sakura and Shizun were having a similar conversation with Sasuke. You did great, Sasuke-kun. Truly an amazing display, Sakura sincerely praised. I didn't so great if I was unable to win, Sasuke replied. You were holding back, Sakura justified. While I was withholding my most powerful moves, I was still giving it my all, Sasuke insisted. You simply weren't fighting with the intent to kill, despite the magnitude of your attacks. You kept the fight to a level your opponent was able to follow, which is what we should do when sparring, Shizun interceded. Hence, you should feel proud of your fight. Just as I am. Like Niji before, Sasuke decided not to press the issue. So far, no Uchiha had ever won an argument against Shizun, and he didn't have any hopes of being the first one. Realizing that there was nothing else to see, most of the onlookers, with the exception of Sasuke and Niji's respective teammates and sensei, quickly dispersed and went their separate ways to do their daily tasks and jobs. It would be lunchtime soon, and thus, Naruto and Hinata were heading towards the latter's house. They had some free time during the afternoon, and Hinata wanted to spend it training alongside Hanabi, and asked Naruto if he wanted to tag along, and naturally, he agreed. She also asked him to have lunch with her family. Hanabi's finally starting to get the hang of elemental manipulation, Hinata commented. In less time than I did, might I add. Not that surprising, since she has far more talent than I. Come on, don't sell yourself short. You also had the inventiveness of combining the gentle fist with lightning release, Naruto reminded her. If it wasn't for you, Niji wouldn't have had the idea of combining it with the celestial gates. But I did it because of my inability to master the proper gentle fist, Hinata replied. So? That just meant that your talents laid elsewhere. You turned a weakness into a strength, Naruto insisted. Hinata couldn't help but giggle. She loved when Naruto praised her like that, even if she felt sometimes it was undeserved. Speaking of which, Hinata, I know you want to focus on Hanabi, but I'd also like to continue with my training on lightning release, Naruto told her. I don't know why you're so insistent about it. You already have mastered wind and water. Isn't that enough for a Jonin promotion? Hinata asked. During the past year, Naruto asked Haku to teach him how to use water release jutsu, given that wind's weakness was fire. After he mastered water release to an acceptable level, he then went to Hinata with the same request. And while Hinata was happy to oblige, she always thought such thing wasn't necessary. For a promotion, yes, but for me? Not in the slightest, Naruto sharply replied. The old man mastered all 5 elements, and I'm not going to be any less. But don't think I'm doing this out of pride, having all 5 elements at my disposal will make me a force to be reckoned with. With that sage mode of yours, I think you already qualify as that, Hinata pointed out, giggling a bit. What about you, Hinata? You're pretty good with lightning already. Don't you plan on learning a second element? Naruto asked. Hinata put her finger on her lips, as she started to think. I didn't think about that until you mentioned that. So far, I've been good with what I already have. Remember that if you want that Jonin promotion, you'll need 2 elements, Naruto reminded her. He left the part about having an outstanding mastery of another discipline unsaid, since he felt it wouldn't be nice to point out his girlfriend's shortcomings. Well, first I want to focus on being promoted to special Jonin. I mean, we're still young, there's no hurry, right? Hinata asked him. Kakashi-sensei was a Jonin when he was 12, Naruto stated. Naruto-kun, this isn't a competition. While your desire to surpass yourself is admirable, you shouldn't be concerned about what Kakashi-sensei or other people did. Other people's accomplishments don't diminish your own, Hinata sagely said. Guess so. Still, can't help to feel like that, Naruto replied. By the way, you didn't answer my question. I believe I can afford learning a second element now. Besides, with how much I've been helping Hanabi-chan with her training in fire release, I believe I have a good base to start with that, Hinata stated. Besides, fire is wind's weakness, which is lightning's weakness, Naruto pointed out. Memorial Stone. You know Kakashi, after all what happened, I thought I'd stop seeing you here. Kakashi turned around, and saw his friend and rival Guy, standing there with his arms crossed, shooting him a mildly disapproving stare. I know it makes no sense, but what can I say, some habits are hard to break, the silver-haired Jonin replied. I can't believe that the 2 of them are still alive. Yes. People don't come back from the dead like that. Even the impure world resurrection doesn't work that way, Guy continued. While what happened to Obito is indeed tragic, I'd expect you to be a bit happier to have Rin back. I am happy, Kakashi pointed out. Skeptical, Guy raised an eyebrow. You don't look all that happier to me. You know Guy, people have different ways of expressing happiness. Not all of us go around screaming about youth at the top of our lungs, Kakashi softly but mockingly said. Whoa. Don't say anything you might regret. You may be my rival, but there are lines that are never meant to be crossed. Guy angrily shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at the copy ninja. Kakashi merely chuckled. I think you should spend some time with Rin. She needs you more than ever. I know. I do spend time with her whenever I can. We all do, Kakashi replied. Kurane took her to eat out today, Kakashi told him. How is she doing? Guy asked. Good, I think, but I couldn't really tell, Kakashi replied, sighing. She looks like she's getting used to her new life and how everything changed since the day she died. But there's something that disturbs her, I know that. But when I ask her, she tells me everything's fine. Rin is a very selfless girl, she probably doesn't want to worry you, or anybody, Guy concluded. Then again, it's obvious that what bothers her is Obito. It's what bothers you as well these days, am I right? Guess that there's no point in denying it, Kakashi conceded, and sighed. I just can't imagine what did he go through in order to end up part of Akatsuki. And not just that, but the fact that he was behind so many tragedies, starting with the Nine Tails attack. You know what this means, Kakashi? Guy asked, now in his usual boisterous tone. We need to train even more now. No doubt we will meet Obito again in combat, and when that day comes, we need to be ready in order to protect our village, and make sure to knock some sense into that empty head of his. Meanwhile, in Konoha's downtown, just as Kakashi said, Kurane and Rin were having lunch together. Even if Rin didn't really need to eat, she liked to do so, since it made her feel more human and less, whatever she was now. So far, they two of them had remained silent, but the red-eyed Jonin decided to break the ice. So, how was your day at work? Kurane asked. Good, I guess. Nothing worth mentioning happened. And quite frankly, I'm starting to enjoy the monotony, Rin admitted, as she took a bite of the hake she was eating. It's relaxing, and leaves me time to think. So you're not planning to return to active duty anytime soon, Kurane concluded. I don't think I'm ready yet, Rin replied. Kurane smiled emphatically. It's okay, just take all the time you need. All of us will be here to support you. Rin smiled back at her. Thanks. I don't think I could have done this alone. You came back from the death, girl. I'm sure there's little to nothing impossible to you now, Kurane said. That made Rin chuckle. If only that were true. You know, you became quite the motivational. What do you mean I became? Kurane asked, mildly indignant. I have always been like this. But I admit that being a Jonin sensei allowed me to hone my skills in that area. You know, I always wanted to become a Jonin sensei. I think I'd make a good teacher. Minato sensei was a very good reference, Rin mentioned. And you got to teach his son. Naruto's a hard worker, and quite eager to learn. The dream of any teacher. But he sometimes can exhaust me, Kurane said, chuckling lightly. Not to say my other two pupils aren't great either. I always wanted to meet Naruto. But whenever I plan to do so, I don't know what I can tell him, Rin confessed. I can introduce you to him if you want. To my whole team, really. I'm sure you'll like all of them, Kurane suggested. I think I already met one of them, if briefly. The gorilla-looking boy with the ice release. Haku was it, right? Rin asked. Kurane nodded affirmatively. He seemed nice. He is. Like you, he also went through a lot. In fact, all of them had their own share of past tragedies, yet they didn't let them to define who they are, Kurane replied. So, how about if you come with us the next time we have a training session? I'm sure it'd be good for you. You should make a few friends your age. That last comment made Rin to lower her head in sadness, and Kurane realized too late what she just said. Her hands flew to her mouth. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to dash. No, it's okay. It has to be just as weird for the both of us, you and the others being adults, and me still being a teenager, Rin replied. At least, you won't stay like that forever. I notice you're getting taller, Kurane pointed out. Obito said that he did something similar to whatever they did to him in order to save his life. I was expecting to grow up into an adult, given that he did. But truth be told, I was a bit scared to be stuck like this forever, Rin told her. Look at the bright side. Eternal youth. Kurane pointed out. Rin chuckled, and rolled her eyes. Eternal life isn't all that great if you can't enjoy it to its fullest. For example, you wouldn't be able to drink. That comment made the Genjutsu mistress to rethink what she said. While she wasn't a drunk, she did enjoy alcohol regularly, and she wouldn't be so eager to give up such a pleasure. And I wouldn't be able to marry and start a family. Speaking of which, when do you plan to marry Asuma? Rin cheekily asked. Kurane was a bit taken aback by the question. But then again, he had to admit that she and Asuma weren't exactly subtle. There's still time for that, Kurane hand waved. What about you? Did you meet any boy worth pursuing? I don't think I'm ready for a relationship just now, Rin admitted. But I think you're right in that I should try to get to know some people my age. Good. My students would love to meet you. Send your residents. That afternoon, Hagane and Kaida were in the house's backyard, entertaining a small, few months old baby boy with both black hair and black eyes. They were using small-scale ninjutsu to create spectacular visuals that the baby would enjoy. The baby would giggle and clap whenever he saw something he liked, which was often. The house's back door opened from the inside, revealing a smiling Shizun. The baby smiled and tried to stand up upon seeing the medic Nin. Ah, there you are. Shizun happily cooed as she held the baby in her arms. Did you miss mommy, Shiro-kun? Because mommy misses you a lot when she's at work. 6 months after her wedding, Shizun gave birth to a baby boy, which they named Shiro. This caused a lot of people to groan and roll their eyes, but neither Shizun nor Shisui paid them any attention. So, did he give you much trouble? Shizun asked. Both twins shook her head in unison. Not at all. Thankfully he didn't cry today, Hagane mentioned. Because he's a good boy, isn't he? Shizun cooed again, making Shiro giggle. Anyway, now that I'm done for the day, I can take him out of your hands. Will you bring him tomorrow? Kaida asked, almost pleading. Probably, yeah, Shizun replied. I didn't see Tsunade-sama, is she still at work? Nope, she is home. I think she's upstairs taking a nap. Let me check, Kaida took a deep breath. Moo. A second later, a window in the second floor opened, revealing a very angry Tsunade. God damn it Kaida, what the hell did I say about yelling like that? Tsunade angrily shouted back. Then she noticed Shizun and Shiro, and her murderous expression changed into a happy one. Oh, Shizun, didn't see you. And you brought Shiro-kun. Wait a second. Not wanting to waste a moment, Tsunade jumped out of the window, shattering the earth upon landing, leaving a small crater with spreading cracks. Kaida, honey, fix that, please, Tsunade told her. Kaida groaned and rolled her eyes, but complied. Making a few hand seals, she used her powers to repair the damage to the grass and the ground. I'm the closest thing Konoha has to a princess, yet I always find myself doing gardening jobs. The white-haired girl angrily groaned. Tsunade ignored her daughter's complaints and took Shiro from Shizun's arms. Shiro giggled as he started to pull Tsunade's bangs. Ow! Tsunade cried. Come on Shiro-kun, don't do that to Grandma, Shizun said, grabbing the baby's hand. Tsunade's eyes narrowed, as she shot her former apprentice a murderous look. Shizun, what did we say about the G word? Ah, it isn't cute, Shiro-kun. Grandma hates being reminded she's not young anymore, Shizun cooed in an incredibly mocking way. Tsunade rolled her eyes, but she didn't do anything else. Of course, Shizun was more than aware that, if any other person sassied Tsunade the way she did, the slug princess would shatter every bone in their bodies without mercy. Even then, Shizun still knew not to push her luck. Any progress on the investigation regarding the cursed seal? Shizun asked. Tsunade shook her head. Some, but not as much as we would want. There are elements in the seal we are unaware of its nature, though one of my researchers think there's a key component based on an unknown bloodline limit. And the investigation regarding Orochimaru's possible hideouts. Shizun asked again. We did locate some of them, but they were mere laboratories and glorified storage warehouses, nothing big so far, Tsunade replied. Orochimaru uses a ninja village to gather funds, we should be able to track that, Shizun pointed out. Once again, Tsunade shook her head. Jiraiya and I thought the same, but Orochimaru already thought of that. Rather than having the customers come to his village, if it ever exists, he sends his ninjas to offer their service to potential customers. And those ninjas more often than not never come from the same place. Basically, just like how his Akatsuki friends operate. Drats. At this pace, we will never find again until he decides to stop hiding. And by the time he does that, he might have a whole slew of nasty surprises prepared for us, Shizun lamented. Tsunade sighed. If he succeeded in kidnapping my children, we may had never seen them again. We were lucky Naruto and his friends tracked them in time. I prefer not to think what would have happened. Shizune then looked at the blissfully unaware Shiro in Tsunade's arms. Shisui and I are constantly afraid that somebody might want to target our son as well, given he's the first Uchiha born after the insurrection. You know what happens to people who target out family. I'm sure Obito will never forget the beating she got from us that night, Tsunade stated. Hokage's office. Well, this is the last meeting of the day, Jiraiya told his predecessor-turned-advisor. I can't wait to get back home with my wife and kids. A feeling I'm familiar with, much to my distaste, Hiruzen agreed. Then again, today hasn't been a particularly busy day. If only all days could been like this one, Jiraiya mentioned. The office's door opened, revealing Shisui Uchiha. He was holding a folder in one of his hands. Hokage-sama. Sarutobi-sama, the black-haired man respectfully greeted. Look at that, my son-in-law. Jiraiya heartily said. So, what bring you here, Shisui? I've been working on a project for this past year, and I believe it's ready to be implemented. Said project would benefit Konoha immensely, Shisui explained as he handled the folder to Jiraiya. Let's see it then, the Toad Sage replied, as he opened the folder and took a look at its contents, an action Hiruzen mimicked. However, as they read Shisui's proposal, their cheerful and relaxed expressions morphed into tense and disapproving ones, much to the Uchiha's discomfort. So you want to revive the military police? Jiraiya asked, shooting an skeptical look at the young man. I know the implications, but listen to me on this one. There are a lot of ninja, mostly people with families and small kids to take care such as myself that would love to have a job that doesn't require them to leave the village for long periods of time. Not to mention that it would release most Chunin from doing the job the police used to do in the past, Shisui explained. I understand your concerns, Shisui, but even with the benefits you exposed, the matter is far more complex than it appears, Jiraiya replied. The military police was strongly associated with the Uchiha, to the point that it incorporated the clan's crest into its logo. Many people may see this as a ruse for your clan to recover their lost power and influence, Sarutobi explained, trying to sound as reassuring as he could. I know about that, but here's the thing, everybody will be able to join the police, not just the Uchiha. Which was kind of a given, since even if we count Shizune-chan as an Uchiha, there's only 4 of us to man it, Shisui added with an awkward laugh. You raise good points. And I do agree that Konoha would become more efficient with the police back, Jiraiya agreed, much to Shisui's joy. The hard part is how are going to implement it without reopening the old wounds of the Uchiha insurrection. I think I may have an idea, Sarutobi interceded. We can do a survey, asking both the ninja civilian population about it, but trying to push into the forefront the benefits of having the police back in force in order to gain support. Good idea. However, in order to placate those who distrusts the Uchiha, I think it should be run by somebody other than you or your clansmen. I mean, you planned to become its new chief, am I right? Jiraiya asked. Shisui nodded. Indeed, but trust me, I don't mind giving up that if the police can be reinstated. Very well then, tomorrow I'll get the survey started. I'm sure we can make this project into reality, Jiraiya stated as he closed the folder, and handed it to Hiruzen, who placed it inside one of the shelves. Thank you, Hokage-sama. You won't regret this. An enthusiastic Shisui stated. I'm sure I won't. Now everybody, let's get the hell out of here. It's closing time. Jiraiya eagerly said as he got up from his chair. Next morning appeared to be just another uneventful day like those in the past few months. The night shift guards on the North Gate were finally able to leave their posts as their replacements for the morning shift, Shikamaru, Ino, and Koji, appeared to take their place. Boy, I hate gate duty, Ino said with a yawn. It's even worse than the worst of Asuma-sensei's training. It's not so bad, Shikamaru replied. I mean, after all the deadly missions we got as genin, I learned to appreciate the joys of a monotonous chore. Of course you'd say that. I can't believe you find checking passports and interrogating merchants who come into the village enjoyable, Ino said as she rolled her eyes. Koji, who had been silently eating from a bag of chips, spoke for the first time. Somebody is coming. This soon? We barely opened the gates, Ino groaned. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes as he focused his eyesight on the newcomers. It was a rather large group, much larger than usual, composed of a dozen people at least. Upon getting closer, they noticed they were ninja. They're ninja, Shikamaru warned his friends. Mist ninja, if their forehead protectors are any indicators. Worry spread among the trio, as they thought what they should do. Having a group of ninja from a non-allied village were never good news. Should we warn anybody? Koji asked. Let's wait a bit. If they were enemies, they wouldn't be walking towards the gate like that, Shikamaru replied. Maybe they're a distraction, Ino conjectured. I'll deal with this, you two stay behind. In case it's a ruse, run back into the village and alert everybody, Shikamaru instructed. Ino and Koji nodded. Minutes turned into hours as the group of Kiri ninja got closer. Shikamaru now could see that it was being led by a very tall and attractive red-headed woman. Upon getting closer, the woman noticed the Nara, and shot him a smile that could melt any man, regardless of his sexual orientation. Halt, Shikamaru told the group, trying to sound commanding, who promptly stopped in front of him. State your name and purpose. Of course, handsome, the red-headed woman said with a tender smile, making Shikamaru blush. My name is Mei Terumi, leader of the Kirigakure Liberation Movement. As for why I'm here, I wish to have an audience with your Hokage, if it's not asking much. Chapter 43. Mists of the Past. Or Zabuza Can't Catch a Break. Training Ground 21. When they traveled together, Zabuza had Haku woke up before sunrise so the two of them could have a good training session before they moved on to other matters. Such habit didn't change since they were forced to live in Konoha. They were practicing some water jutsu at the edge of a lake before the Jonin decided to stop and rest for some time. Zabuza also decided to ask his protege a few questions. You've been Chunin for quite some time now. How do you find the higher rank missions you're getting? Zabuza asked. Haku simply shrugged. Not that difficult from the missions I did as a genin, truth be told. Many missions ended up being way more dangerous than we believed. But in the end, I think it was for the better. I wouldn't be as strong as I am now if it wasn't for that. Indeed. You survived, and that meant that you were strong enough to deserve to continue living, Zabuza stated. All you need is a little more experience before you can be of real help in my endeavor. How long until we can leave Konoha? Haku asked. Given how long I've been here, I'd say it can't be longer than a couple years, Zabuza wondered, as he thought about it. My track record is pretty much flawless. So flawless that I think Jiraiya doesn't want to let me go. But so far, he has proven to be a man of his word, and I trust he'll honor his end of our bargain. If Naruto-kun is anything to go by, I can say that the Hokage is the same as him, Haku agreed. There was something about Haku, however, that didn't go unnoticed by Zabuza. You surprise me, Haku. I wasn't expecting you to be so eager to leave Konoha. You have friends and even a girlfriend here. Would you ditch them for me? The swordsman skeptically asked. You know my answer. My loyalty will always lay with you, Zabuza-sama. If you didn't take me in, I would be dead right now. I have a debt I will never be able to repay, Haku replied. While such a statement would make Zabuza feel proud and satisfied in the past, it made him feel rather conflicted. On one side, he didn't want to lose Haku, since he was a useful asset. On the other hand, he did care for the boy, regardless how much he wanted to deny it, and the idea of forcing Haku to abandon the life he had built here made him feel uneasy. However, before the former Kiri ninja had more time to ponder on his conflicted feelings, a lizard-masked Umbu appeared behind them. Zabuza, Haku. Your immediate presence is required by the Hokage. He's waiting for you in the Hokage Tower's council room, the Umbu stated in a cold and neutral tone before vanishing. Alright then, let's see why he wants to see us, Zabuza said as he and Haku headed back to the village. Upon arriving to the Hokage Tower, the two Land of Water natives were greeted by an unsettling sight. Several Kiri ninja were in front of the tower, being watched over by several Konoha ninja. Needless to say, this didn't bode well for the duo. Zabuza-sama, I have a bad feeling about this, Haku whispered to his master. What should we do? For the time being, let's play nice, and do what we're told to do. I don't think Jiraiya plans to hand us to Yagura like that, Zabuza reassured him. And if you're wrong, then prepare to fight like you never did, Zabuza grimly replied. While they were restless on the inside, Zabuza and Haku entered the tower as if nothing weird happened. They reached the council room, where two Umbu stood guard, and opened the doors for them. What awaited for them there was certainly surprising. Well, here they are, Jiraiya stated, pleased, as he saw the duo enter the room. Now that we're all here, we can finally begin. The council room was a large room where most meetings were held. There was a long and large table in the middle, surrounded by several cushy chairs and cushions, with several drawers full of scrolls and thick folders resting against the walls. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and their sensei and former Hokage, Herzu and Sarutobi, were the only Konoha ninja present. There were other 3 ninja, 2 women, and a boy, sitting around the table. The youngest 2 were a nervous-looking young man with light blue hair who wore glasses, and an angry-looking short girl with dark red hair. Zabuza didn't know who those 2 were, but the fact that they were carrying 2 of the 7 swords didn't go unnoticed. He did recognize the third one, a woman in her late 20s with long, spiky dark red hair with a bang covering half her face, given that she was almost like a celebrity in Kirigakure. Mei Terumi, Zabuza dully stated. I must admit seeing you here is a surprise. Am I a good surprise, or a bad one? Mei asked in her trademark sultry voice. That would depend on your reason to be here, Zabuza replied, before staring at Jiraiya. Hokage-sama, I think I deserve an explanation for this. And you'll have it, Zabuza. But first, take a seat and let's hear what Miss Terumi has to say, Jiraiya replied. Begrudgingly, Zabuza did as he was told, with Haku doing the same. And given that you 2 know each other, we can skip the introductions. Now, let's begin, Jiraiya said. Mei cleared her throat before beginning. Like all of you probably know, Kirigakure has been involved in a civil war these past few years. The war was a result of our village's increasingly bloodthirsty customs, which reached such point that civilians grew to hate us ninja as if we were demons. After our original leader died, I took the duty to continue the fight, Mei recounted. And let me guess, Zabuza interrupted. You want me to help you with your rebellion? Yes, that's why I came here, Mei confirmed. I'm aware of your current predicament, and want to negotiate with Hokage Dano the terms so you can be released from your probation and go back with us to liberate our home. You can't do that. An outraged Zabuza shouted at Jiraiya. I might have a debt with Konoha, but you can't sell me as if I was a slave. Nobody's a slave here, Zabuza, Mei told him in a reassuring tone. You'd work for me as any other ninja of Kirigakure. I don't plan to put you in chains and whip your back. Unless you're into that kind of stuff, she added with a giggle. Zabuza didn't find that funny. What if I refuse? Zabuza tentatively asked. Mei looked slightly surprised, but overall unimpressed. Well, I don't know why you should. We have common goals, wouldn't be for the best if we joined forces? You started a coup against Yagura years ago, the same coup that inspired this rebellion. However, we managed to amass way more resources than you did. Now you have a chance to finish what you started all those years ago. And once Yagura is deposed, who'll take his place? You. Zabuza asked. Mei looked as if the swordsman asked something glaringly obvious. Well, yes. I'm leading the rebellion, and so far all my followers support me as the next Mizukage. That's where the problem lies. I threw that coup so I could be the next Mizukage, not somebody else. I fight to see my ambitions become a reality, not yours. Zabuza angrily shouted. It isn't tradition for the strongest ninja to be the leader of a village. Mei asked in a faux innocent tone. Zabuza's eye twitched upon catching the implication of that question. Are you implying that you're stronger than me? Zabuza asked in a threatening tone. Once again, Mei looked as if he said something obvious. Well, yes. I mean, I know the extent of your capabilities, and they're impressive, Mei shooed him a condescending smile. But compared to me, you don't even reach the sole of my boots. Zabuza slammed his fist on the table. Enough. I won't allow you to keep me insulting like that. You think that having 2 bloodline limits already makes you that strong. You have no idea of what true strength means. Is that a challenge? Mei asked, raising her visible eyebrow. You want to fight me? You can bet it is, Zabuza seethed. Okay then, let's make this more interesting. If you manage to defeat me, once I negotiate the terms of your release, I'll step down and appoint you the leader of the rebellion. All my resources and assets will be yours. But if I win, you'll join my forces and fight for me against Yagura and his minions. Deal? Mei asked, showing a conciliating smile. You have no idea what you got yourself into, miss, Zabuza said as he stood up. Whoa there, calm down everybody. Jiraiya asked, raising his voice. Miss Terumi, you said the matter at hand was urgent. Can't this wait? Don't worry, Hokage Dano. It won't take more than 10 minutes, Mei replied as she stood up. Let them fight, Tsunade told Jiraiya, repressing a small giggle. Seeing them argue and bicker is way funnier than any of the soap operas I watch. Zabuza-sama, is this really necessary? Haku asked as he followed his master outside. Yes. We have to make clear who's in command here, Zabuza stated. Outside the tower, 5 minutes later. Zabuza laid in the ground, trembling. His trusty executioner's blade was stabbed into the ground a few meters from him. His clothes were charred and had several burns across his body. Mei, on the other hand, didn't look any worse for the wear. To make her obvious victory even more evident, she planted a foot on Zabuza's chest. Well, that was a fun spar, Zabuza-chan, but now we have a village to liberate. Mei then looked at the staring Jiraiya. Once somebody heals Zabuza-chan, we can continue the meeting. Zabuza-sama, Haku called. Now that it's clear who's in command here, what do we do? 10 minutes later, after Tsunade healed Zabuza and the swordsman was given new clothes to wear after the ones he was wearing were damaged, the Konoha and Kiri parties resumed their meeting inside the tower. And after a few minutes of bargaining, Zabuza's probation was finally over and he was free to leave Konoha if he chose to. Is Zabuza that important to you? I admit that he's a good ninja, but I doubt that a single man will be able to give you such an edge over your enemies, Jiraiya questioned. Given how much you are willing to pay to have him back. Is not about him, but what he represents, Mei replied. The 7 swordsmen are the pride and joy of the Hidden Mist, and keeping their loyalty is a must for any Mizukage. Of the current wielders of the 7 swords, 3 of them still serve Yagura, while other 2 are loyal to the rebellion. Of the 2 remaining, Kisame Hoshigaki joined the mercenary group Akatsuki, while Zabuza became an independent mercenary. At least, until a few years ago. After taking part in the Uchiha insurrection, he vanished. Rumors said that he was now working for Konoha, but they were just that, rumors. And you decided to check if those rumors were true. Hiruzen inquired. Oh, no. If I came here with such unreliable information, you could have claimed that Zabuza wasn't here. I came here once I had irrefutable evidence about Zabuza's change of allegiances, Mei replied. And that would be? Zabuza asked. It's a long and really funny story, but I guess I can tell, Mei replied, as she began. You see, our main tactic to win this war is to target the ships that supply Kirigakure and steal them for us. Tracking the ships, however, was the hardest part, since they're manned by the best sailors money can buy, and often changed their sea routes in order to avoid us. About a year ago, this changed. The ships weren't so careful, and we were able to plunder plenty of them. Not just that, but we also found out the business who owned those ships, the Gato Corporation. All of them were aware of who Gato was and how he met his end. That was a very good lead that would take her to Zabuza. We decided to track and kill Gato in order to disable Yagura's main supply lines. My spies eventually tracked him in the small island nation of the Land of the Waves. But when we got there, it turns out that somebody beat us to the punch. Gato was already dead, and the company's board members have been trying to cover his demise, while they all fought to become the next CEO, which explained the company's poor state. The locals told my ninja everything. Turns out, Gato wanted to take over the small country, and to do so bought all the ports and harbors. However, a man named Tajuna challenged Gato and started building a bridge to connect the island nation with the continent. Of course, Gato wasn't going to have any of that, and sent a squad of assassins to kill him. Tajuna managed to avoid them and escape to the continent. A month later, he returned with a Konoha ninja escort, who by all means fit Zabuza's description, who kept Gato's assassins at bay while the bridge was being built. When the bridge was close to being finished, Gato himself showed up, leading an army of thugs, in order to kill Tajuna and his ninja. None of them got out of there alive. The bridge was complete, and his job done, the ninja left. Mei smiled widely as she leaned back on her chair as she put both hands behind her head. This was going to be really good. My spies decided to follow this lead and go to Konoha. So imagine their surprise when they were about to cross the bridge, and saw the Great Zabuza Bridge, written in big, capital letters on it. Zabuza's eyes opened so wide, they looked they would pop out of their sockets. What? You made such an impression there, that the villagers decided to name a bridge after you. So cute, Mei cooed. I'm going to kill that old man and his whole family. Zabuza growled as his hands violently strangled an imaginary victim. Save all that killing intent for when we go back to fight Yagura's ninja, Mei calmly told him, as she stood up from her chair. When the news of Zabuza joining my ranks spreads, not only it will provide a morale boost for my troops, but it will encourage others to join us as well. With 3 swordsmen supporting the rebellion, people will see we have more chances at winning this than what they initially thought. But let's not dwell in the past anymore. As the most experienced member of my swordsmen, you shall be their captain. Now I believe you should meet your Koi. Mei made a hand motion, and the 2 young swordsmen walked towards Zabuza. The bespectacled boy introduced himself first. It's an honor to finally meet you, Zabuza-senpai. My name is Kojuro, the boy stammered as he made a polite bow. You have the Hiramekarei? What the hell happened to Mainjutsu? Zabuza asked in disbelief. Mainjutsu-senpai sadly dash. Shut up, it was a rhetorical question. If you have his preferred sword, I can figure out what happened to him, an irritated Zabuza growled. He then stared at the intimidated young man a bit more. You're a kid. How old are you? 10. Actually, I'm 17, Kojuro meekly said before returning to Mei's side. The other swordsman, the red-headed girl, walked to Zabuza, ready to introduce herself. Another little kid? You've turned the 7 swordsmen into a nursery. Zabuza said, before the girl could introduce herself. I'm 18, you moron. And what I lack in height, I make up for in sheer deadliness. I bet killed more people than you. The kunoichi protested. I find that unlikely, brat, Zabuza scoffed. Now, Zabuza-chan, don't be like that. Mayor Ringo proved to be worthy of the blades she carries, and so did Kojuro. Don't let their youth make you underestimate them, Mei interceded. Will you stop calling me Zabuza-chan? Zabuza shouted indignantly. Absolutely not, Zabuza-chan, Mei replied with the most condescending and mocking smile she could. Deciding the discussion was over, Mei then walked towards Haku, who so far had remained silent for the whole meeting. Reports said Zabuza had an apprentice of the Yuki clan. Is that you? Mei asked. Haku looked at both Zabuza and Jiraiya. The 2 of them nodded at him. Yes, Mei-sama, it's me. My name is Haku Yuki. A pleasure to meet you, Haku said, as he made a slight bow. Mei smiled tenderly. Such polite boy. Can I see a demonstration of your powers? Haku nodded and placed his hands in front of each other, as if grabbing an invisible object. Suddenly, a small ball of ice appeared between his hands, rotating around itself. Impressive. Good to see that at least one clan survived the bloodline purges, Mei stated in satisfaction. Do you want to hire Haku too for your campaign? Jiraiya asked, a bit uneasy. While he was okay with letting Zabuza go, he wasn't so eager to lose the chance to give Konoha a new bloodline limit-bearing clan. Yes, but not just him, Mei replied, much to Jiraiya's confusion. So far, we've been fighting a guerrilla war due not having enough numbers for a proper assault, but that's going to change soon. You see, my pirate fleet is very lucrative, and has amassed quite amount of wealth during the past years. Now is the moment to put that wealth to good use, and use it to expand our forces. Konoha made quite a display of power during the last few Chunin exams, especially the one that took place here. I'm very interested in the ninja of that generation that Haku-kun here belongs to. But I know that Konoha has a lot more to offer than that as well. Why us? Konoha and Kiri have always been enemies. Why do you think we should help you? Hiruzen asked. You answered yourself, none of Kirigaku's allies would help me oust Yagura, so of course going to their enemies would be the best option, Mei explained. Besides, given the way you stopped both the Uchiha insurrection and Orochimaru's invasion, I'd say Konoha's ninja have a lot experience when it comes to warfare. I think I'll take that as a compliment, Jiraiya unsurely replied. Anyway, how much money are you willing to spend, Miss Terumi? Mei's smile curved even more. I was expecting you to ask that, Hokage Dano, and I'm sure that the answer won't disappoint you. Turns out Mei was right. She was willing to spend a lot of money. The money she spent to have Zabuza released from probation was nothing compared to all the money she brought with her. And while all that money could allow her to hire literally hundreds of Konoha ninja, the Mizukage hopeful decided that she preferred quality over quantity. Her first choices were the squads formed by the generation known as the Konoha 15, of which Naruto and Haku were part of, as well as their respective sensei. Her next choice were Jiraiya and Tsunade themselves. Jiraiya had to decline the offer, since he was a Kage, he didn't do missions and was needed at the village. Tsunade also disagreed, not just because her responsibilities at the Konoha hospital, but because she was no longer a ninja. Still, she ensured Mei that the medics of the medical squad were the next best thing after her. Mei wanted to recruit Itaki Uchiha as well, but unfortunately he was out of the village doing a long-term intelligence gathering mission. Fortunately, Shisui was available to go. The fact that his wife was going was a big boon. That means that little Shiro would be left under Jiraiya and Tsunade's care until the two of them returned. By the time Mei ran out of money, she had hired 122 Konoha ninja, 47 Jonin and Special Jonin and 75 Chunin. Many people might think it was an insignificant number, given the scale of the campaign the rebel leader was embarked on, but if Jiraiya's word that those ninja were the best Konoha had to offer at the moment, she had high hopes they would be enough to tip the balance in her favor. Lastly, Mei also asked for Zabuza's other two accomplices, Go-Aizu and Mi-Aizu, the so-called demon brothers. Given that they weren't as big of a threat or an asset as Zabuza, Jiraiya agreed to hand them to Mei. Well, it was a pleasure doing business with you, Miss Terumi, Jiraiya stated once the contract forms had been filled and signed. When do you plan to go back to the Land of Water? As soon as possible. Tomorrow morning we shall return to the ships, so make sure your ninja are ready to go by then, Mei replied. They will, I can assure you that. Now, is there anything else you'd want to discuss before you go? Jiraiya asked. As a matter of fact, yes. There's an important fact about Yagura that you and your ninja need to know, Mei began. If you're going to tell me that he's a Jinchuriki, I already know that, Jiraiya replied, as he crossed his arms. Mei was taken aback. Her visible eye was wide open in shock, her mouth agape. How did you know? Jiraiya smirked. Despite being a married man, he loved whenever he managed to impress or surprise beautiful young women. Before being Hokage, I used to run Konoha's spy and intelligence network. Due a certain series of events, I had to conduct an extensive research on tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki. Said research was rather fruitful. Konoha knows the identity of all 9 Jinchuriki, as well as what tailed beast they hold, Jiraiya explained, though it was more of a boast. Really impressive, Mei conceded. And do you know the level of control said Jinchuriki have over their beasts? In some cases. I know that one of Kumo's Jinchuriki, the Raikage's brother, has perfect control over his tailed beast. The rest all have a varied range of control, though they aren't that big of a threat by themselves, Jiraiya replied. Well, in that case, let me provide you with some additional intel. Yagura also has perfect control over his tailed beast, Mei stated. This time, it was Jiraiya, Tsunade and Hiruzen's turn to be surprised. What? Hiruzen asked in surprise. That is troubling news, Tsunade interceded. If the enemy has a perfect Jinchuriki, then your war has become much harder to win. I know. That's why I was banking on your son the Jinchuriki to balance things out, Mei replied, and before the others could have any chance to ask, she added, yes, I know your son is a Jinchuriki. Of the 9 tails, no less. Is not that hard to guess if one connects the dots, starting from the eponymous beast's attack on Konoha almost 15 years ago. Sadly, while I did train Naruto to the best of my ability, and he has grown into a fine and powerful ninja, we've made little progress when it comes to control the 9 tails chakra, Jiraiya sadly admitted. Mei visibly deflated. Then we don't have any means to match Yagura's power. Still, we have to keep trying dash. Actually, Naruto might be of help. He might not be able to use the 9 tails chakra on his whim, but he is a master of senjutsu, Tsunade interceded. That piece of information caught Mei's attention, who seemed to grow hopeful once again. Senjutsu? Your son is a sage? How? He's so young. Mei asked, clearly surprised. But if what you say is true, then we might still have a chance. By the way, Miss Terumi, I noticed something. If you were interested in Naruto-kun, then that means that there are no Jinchuriki among your ranks, Hiruzen deduced. Does that mean the Jinchuriki of the 6 tails is also loyal to Kirigakure? Mei shook her head. Yotakata is loyal to no one. He refused to serve Yagura, and thus he left the village, becoming a missing nin. My spies managed to locate him before Yagura did, and I personally tried to persuade him to join us, but he refused to get involved in the war. Well, that's one thing less to worry about, Jiraiya stated. Are you sure he will remain neutral? That's the impression I got the time I spoke to him. In fact, he was planning to leave the land of water altogether, Mei replied. Alright then, if there's nothing left to discuss, then we're finished here, Jiraiya stated. I agree. I'll go to prepare for the journey back, Mei replied. Konoha Hospital, that afternoon. Rin had just finished to check the last patient for the morning, and decided to go to the hospital's cafeteria in order to have some light snack before resuming her shift. However, before she could get there, an old friend of hers made himself known. Yo! Rin turned around and saw Kakashi perched on an open window. Oh, hello, Kakashi, Rin greeted, showing a hint of a smile. What can I do for you? I just wanted to tell you that I'm going to leave for a long-term mission. I don't know how long it will last, but it can be weeks, even months, the copy ninja gravely said. Oh. Rin held her hands a bit worried. What is this mission about? My team and I, as well as many other Konoha ninja, have been hired to take part in the Kirigakure Civil War, Kakashi announced. The mere mention of Kirigakure made her heart stop for a second. The hidden mist. It was the ninja of that village who started everything. The ones who turned her into a Jinchuriki, forcing her to commit suicide, which was unfortunately witnessed by the still-living Obito, which in turn pushed him to join a terrorist organization that eventually resurrected her. She still had nightmares in which Kiri Ninja returned to take her back and do unspeakable things to her. She did learn about the still ongoing civil war when she was catching up on all the events she missed the years she was inside that cocoon. Truth be told, she didn't care much which side won, and hoped that conflict wouldn't splat Konoha. Her hopes had been cruelly crushed. Well, I wanted to tell you that if you see that time passes and we don't return, so you don't think the worst has happened, Kakashi tried to reassure her. Rin looked pensive, but still worried. She bit her lip while trying to figure out what to say, but Kakashi beat her to the punch. So, how have you been? Kakashi asked, even if he knew what her answer would be. Okay, I guess. I think I'm finally getting used to this new future Konoha, even if it took me some time, Rin replied. Thankfully, I don't need to go to any of those seminars to update my medical knowledge anymore. I can't believe how much our medicine has advanced since I was absent. Well, you can thank Tsunade-sama for coming back to the village. Thanks to her, we now have the best medicnin of the whole elemental nations, Kakashi stated, then he added, of which you are part now. I may be a medic, but I'm not a ninja anymore, Rin sadly said, her statement being followed by an awkward silence. Feeling the mood was way too somber, the copy ninja decided to change the topic. I see you're getting taller. Whatever Obito did you, it didn't hamper your natural growth. Rin chuckled, as her body visibly relaxed. Yeah. I've never been so happy to see that my clothes didn't fit anymore. It's a good thing, because otherwise you would never be able to go out to drink at night with me and the others, Kakashi replied awkwardly, placing his hand behind his head. Rin giggled a bit as well. Well, I can still hang out with you guys, even if I can't drink yet. And even if it's kind of weird for a teen to hang out with grown men and women. Hopefully in the future, we'll look back at this moment, and we'll all laugh. Anyway, I better get going. Wish me luck, the silver-haired Jonin said before leaving. Actually, Rin said too late. She groaned, and resumed her way to the cafeteria. Once there, she sat in one of the tables, and tried to push what Kakashi had told her out of her mind. However, it wasn't possible. She wouldn't have given any thought if it was any other village, but Kiri? The memories were too strong, and too painful. It was partially thanks to what happened during her final mission that she has been unable to return to active duty. And now, Kiri came back to her doorstep, to finish what it started so many years ago. It's okay. I don't need to get myself involved in this, she said aloud. Kakashi and the others will come back safe and sound. There's no need to worry. But she was worried. Very worried. It couldn't be a coincidence that Konoha was once again involved with that accursed village. Then again, it may had never stopped being involved, since there was one of the infamous 7 swordsmen working for the village for a couple years now. And she had the dreadful sensation that something horrible was going to happen. Pushing her fears aside, she stood up, and took a decision. Hokage's office. Come in. Jiraiya said after somebody knocked on his door. The door opened, revealing Rin Nohara, better known as the girl who came back from the dead. So far, she had kept a low profile while working at the hospital. Kakashi hoped that, by giving her space, maybe one day she'll feel ready to return to active duty. According to the silver-haired man, she had the potential to be almost as good as Tsunadeheim when it comes to medicine. Ah, good afternoon, Rin, Jiraiya greeted the girl with a sincere grin. What can I do for you? Hokage-sama. I came here to ask you for a favor, Rin politely asked. Well, I'm all ears. Rin took a deep breath, as if she needed to mentally prepare what she wanted to say. Jiraiya suspected it would be something big, and he wasn't wrong. I wish to take part in the mission to Kirigakure, the medic Nin finally said. Jiraiya was taken aback. For a girl who spent so much time away from battle, and her history with that village, it was rather shocking. I think there may be a problem, Jiraiya replied, after the shock wore off. You see, the leader of the rebels has already spent all her money hiring other ninja. You weren't part of the selection process since you weren't in active duty. I don't care. I'll go for free. Rin pleaded. Please, Hokage-sama, I need to go. Isn't this too much of a leap? I mean, you've been off duty for more than a year, and now you want to get involved in a war? Especially in Kirigakure. Given your history with that village, I never imagined you'd want to get involved, the Toad Sage told her. I know. It sounds so nonsensical, but that's exactly why I need to go, Rin asked. I need to face Kirigakure again if I ever want to move on. Jiraiya didn't say anything, as he pondered what to do, before he finally took a decision. Alright then, you can go. Given you used to be teammates, you'll be a temporary aggregate to Kakashi's animal squad. Stay close to him and do everything she says, understood? Rin beamed with joy. A weird way to react to know you're going to a war, but then again, she asked for it in the first place. Understood, Hokage-sama. Thank you for this, Rin said as she repeatedly bowed before him. The next day, as Jiraiya had promised, all the Konoha ninja May had hired for her rebellion were already in Konoha's northern gate, ready to go to the land of water. Some of the ninjas there, such as Kakashi, Rin, and Guy, were veterans of the Third War, while most of them weren't, and their closest experience to war were either Orochimaru's invasion attempt a year ago, or the Uchiha insurrection. Regardless of this, all of them couldn't help but feel nervous. Going to war was way above the average mission, even those ranked as S. Many of them were talking among each other, mostly to entertain themselves before it was time to go. Haku-kun, given that you're from the land of water, how do you feel about going back? Hinata asked her teammate. Guess that you'll be happy to return to your previous home and help to liberate it, Naruto added. Truth be told, I hardly think in the land of water as my home anymore, Haku began. I've been living in Konoha for so much time, coupled with the fact that that place was where I lost my original family, you can imagine my feelings towards that place are mixed at best. That's really sad. I can't imagine myself having such feelings for Konoha, Hinata mentioned. Even with all the bad things that happened here. Konoha had the luck of being ruled by just men, and not bloodthirsty tyrants, Haku observed. Something that wasn't always the case in Kirigakuru's case. But thankfully our help to the rebellion will put an end to that, Naruto optimistically stated. Haku-kun, in case everything goes fine, what are you going to do? Hinata fearfully asked. I know Hokage-sama allowed you to leave with Zabuza-san the moment the latter finishes his probation. Honestly, I don't know, Haku admitted. I don't want to leave Konoha. I made many friends and even have a girlfriend here. But my loyalty will always be with Zabuza-sama. If he returns to Kirigakure and wants me to go back with him, I have no choice. Why don't you tell Zabuza you're happy here, and ask him to stay? Naruto asked. I can't do that. My debt with Zabuza-sama is one I will never be able to repay. Asking more is simply unthinkable, Haku replied. While Naruto and Hinata were unable to understand such train of thought, they decided to respect it nonetheless, even if they really wanted to tell Haku to make his own decisions regardless of what Zabuza said. What about Tenten? Aren't you going to tell her about this? Naruto asked. You might have to break up with her. Haku sighed again. I've been trying to bring up the topic but, I just can't bring myself to have this conversation with her. I know I have to sooner or later but, it's really hard for me. I hope Zabuza allows you to stay here once the war ends, Naruto said. Or else, the team will be down to Hinata and I. And I don't want some newbie upstaging your place. I hope that too. But for the time being, we should focus on the mission at hand, Haku declared. The three ninjas saw their sensei walking towards them, with a small smile on her lips. I heard we'll be going soon. Are you guys ready? The raven-haired woman asked her students. Yup. You bet we are. Naruto proudly declared. You know, I've always wanted an opportunity to test everything I learned during the past years. The missions we got weren't all that big. You might find this way too big for your taste, Naruto, Kurane advised. Even if I do agree that you've grown powerful, there are always enemies out there ready to show you how weak you are. Besides, Mei-san wants you to help her fight the Mizukage, who is a perfect Jinchuriki. Even with your Sage mode, he's an opponent not to be underestimated, Haku warned him. I know, and I'll be ready. I have a new jutsu capable of harming even a tailed beast, Naruto boasted. Hinata then turned around and noticed something. Oh look, there's Mei-san. Everybody's attention was drawn to the woman who would be their new boss for the foreseeable future. She was flanked by the 3 of the 7 swordsmen loyal to her. Everybody stood to attention as she was ready to give a speech. It seems that all of you are here, good, Mei began, as she inspected the ninja in the front rows. I know you're Konoha ninja, but as long as this campaign lasts, you will only be loyal to me. Fear not, since I won't test your loyalty by making you go against your village's interests. Your only enemies will be Yagura's men. Time is of essence, so we need to move fast. We will travel to the east until we reach the coast. There, I have a transport ship prepared to carry all of you to my base. Once we reach there, we will plan our next move. Now if somebody has any questions. Several hands were up. I suggest you to keep them to yourselves until we reach my main base. All hands went down, as some ninja started to murmur. Well, I hope you guys are ready, because we're leaving now. So everybody, move. Mei ordered as she and her entourage began their march towards the west coast. While they took a couple seconds to react, the large group of Konoha ninja quickly began to move, following their temporary boss into the thick forests of the Land of Fire. Back in Konoha, Hokage's office. After seeing the Konoha ninjas hired by Mei, his son among them, finally leave for Kirigakure, Jiraiya returned to his never-ending pile of work. Of course, it didn't last long until the monotony of his work would be disturbed. An Umbu appeared in front of him. "Hokage-sama, there's somebody who wants to see you," the Umbu informed. Weird. "I don't have any appointments until 1 in the afternoon, Jiraiya replied. "Tell that person to ask for an appointment like everybody else. It's not some random person, Hokage-sama, but Danzo Shimura," the Umbu uneasily clarified. Now that was something that got Jiraiya's attention. Despite being part of the Council of Elders, Danzo rarely showed up to the meetings, nor voiced any concerns over the way the Toad Sage ran the village. Until now, that's it. While reluctant, Jiraiya decided that he could spare a moment to hear him out. "Tell him to come in." "As you wish, Hokage-sama," the Umbu said before vanishing. A couple seconds later, the door of his office opened, revealing the crippled one-eyed man that was both his sensei's longtime friend and sworn rival. "Danzo, what a surprise." "Take a seat, please," Jiraiya said in a painfully fake polite tone. Not paying attention to that, the elder did as Jiraiya told him. "What do I owe this visit?" Jiraiya asked. Albeit deep down, he knew the answer. "I've recently been informed that you allowed a contingent of some of our best ninjas be deployed to intervene in Kirigakure's civil war," the war hawk began. "I wish to know why I haven't been told the moment this decision was made. Last time I checked, the Hokage doesn't have to answer to anybody, so I don't think I owe you any explanation of what I do," Jiraiya replied. "Quite fooling around, Jiraiya," Danzo snapped, without losing his usual cool. "Getting involved in another village's affair is something that needs to be discussed with the council, so the best decision can be reached. First of all, it's Hokage-sama to you," Jiraiya gravely replied, as he fixed a hard glare on the war hawk, who wasn't perturbed. "Second, I didn't randomly decide to have Konoha be part of their civil war. The leaders of one of the sides hired some of our ninjas to boost their forces. It's a job just like any other." "That's a lie, and you know it," Danzo replied. "A group of ninja of such scale, coupled with the skill of many of its members, can easily tip the balance of the civil war. And that's a bad thing because?" Jiraiya asked, clearly not following the elder. "The faster the civil war ends, the more lives won't be senselessly wasted. Those lives are of foreign people, and thus not our concern," Danzo coldly dismissed. Jiraiya chuckled. "See? That line of thinking is why you were always passed over the title of Hokage." Despite such a shot, Jiraiya failed to get a reaction out of Danzo. "And are you so willing to save lives even if it comes at the cost of our ninja?" Danzo questioned. "I know many ninja won't come back home, but that's a risk they are aware of," Jiraiya rebutted, as he crossed his arms. "But like I said, this isn't an humanitarian mission. Mei paid for the ninja she took with her. We never discriminated any client before, and I see no reason to start now. Don't you see it? The longer the civil war continues, the more Kirigakure will be weakened. And if they don't end up destroying themselves, we could have easily finished off the winner, erasing a longtime enemy and competition of Konoha," Danzo explained. "And then Konoha would have reaped the benefits of their chaos, such as any survivor with a bloodline limit, and some of the swords of the Seven Swordsmen. Given what you did with Zabuza and Haku, I thought that was your long-term plan, but it seems you are not as interested in strengthening Konoha as much as I thought." Jiraiya found Danzo's accusation insulting, but thought it would be better not to let him be carried away by his emotions. "I wouldn't have accepted this job if I didn't have Konoha's best interest at heart, and if you had a more open mind, you'd see the benefits of this transaction. Such as, if we manage to help Mei overthrow Yagura, we will gain a powerful ally, given that, even if she did pay for our help, she will owe part of her victory to us," Jiraiya started to explain. "With Suna and Kiri as our allies, Iwa and Kumo won't be as eager to start wars against us like they did in the past. Incidents like the Hyuga affair won't happen again. Alliances cannot be trusted. A friend today can become an enemy tomorrow. What will be of us if any of our so-called allies betray us? We have to learn to be self-reliant, or else destruction will be our only fate," Danzo stated. "Trust me, I made everything in my power to make Konoha strong, but alliances are never to be dismissed. That's why, even if we encourage all of our ninja to train to become stronger, they go to missions in squads and not alone, Jiraiya replied. The Sannin was starting to lose his patience. You wanted to know why I allowed Mei to acquire the services of our village, and now you know it. As a Hokage, I'm a very busy man, so if you don't have any more grievances to discuss, I'd like to resume my work. Danzo seemed to accept the end of the discussion, as he stood up and moved towards the door, but before opening his mouth one last time. You'll regret this decision, Hokage, Danzo gravely told him. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, as he glared at Danzo. Is that a threat? It's a warning. And it's not me I'm warning you about, the head of Root stated before leaving the room. Root's headquarters, sometime later. While the old Warhawk was an expert at suppressing his emotions, there were times, such as now, in which he wished he could scream into the sky and let all his rage away. But he knew from experience that such actions brought short-term relief at the expense of long-term consequences. Not that it made him feel any better. Days like today make him lament losing Shisui's Sharingan to the Akatsuki. With the power of that unique eye, he could have manipulated all the right people in order to get himself promoted to Hokage. But alas, fate had a different plan, and favored the enemy that day, in more ways than one. Jiraiya was pretty much a follower of Hiruzen's philosophy of seeking peace and creating bonds with other villages, instead of crushing them when they're down so Konoha can reign supreme. And it wasn't the first time that he was told that his refusal to adhere to such way of thinking cost him being Hokage. Danzo had to admit there was some truth to Fugaku Uchiha's words regarding the clan's reasons to launch a coup d'état. Every Hokage was related to the previous one in some way. Tobirama was Hashirama's brother. Hiruzen was Tobirama's apprentice. Jiraiya was Hiruzen's apprentice, and Minato was Jiraiya's. And given Naruto's meteoric rise in power and prestige, it was more than likely that he will become the next Hokage once Jiraiya retired. He wouldn't say Hiruzen was a bad Hokage, at least on paper. His old friend was powerful, experienced, wise and knowledgeable. He had all the desirable traits a Kage should have. However, his childlike naivete and delusions about forgiveness and peace made him a wrong choice. The ninja world was cruel, with no place for childish ideals, and no way to be changed. The only way to survive was to be more cruel than your enemies. As soon as he entered his lair, his two strongest and most loyal agents appeared besides him. Danzo-sama, Fu, the Yamanaka redhead, greeted him. How was the meeting with the Hokage? As fruitless as I had feared. I'm afraid that there's nothing we can do now, Danzo replied. Maybe we can send some agents to sabotage Kirigakura while they're fighting. Torun, the masked Abarame, suggested. Danzo shook his head. For such idea to work, would have needed to know about Konoha's intervention well in advance. However, not everything is lost. Fortunately, I managed to sneak and infiltrate her among the group which left with the Kiri ninja. At the very least, we'll obtain some valuable information about our enemies. 3 days later, aboard Mei's ship. The Konoha ninja managed to reach the coast in 2 days, just as Mei was hoping. Thanks to their seal righty, they were able to board the ship in no time and head towards the land of water. Then, it would be an estimate of 3 days until they reached Mei's main base and planned the offensive. Sadly, 3 days was too much, and the ship was too small for sparring, or even doing any kind of exercise. So the only way to pass the time was talking with others, eating, or, if you were lucky enough to have a significant other aboard, making out. Unfortunately for Sakura, the latter option wasn't available to her, despite the object of her affections being on board. Oh well, since she had nothing better to do, she might as well try to change that. Like most people, Sasuke was in the deck, resting against a railing with his arms crossed and his usual "I don't give a damn about anything" expression. Without saying anything, Sakura walked towards him, and rested her arms on the railing while she gazed at the expanse of water before her eyes. I've never seen the ocean before. So much water. Sakura casually mentioned. Even if Sasuke appeared to pay her no mind, she had learned that the Uchiha was indeed listening. It's so beautiful, don't you think? Maybe at first, but it gets boring really quickly, the Uchiha replied. Hope we can get to land of water as soon as possible. Where's the hurry? You should try to enjoy the trip a bit more. I mean, it's not every day we can get a sea trip, right? Sakura asked. I've never been a fan of this kind of things. But at the very least, it gives me time to think, Sasuke replied, as his eyes sharpened. Sakura turned around, resting her back on the railing, and looked at Sasuke with a sincere smile. And do you mind sharing what are you thinking right now? See that guy over there? The one drawing a picture. Sasuke mentioned. Sakura scanned the crowd before her, until she saw the boy Sasuke was talking about. A pale-looking, black-haired boy, dressed in black, sitting on a chair, working on a picture. What about him? Sakura asked, as a dreadful thought crawled up her back. Oh please, don't tell me you're into guys, Sasuke-kun. That boy appears to be the same age as us, yet I don't remember seeing him in the academy, Sasuke mentioned. Sakura inwardly sighed in relief, and addressed Sasuke's worries. Well, maybe he graduated before us. Then how is that we didn't see him in the Chunin exams? Neither the ones who took place in Konoha, nor the ones in which you and Karen graduated, Sasuke observed. And before you said that maybe he's still a genin, remember that this is an S-rank mission. No genin would be allowed. You think there's something fishy about him? Sakura asked. Sasuke nodded. It's a gut feeling, but there's something about that guy that makes me distrust him. I see. Do you want me to go and talk to him? Maybe I can get something out of him, Sakura offered, knowing very well that for all his talents as a ninja, Sasuke wasn't the most social person. I'd appreciate it, Sasuke replied. Sakura nodded, and headed towards the drawing boy. Walking to him from behind, she took a look first at the picture he was drawing. While it appeared he was drawing the oceanic scenery, it was an abstract picture. That would be an excellent topic to break the ice. Nice picture, Sakura praised, her tone soft enough as not to startle the pale boy. I don't know much about art, but it looks really pretty. The boy turned around, and smiled at her. Thank you. I'm Sakura Harano, by the way, the pinkette said as she extended her hand at Sai, which he took. Nice to meet you. My name is Sai, and the feeling is mutual, Sai replied, keeping that smile all the way. The stiffness of his obviously fake smile was making Sakura a bit uncomfortable. You can stop smiling now, Sakura awkwardly said. Oh, sorry. I read in a book that a smile is a good way to show others your friendliness, Sai explained, much to Sakura's bewilderment. But if I'm making you feel uneasy, I'll stop, ugly. Sakura's eye twitched, as her teeth gritted. The hell did you call me? Oh, I also read in a book that giving nicknames is a good way to connect with people, and the best nicknames are those who define the dash. Shannaro. Sai suddenly found himself at the opposite end of one hell of a right hook, which sent the pale boy flying out of the ship and into the ocean. Chapter 44. Kirigaku's Hope. Or. Ready for the prison break. Land of Earth, undisclosed location. The mountains of the Land of Earth are one of the most inhospitable places of the entire elemental nations, with only the Land of Wind's Demon Desert managing to be close in such terms. The mountains had everything that made them unfit for humans being to live there, no trees to harvest lumber, no fertile land that could be farmed, very little available water, an extremely strenuous terrain difficult to traverse, much less to build a village on, and the only animals who dared to live there were large, ferocious beasts that were constantly fighting each other, usually for food, who didn't mind the collateral damage their fights could cause. Yes, such combination of factors made the mountains a place completely devoid of human beings. Just like Han wanted. Han, known as Han of the Steam Armor, while technically being an IWA ninja, preferred to live alone, far away from civilization. He was an extremely tall man, wearing a crimson armor that covered most of his body, and his face being obscured by both a mask that covered his mouth and nose, and a red conical straw hat. Being a Jinchuriki, the man had faced discrimination and scorn from his peers most of his life, that's why he chose a life of quiet solitude. While he was preparing some food, Han could hear the footsteps of several men. Whenever the Tsuchikage had a mission for him, he would send a squad of ninja with the news and details for his mission. It was an agreement he reached with Oniki, the current Tsuchikage. He would be allowed to live alone in peace, but he would work for IWA whenever they needed him. It was a better alternative than being a missing nin. Besides, that way he could get the supplies he needed to survive in such an hostile environment. However, there was a problem: these men, the four of them, weren't IWA ninja. In fact, they didn't look like ninja at all. They were wearing robes akin to religious men, had their head shaved, and their skin was dyed pitch black with white patterns, almost emulating bones. Han deduced they had to be some sort of cultists. "I don't know who you are," Han calmly said as he stood up. "But if you value your lives, you should leave this place immediately." The weird-looking men grinned, and unsheathed ritual daggers. Such a strange weapon to bring to a fight. "Sorry, you sinner, but our high priest has asked us to get you," one of the cultists said, grinning widely. "Alive, unfortunately. Genshin-sama won't be happy, but the word of our high priest can't be denied," another cultist said, as he menacingly advanced towards Han. "So make our jobs easier and dash." The third cultist never got to finish his sentence. In a blink, Han appeared before him, and blew a hole in his chest with a brutal punch, his fist bursting through the man's back. Han shook the man's lifeless corpse from his arm, and shot a murderous glare at the other three. "Who wants to go next?" he asked. A moment of silence. Then, the three remaining cultists' face contorted with rage, raised their daggers, and charged at Han. "For Genshin-sama!" they yelled in unison. Meanwhile, hidden above them, two men wearing black cloaks with red clouds observed the fight. One was a young man with slick silver hair combed backwards, who carried a large, three-bladed scythe. The other was a taller man whose face was covered by a mask, leaving only his bloodshot green eyes visible. "Your cultists are so inefficient, it's almost hilarious," Haydn, the second man commented. Haydn just shrugged, and chuckled. "I know. But I didn't bring those fuckers here to do our job for us, Kakuzu. It was you who wanted to assess our target before taking him on. Who cares if they die? We aren't going to do much assessment if they die so quickly," Kakuzu noted, as he observed how Han cooked a cultist alive with an attack that involved steam. "Look, he already killed 3 of them. We aren't going to kill him, and Genshin-sama demands sacrifices. It doesn't matter if it's a faithful or a heretic, even if Genshin-sama prefers the latter. It will grant us a swift victory," Haydn explained. Kakuzu frowned, and glared at his partner. "Do not let those superstitious beliefs of yours make you think you are invincible and fumble the mission. It took us way too long to locate Han to fail now. What are you saying by superstitions, you son of a bitch?" Haydn yelled at Kakuzu as he grabbed his scythe. "Fucking take back those words or else dash." "Hey, who the hell are you?" Han asked from below, after noticing the two Akatsuki. Kakuzu's glare intensified. "Way to go, idiot, he saw us. Now we lost the element of surprise." "Oh, who the hell needs that? I'm sure this fucker ain't that strong. Come on, Kakuzu!" Haydn shouted as he leaped at Han. Kakuzu groaned loudly. "One day, Haydn, I'll find a way to kill you." Seas of the Land of Water, Mei's transport ship. Suzuki and Sakura moved to the latter's cabin, of which she shared with Karen and their sensei, Shizuan, to discuss the Pink's less-than-stellar attempt at getting closer to Sai. "You know, the point of asking you to go talk to Sai instead of me is because you are better suited for this kind of situations," Suzuki pointed out. Sakura groaned. "I know, but the guy called me ugly. We just met, and he called me that. And he had the gall to claim it was an affectionate nickname. Anyway, while the guy was being fished back to the ship, I asked some questions to the others, mainly if they knew about him," Suzuki told her. "And what did you find out?" "Apparently, he's an Umbu. And not just that, but he had been trained as an Umbu all his life," the Uchiha revealed. Sakura raised an eyebrow. "That's odd. Umbu or not, all ninja are required to graduate the academy. I thought that as well. But apparently, he's part of some sort of experimental training in order to produce agents better suited for Black Ops," Suzuki explained. "No wonder the guy is so socially awkward. I didn't know the Hokage allowed for this kind of brutal methods. Isn't that the reason there's a rebellion in Kiri?" the Pinkette asked. "Yes. But you can voice your concern when we get back. As for the time being, we should keep an eye on him, Sasuke decided. Shouldn't we focus on the mission at hand instead? Sakura asked. Sasuke snorted. We're not genin anymore. We can do both things. Sakura blushed a bit in slight embarrassment. Right, sorry. By the way, where is Karen? I haven't seen her in all day, Sasuke wondered. To answer Sasuke's question, Karen was with Niji on the latter's cabin, of which he also shared with the other male members of their team. As previously stated, there was nothing much to do on a plane transport ship other than talk with others, eat or make out, and Karen and Niji decided to do the latter. However, after their make-out session, they decided to just relax, and remain snuggled on Niji's small but comfortable bed. I don't know how can I resist being far away from you for so long, Karen moaned, knowing full well that she wouldn't be able to stay with Niji once the mission began. They say absence makes the heart to grow fonder, Niji replied. The longer we are apart, the more we want to see each other again. Even then. Sometimes I envy Naruto Aizen so much. He gets to see his girlfriend all the time. How I wish you were on my team, Karen continued. Maybe, but it was our fate not to be teammates, Niji replied. That doesn't mean that our bond is any weaker, though. Karen smiled, of course not, she said as she kissed him in the lips. But maybe once this mission is over, we can ask for some vacation days. To spend it together, you know. While that sounds enticing, I'm afraid I will still be busy preparing my promotion to Jonin. Leisure time will have to wait, Niji replied. Karen frowned, and crossed her arms over her chest, and pouted a little. You're no fun. You already train in a lot, and are among the strongest ninja of our age. Isn't that enough for you? No, not until I don't achieve the Jonin rank, Niji replied. There's always room to get better. What about you, Karen? What about me, what? Karen asked back. Are you implying that I'm weak or I don't train enough? Far from it. But I wonder if you plan to stay at Sannin forever, Niji asked. Karen raised an eyebrow. I just got the rank not even a year ago. I don't think I'm ready to go for another promotion so soon. Why not? You're strong, and one of the kunoichi with the greatest potential I've ever seen. You could easily become Jonin before reaching adulthood, Niji observed. Karen blushed a bit. Why you think so? I wouldn't say that if I didn't think it. You only need to push yourself further, Niji advised. Hey. I do push myself really far, thank you very much. Karen protested, as she fixed a hard stare on her boyfriend. Niji, however, smirked. You think so? In that case, you wouldn't mind training with me and my team one of these days. Oh, please. Sakura trained with you guys. If she can do that, then so can I, Karen confidently replied. You sound very sure of yourself, Niji noted. Karen smirked at him. Of course I am. I'm very strong and have a lot of potential, right? And since I'm so sure, let's make this more interesting. If I manage to resist everything your training routine throws at me, you'll take a few days off to spend with me. No missions, and no training. And what if you fail? Niji asked. How dare you suggest I'm gonna fail, Karen stated, sounding half indignant. Let me think, if I fail, I'll admit you're right, and I'll continue training alongside you until you deem me worthy. Both outcomes involve getting closer to me, Niji observed. Karen frowned once again. And you're complaining. This time it was Niji who smirked at her. Not in the slightest. Niji then moved closer to Karen, and the two teens continued kissing. That's it, until somebody knocked the door. Ugh. Karen groaned. Go away. We're a bit busy here. I'm sorry to tell you that make-out time is over. We arrived at Mei-san's base, a voice the two of them recognized as Tenten informed them. Awesome timing, Karen snarked, as she rolled her eyes. I feel you, sister. Haku-kun and I were getting intimate too when Lee told me to look for Niji, Tenten replied. When they said that the first stop would be Mei's base, everybody imagined that they would go to some sort of town, small city, hidden fortress, or even a campsite. Yet instead, looming over the transport ship was an even bigger metal ship, way bigger than the one that hosted the preliminaries during the Chunin exam finals at Konoha. The huge ship was also surrounded by a thick layer of mist, probably created by the ninjas on board, in order to keep the ship hidden from any kind of sea patrol. Once the smaller ship was closer to the bigger one, a gangway was placed between the two of them so the Konoha ninja could access Mei's base. That's your base?" an incredulous Kiba asked. "Of course," Mei replied. "The land of water is not exactly big, and if I had a base on land, it would have been found and raised sooner or later. But by establishing my command center in a ship, my forces and I can be constantly on the move and avoid Yagura's trackers. I do have a few decoy bases in the mainland in order to distract the enemy, though," Mei added. "That's a very intelligent thing to do," Kakashi praised. "Ah, thanks. But I have to admit this idea was born out of experience and necessity rather than wit or intellect," Mei conceded. Ameirai took a step forward. "Everybody, get on board the ship. There's much to discuss and prepare, so time is of essence. Our personnel will show you your new cabins, as well as all of the ship's place of interest. And unlike this one, it has places where you can spar and train," Kojiro continued. "We hope that you find the Kirigakuru's Hope to your liking." After a few minutes, all of Konoha's ninja were aboard the Hope, and the smaller transport ship took a different direction. "All of the Jonin, come with me to the war room so we can discuss your first mission for the rebellion. Everybody else will be briefed once a plan had been devised. For the time being, feel free to roam the ship and see everything she has to offer," Mei instructed the Konoha ninja. Everybody took on Mei's offer, and decided to explore the ship. Much to their joy, the ship had multiple training and sparring rooms where the idle ninja could blow some steam and keep their skills honed. Plus the rooms were extra reinforced so the fights wouldn't damage the rest of the ship. Made sense for the ship to have such rooms, since Mei's ninja needed a place to train. Naruto and Hinata wondered if they could resume the makeout session that was tragically interrupted when Haku told them they had arrived, but neither of them were in the mood after such a jarring interruption. The blonde Jinchuriki then suggested to continue his training in lightning release, something Hinata didn't mind at all. Lightning release, spark shot. After doing the required hand seals, Naruto pointed 2 fingers forward, releasing a ridiculously small electrical bolt. "Damn it!" he yelled, as he stomped his foot in frustration. Spark shot was a D-rank jutsu, and the weakest and most simple lightning release jutsu. Yet Naruto was having trouble mastering it. His other 39 clones weren't having a much better time either. "Calm down, Naruto-kun. Frustration rarely leads to success," Hinata wisely advised. "I can't help but feel like that when I fail to master such a simple jutsu as this. I mean, I completed a jutsu my biological dad was unable to. I'm better than this." Naruto replied. "Even with clones, you can't expect to master everything the first try. I mean, you told me it took you weeks to combine elemental chakra with the Raise-Non, right?" Hinata pointed out. Naruto reluctantly nodded. "This is the same. Now, let's continue, shall we? Maybe you could give me some advice?" "There's something I must be doing wrong," Naruto told her. Hinata looked pensive. She brought a finger to her lips. "Oh, I know. I'll use my Byakugan and see how you mold your chakra before using the jutsu. That way I can see if you are doing something wrong." A devious smile appeared on Naruto's face. "Hinata-hime, if you wanted to see me without clothes, you only need to ask." Hinata turned incredibly red. Wait. That's not what I mean, I would never." She started to babble. "Relax, Hime. You should know that I'm joking," Naruto laughed. Well, it wasn't funny, I don't like when people insinuate that about me or my clan," Hinata protested, her normally pale face still pink. "And I wish you stopped doing it." "I do it because you're adorable when you get that flustered," Naruto replied, still showing that roguish smile. "Well, do you want me to help you, or not?" Hinata huffed, crossing her arms over her chest. Okay, sorry," Naruto replied. "Boy, I think I did that way too many times already. Hinata-hime doesn't anger easily, but I better do something to make up for that just in case." Byakugan. Naruto and his clones repeated the jutsu a couple times, under Hinata's watchful gaze. They didn't need to go it a third time. Okay, I think I know what you're doing wrong, Hinata said. All clones looked at her, expectant. And that would be? The original asked. You release the chakra way too early. You need to let it build up for a while before casting the jutsu, Hinata stated. Oh, I see, the original Naruto replied, and both he and his clones proceeded to do the jutsu as Hinata advised. Like this. This time, the lightning bolt was thicker, even if it still didn't have enough power. Yes, like that. Good job. Hinata cheered. Hey, wait a minute, a clone said in realization. Both you and Sasuke use lightning jutsu instantly. How's that? Practice, Hinata said, as she shrugged. When I started, I also had to spend a couple seconds building up the chakra so I could release the jutsu properly. As time passed, my skill improved so I needed to do it less and less. Of course, the blonde replied, then he turned at his clones. Alright guys, let's work on this so by the end of the day, we can do it instantly just like Hinata does. A chorus of right, yeah, and sure. Replied, as the army of clones began to work on the jutsu with even more enthusiasm and energy than before. Hinata giggled as she kept watching over the clones trying to master the jutsu down. However, it seemed like the training would come to a stop, since her Byakugan saw somebody who was about to enter the room. Somebody who was rather close to Naruto for personal reasons. Naruto Naizen. Karen asked as she entered the training room. Oh, Karen Nichan, hi. The original Naruto said, while the clones were still focused with the training at hand. She looked around, and saw Hinata among the army of clones. Is this a bad moment? Are you busy? I'm training with Hinata, don't worry. The original Naruto said, as he created an additional clone. I hope you don't mind talking to a clone. I guess not, Karen said as she shrugged. Cool then. The new clone said, as he left the original and his siblings, and went to talk with Karen. So, what's up? Karen and the Naruto clone exited the training room, so the original and his girlfriend could train alone. Naruto, I'm going to ask you something, and I want you to answer honestly, Karen started, looking at Naruto in the eyes. Do you think I'm strong? What? Of course you are. Naruto replied. Why ask me that? You think you're not? Well, Neji pointed out that I could be stronger than what I'm now. That I'm not fulfilling my potential, she said, making air quotes. Do you agree with him? The clone looked pensive. Well, you do have a lot of untapped potential. But I'd say you should improve at your own pace. Neji is a genius. Guys like him improve at an insanely fast pace. Normal people like you and me should take it easy. Karen raised an eyebrow. You, normal? I think you're actually closer to him than you're to me. Well, I kinda have the clones, so my case is special, hee, the clone laughed. Then, he remembered something. But then again, you do have shadow clones too, right? You can use that to get stronger faster than normal. I can't make as many clones as you. My limit used to be 4, and with a lot of training I managed to push it to 5, Karen explained. Hey, even then, it's still something, the clone replied. My dad's limit is 6, yet he still used them to great effect. You should try that too. Alright, I will, Karen replied, as she let out a weary sigh. Something the clone noticed. Worriedly, he de-iced to press on a little. Is everything between Neji and you alright? Neji-kun is as loving as ever. Is just that recently. Karen began, and paused for a bit, before sighing again. Neji-kun nowadays seems to be overly focused on his ninja career. He's been working on his promotion to special Jonin like crazy, and now he wants to be Jonin. And you think he's neglecting you? Naruto asked. Karen rubbed her arm. A little bit, yes. But I can't blame him for wanting to look for his future. It's just that I'm afraid that I might be a load to him. I don't want to drag him down. Well, you can always train more. Push yourself to dash. It's not that, Karen interrupted the clone. I worked very hard for my Chunin promotion, and I'm very happy with it. While I don't plan to stay at Chunin forever, I wasn't looking forward any further promotion anytime soon. But after talking with Niji it made me feel inadequate. If you're happy with the way you are, then you shouldn't try to change that. Let Niji progress at his preferred pace, and you progress at your own, Naruto said with a shrug. Funny, I got a similar conversation with Hinata. She seems to think the same as you. She has to, given that you're her boyfriend, and I know that she isn't a genius, Karen replied, placing her hands on her hips. So, anyway, what do you think I should do? Try to get a promotion whenever you want it, and most importantly, whenever you feel you're ready. If you're not ready, it won't matter how much you want it, Naruto told her. I'm sure Niji will understand your reasons. Let's hope he does, Karen replied. Anyway, thanks a lot for talking with me. Now I feel a bit better about both myself and my relationship with Niji. Hey, what's family for? The clone heartily replied, and chuckled. I'm sure I can always talk with you if I ever have a problem. You can, but I don't have your spirit, so don't expect me to be of much help. Other than having somebody listen to you, Karen replied. Sometimes, having somebody to listen to you is all what you need, the clone said before dispelling in a cloud of smoke, leaving Karen alone. Ship's cafeteria. Feeling she could get some food after doing some light training, Rin decided to head to the ship's cafeteria. As expected from such a place that served as the rebels' main base, the cafeteria was a huge place, full of long tables and benches attached to the ground. It was relatively early, so there were only a few people scattered through the many tables. Well, at least I'm not going to have any problems finding a place to eat, she chuckled. After picking her food, she headed towards the nearest table, until a shout followed by laughter caught her attention. Looked around, she saw that the commotion came from one of the tables towards the middle, where a trio of Konoha ninja were also eating while chatting a bit. Taking a better look at them, she realized that they weren't some random ninja, but Kakashi's animal squad. The silver-haired Jonin did talk to Rin about his cute little genin, now cute little Chunin, but she never met them properly. Maybe now there was a chance to do so, and also befriend some people of her age group. From what Kakashi had told her, they were very friendly. Taking a deep breath, she walked towards their table. None of them seemed to notice her presence until she opened her mouth. Excuse me, do you mind if I sit with you? Rin politely asked, putting on her best smile. Sure. The more the merrier. The brown-haired girl cheerfully replied as she patted the empty seat next to her. I'm Tamaki, and these are my friends and teammates, Kiba and Shino. An indignant bark came from under the table. Oh, and Akamaru. Sorry for forgetting about you, boy, Tamaki replied, as she handed the now visible dog a treat, which he happily munched. Hi there, Kiba replied, just as energetic as Tamaki. Hello, Shino said in his usual monotone. Nice to meet all of you. My name's Rin Nohara, the medic nin introduced herself as she took a seat. Wait, Rin Nohara? The Rin Nohara? Kiba asked in shock. As in, Kakashi-sensei's deceased teammate who came to life by mysterious means. Rin chuckled awkwardly. Yup, that's me. Awesome. What does it feel to be dead? Kiba asked. Tamaki's mouth curved into a frown, and kicked Kiba under the table. Ow, what was that for? Don't be so rude. That was such an insensitive question, you jerk. Tamaki chastised him. Rin clearly had a really bad time, and she doesn't need us to remind it to her. While I agree that Kiba could have used a bit more tact in his question, his curiosity is not misplaced, Shino calmly interceded. So far, Rin is the only person we know to come back from the dead. What about the Hokage Orochimaru revived with that forbidden jutsu? Tamaki asked. They don't count, since not only were they zombies, but according to official reports, they had no knowledge of what happened to them or where did they go after death, Shino explained. Knowing with exactitude what awaits us after death is something everybody sought to know. I'm afraid I have to disappoint you, but I don't remember anything after my death either, Rin admitted, then she smiled. And while I appreciate your concern, you don't need to walk on eggshells around me. I already came to terms to what happened to me, and accepted my new situation. That's something good to hear, Rin-san, Shino praised. Okay, let's change the topic to something less grim, then. Tamaki leaned close to her, and smiled wickedly. Given that you were Kakashi's teammate, can you tell us stuff about him when he was our age? Rin smiled back. Oh, plenty. What do you wish to know? Was Kakashi always late to the team meetings? Kiba asked. Everybody eagerly awaited for the answer. Actually, no, Rin said, to everybody's surprise. He used to be pretty diligent back then. He was never late to a meeting, and often chastised those who did. Unbelievable. And what happened to make him change like that? Tamaki asked. Rin sighed, as her expression darkened. Well, Obito happened. The mood immediately grew much somber when the female medic Nin mentioned her fallen teammate turned Akatsuki. Did Kakashi tell you about him? No, he didn't, Shino replied. And given the circumstances, I find understandable that he prefers not to reminisce of events regarding him. Yeah, sorry for unintentionally bringing that up, Tamaki apologized. No, it's okay. I think if I talk about it with somebody, I think I'll have an easier time getting over it, Rin replied. Even if talking about a traumatic event is indeed good for the psyche, do not feel pressured to do so if you don't feel ready, Shino continued. Yeah, what he said? You owe us nothing, Kiba added. No, no. I want to do this. I need to do this, Rin said once again. You see, Kakashi back then was nothing like you described. He was always punctual, took his missions very seriously, followed the ninja code to the letter, and believed the mission was more important than your teammates. Needless to say, the animal squad was taken aback by such revelation. Kakashi? The same, those who abandon their teammates are trash, Kakashi. Kiba asked in disbelief. Rin nodded. Actually, that line wasn't from Kakashi, but from Obito. Obito used to believe that your teammates were more important than the mission. You see, Kakashi's father, Sakumohei forsook a mission to save his teammates. When the repercussions of such actions were felt, everybody shunned and ostracized Sakumo for his decision, including the very same people he saved. It was so bad, he was eventually driven to suicide. That's what made Kakashi adopt such a mindset regarding missions. What happened then? Kiba asked. During a mission in the Third War, I was captured by enemy forces. Kakashi wanted to complete the mission, while Obito wanted to save me. Eventually, Obito went to save me on his own, but was outnumbered and outmatched. He would have died there if Kakashi didn't appear to save both of us. However, we weren't safe. The enemy made the cave we were in to collapse. Kakashi tripped and fell, and he would have been crushed by an avalanche if Obito didn't push him out of the way, and took his place, Rin explained. A somber silence followed. Given their sensei's usually carefree attitude, they would have imagined that Kakashi had such a harsh background. They had to admit that the silver-haired Jonin was really good at masking his emotions. Before the cave collapsed completely, Obito had one last request, to have his left eye removed and implanted on Kakashi, who lost his own left eye on the mission. After that, Obito died. Or we thought he did, Rin finished her tale. So that's how Kakashi got his Sharingan, Tamaki commented. Yes. Obito's death affected him deeply. He believed it was his fault that he died to begin with, even if he really didn't. But given that he's part of a terrorist organization now, well, I don't think that will cheer him up much, Rin commented. I'm sure your sensei's death also affected him as well, Shino deduced. How can a man keep going after so many loved ones die like that? Kiba asked bitterly, as his mind started to think in his loved ones. When this mission is over, I'm going to tell my mom and sister how much I love them. Careful, Kiba. People who say that in stories usually end up dead, Tamaki pointed out. Yeah, but this isn't a story, this is real life, Kiba retorted, crossing his arms. You know, I never imagined Kakashi being a sensei, Rin interceded, changing the topic. Why do you say that? Tamaki asked. Well, from how he used to be when we're teens, I don't think he'd had the patience to teach. Kakashi is a genius who pretty much got everything right the first try. He might have had exceedingly high expectations of his students, and would have tossed the towel in frustration when he saw that wasn't the case, Rin told them. Well, you're not that far off, Kiba admitted. We were the first team Kakashi-sensei passed, Shino began. We don't know the exact number, but a few other teams were assigned to Kakashi-sensei before us. He tested them, found them unworthy, and sent them back to the academy. That's it, until we came and passed that test. Kiba proudly boasted. Akamaru happily barked in agreement. That sounds more like it. You three must be really skilled if you managed to pass a test from Kakashi, Rin praised them. Actually, I don't think you're following. You see, Kakashi didn't want to test our skill or strength, but our teamwork, Tamaki clarified. Rin raised an eyebrow, and a memory came to her mind. Wait, are you talking about the bell test? Yeah. You know it already? Kiba asked. Rin nodded. Minato-sensei made us take that test as well. And how well did you do? I'm sure you passed since you became their students, but was it difficult? Tamaki asked. Did the fourth had to tie somebody to a log? Kiba asked as well, bitterly remembered that moment. Actually, Kakashi got the 2 bells in less than 5 minutes, Rin stated. A deafening silence ensued as the animal squad processed Rin's words. They knew Kakashi was one of the strongest ninja Konoha had at the moment, but to do something like that. Wow. And you said your sensei was the 4th? Kiba asked in disbelief, his eyes open wide. Rin giggled a bit. Minato-sensei said that he was going to go easy on us since we were newbies. Well, Obito and I were. Kakashi had been a ninja for some years already. Guess he didn't think Kakashi could be so good. Thank goodness Kakashi doesn't expect that level of skill from us, Tamaki said in relief, not realizing how lucky she was. Not that we don't give our all. Guess he knows he's the exception rather than the rule, Rin replied. Anyway, now that I told you all this, I hoped it'd help you understand Kakashi a bit better. It was. I could never imagine how much suffering that man went through. Now that we're armed with this knowledge, we can give him proper support of any kind, Shino concluded, as he adjusted his shades. Good, because he's going to need it, Rin agreed. I believe that our return, and especially what happened to Obito, broke him even further. Anyway, enough to talk about Kakashi-sensei. Tell us about you. Tamaki interceded, changing the topic. Me? Well, there's not that much to say. What do you want to know? The medic Nin asked. For starters, what have you been doing since you're back among the living? I don't think we've ever seen you once, Kiba pointed out. I've been working at the hospital. I wanted a quiet and calm job away from everything so I could think about all what happened to me after my death and resurrection, and get adjusted to this new era. A lot can change in 14 years, Rin replied. Understandable. And what made you change your mind? Given that you're in a mission to a civil war, Shino asked. Rin took a deep breath, and sighed. Because Kirigakure had a big role in my death, and I need to face that. War room. Mei, her inner circle, and most of Konoha Jonin were standing around a large rectangular table with an equally large map of the land of water on top of it. The map had several figurines that represented several points of interests. Kirigakure was the biggest. There was also a boat figure that symbolized the ship they were all on. All right, let's get down to business, Mei began. During these past months, the rebellion have been preparing to invade Kirigakure and end this civil war already. The invasion should have happened already, but a certain event became a major setback to my plans. Ao, my spymaster and head of my intelligence network, was captured during a skirmish. Ao knows almost everything about the rebellion. Our future plans, which of our bases are decoys and which are the real ones, the location of our secret hideouts, everything. As you can probably imagine, the invasion can't happen as long as Ao is in the hands of the enemy, Mei concluded her explanation. Unfortunately, I don't have enough forces to liberate Ao, so that's the main reason for coming to Konoha for help. So, Ao defected to the rebellion? Interesting, Shisui thought. He had clashed with Ao quite a few times during several skirmishes following the Third War, and wondered if he would have to fight him again. If you don't have enough troops to assault a mere prison, what hope do you have to take over a major village? Asuma asked. Other jonin started to murmur, many of them apparently agreeing with Asuma. Mei, however, smiled at the question. Most of my forces are spread around the land of water, hidden, keeping on tasks vital for the rebellion in secret. If I make them come out of the shadows and join me this soon, they won't be able to work undercover again. If I do that, it has to be when we invade Kirigakure, not earlier. Besides, that way Yagura thinks that our forces are much smaller than they really are. Her explanation seemed to satisfy the Jonin's doubts about Mei's chances in the war. The rebel leader continued. This is the Crimson Citadel. Mei used a pointer to refer to a castle figurine on a small island. During the Second War it was a military outpost, but it was later converted into a prison. My spies report that Ao has been taken there for interrogation. We need to liberate him, as well as the rest of the prisoner rebels there, as soon as possible. How do you know Ao didn't spill the beans already? Kakashi asked. Like most spies and intelligence gatherers, Ao has been trained to withstand the worst forms of torture. It will take a lot of time to break him, if they break him at all, Mei replied. She clearly had a lot of faith in that man's ability to remain silent. And even if they have mind-reading jutsu, they won't work since there are protective seals carved into his head. So, what's the plan? Kurane asked. The Crimson Citadel only has one entrance, a dock that's heavily guarded, and only opens its doors whenever a ship carrying supplies or prisoners enters or leaves the place. Unfortunately, no such ship is scheduled to arrive in a long time, so if we try to pretend we are going to bring prisoners or supplies into the prison, we'll raise suspicions, and our plan will be foiled, Mei told them. How are we going to enter, then? A Konoha Jonin asked. Mei smiled once again. That's when you guys enter. One of the reasons I contacted Konoha, and hired several specific ninja, is because they have summoning contracts of flying animals. We'll employ some of those animals to infiltrate a small team whose task will be to open the main gate. Once the mission is a success, the rest of the forces will invade the prison on small but fast boats, kill the guards, and release the prisoners. Lastly, it's imperative that news of the prison break does not reach Kirigakure. If Yagura realizes what happened, he will be waiting for us. Any questions? Mei asked, scanning the small crowd. Upon seeing no raised hand, Mei smiled once again. Good. You're dismissed. Now we'll decide which ninja will form part of the infiltration team. For security's reasons, we'll use the standard 4-man squad. Anything bigger would draw too much attention. You'll receive further information shortly. With the briefing concluded, everybody left the war room, and prepared for the incoming battle. Like with the other ship, Sakura would have loved to go to the dock and admire the vast oceanic sight, but there were two major reasons stopping them from doing that. The first one was the constant veil of mist that followed the ship everywhere, making sightseeing impossible. And the second was that dock access was heavily restricted for security reasons, forcing the pink-haired Kunoichi and nearly every Konoha ninja to remain indoors. Fortunately, the ship had quite a few living rooms made for a comfortable stay. Going to one of them reserved for Konoha ninja, Sakura saw Ino in the one she entered, sitting on one of the cushioned benches. Ino. Sakura called her blonde friend as she walked towards her. Oh, hey, Ino replied. What's up? Nothing. I heard we're going on to our first mission soon, and decided it would be good to rest and relax a bit, in order to be at 100%, Sakura replied, as she took a seat next to Ino. You read my mind, Ino replied. Anyway, I've been meaning to ask you something. Shoot. Why did you punch that guy into the sea? What did he do? Did he insult you or something? Ino asked. You can say that. It was literally the first thing he did and, well, even with my flawless ladylike behavior, something like that can bring out the worst of me. Ino chuckled. You don't have to tell me. Anyway, what made you approach him in the first place? I wasn't that interested, but Sasuke-kun was suspicious of him. He has our age, yet we never saw him in the academy nor the Chunin exams. We did some research, and found that he started his ninja career as an umbu. As an umbu? Ino parroted, raising a visible eyebrow. I thought that you had to be at least a Chunin to be admitted there. My thoughts exactly. But if he's truly an umbu, I'm afraid I won't be able to get anything out of him by simply asking, or tricking into giving me the answers I want, is not going to work, Sakura complained as she slumped a bit. I hope you don't expect me to probe his mind, do you? A very wary Ino asked. I would never dream asking you that unless it was a life or death situation, Sakura replied, but Ino remained tense. And no, this is not the case. Ino finally relaxed. Good. But you got me curious. I'll see if I can talk to this guy, just to see if he's as bad as you describe him. He's even worse, but you don't have to take my word for it, Sakura replied with a shrug. Huh? Sorry for intruding, but who are you talking about? A new voice said, making Sakura and Ino to turn at the newcomer, and saw Hinata walking towards them. Oh, hey, Hinata. Just some guy who got on Sakura's nerves, and she and Sasuke think he's up to no good, Ino quickly summarized. I see, Hinata replied as she not so much took a seat as she let herself fall on the bench, letting out a tired moan. You look exhausted. Were you training? Sakura asked. Hinata nodded. I don't know where Naruto-kun gets so much energy. Well, I do, but you know what I mean. Says he wants get promoted to Jonin as soon as possible. Let's hope he doesn't get exhausted too much. I heard we're going to launch our first attack on Kiri forces in less than a day, and we're going to need him, Ino said, as she crossed her arms over her chest. Trust me, someone who is able to exhaust Naruto has not been born yet, Hinata replied, with a tired smile. He'll be fine. Sasuke-kun is the same. He wants to do nothing but train and get stronger as soon as he can. I don't know why he needs to be so much power so soon, Sakura added, raising her arms in frustration. He'd be more happy if he learned to relax. Well, Sasuke-san lost many loved ones. Hinata looked at Ino warily. That night. It's okay, Hinata, you can say it, Ino replied. It's not like I'm going to have a meltdown if you mentioned that day by its name. What kind of kunoichi I would be if I had such a fragile psyche. Anyway, due to what happened to the Uchiha back then, maybe he wants to get stronger to make sure he can save the loved ones he still has, should something happen to them, Hinata explained. In a way, I feel the same. I know that I couldn't have done anything to save my father, but I want to become stronger, even if it takes me a lot of time, so I can protect my loved ones. That's a very good reason, Sakura replied, then she looked down at her lap. Guess I was among the lucky ones who didn't lose anybody important that night. Your parents are civilians, so of course nobody would want to target them, Ino pointed out. You know, I just realized that we're going to do with Kiri what the Uchiha tried to do with Konoha, Hinata realized. Sakura and Ino stared at her in mild shock, realizing that there was some truth to her words. This made them feel a bit uneasy. But then again, it's not the same. The Mizukage's such a bloodthirsty tyrant, it inspired half the ninjas of Kiri to rise against him. The Uchiha wanted to take over due having an imaginary chip on their shoulder. We're still the good guys, and we're helping the right side win the war, Sakura argued. And what if we were hired by the Mizukage to help him crush the rebellion? Ino pointed out. Sakura was taken aback by such a harsh question, but nonetheless managed to come up with what she believed was a satisfying response. Then I'm sure Hokage-sama would have turned their request down, no matter how much he was willing to pay us. Shizune-sensei said that, even if we're professionals and not a charity, Konoha and its ninja are devoted to make the world a better place, and I don't know how helping Yagura keep the hat would align with that, Sakura replied. Besides, if Hokage-sama wanted to gain favor with the Mizukage, he could have deported Zabuza-san and Haku-san back to the land of water, but he didn't do that. That's a fair point, Hinata conceded. After all, the first Hokage created the village system as a way to pave for an era of peace. And now we're helping spread that peace even further by helping the right side of this conflict to end a years-long civil war. Sakura enthusiastically declared. Let's hope you're right. I'd hate to see that, after we help them win, the rebels turn out to be worse than Yagura ever was, Ino mentioned. You're actually getting ahead of yourself. We didn't help the rebels win yet, Hinata pointed out. Sakura smirked at her. Yet being the key word here. Meanwhile, in one of the ship's private training areas, Zabuza was in a sparring match against Ameirai and Kojuro, the two of them against him. So far, the older swordsman was doing a good job keeping them at bay, and making it look as if fighting his two younger colleagues was a boring task. Ameirai charged forward, her swords crackling with electricity, and thrust them towards Zabuza, who used his much larger blade to block them, then pushing back, using his superior strength to knock the red-headed swordswoman on her back. Somebody should have told you that direct confrontation with an enemy that surpasses you in both height and muscle is a bad idea, little girl, Zabuza sneered. Ameirai snarled, baring her sharp teeth. While Zabuza was taunting Ameirai, Kojuro sneaked from behind, and tried to slash Zabuza with his Hiramekare, but the moment the blade descended, Zabuza casually sidestepped, and used Kojuro's momentum against him by tripping him on his legs, making him tumble on top of the still fallen Ameirai. And you, I'll give you credit for sneaking on me from behind like that. However, your silent killing would be far more effective if you didn't breathe so hard, Zabuza pointed out, as he rested his executioner's blade on his shoulders. Get away from me, Four Eyes. Ameirai snarled as she pushed Kojuro away. Sorry. The bespectacled swordsman stammered. Ignoring Kojuro, Ameirai's eyes focused on Zabuza once again. Let's see how well you like this. Ameirai crossed her swords in front of her face in an X, producing a white electric flash. Thunder Sword Ninja Art, Eye of the Storm. Ameirai spread her arms wide, and started to spin at a rapid speed, turning herself into an electric sharp twister, which quickly moved towards Zabuza. I kill dozens of enemies with this technique alone. Let's see how well you fare against it, demon. Ameirai boasted. Zabuza wasn't impressed. The moment Ameirai got close to him and was about to tear him to shreds, Zabuza instantly vanished and reappeared behind the spinning kunai. The taller ninja then kicked her in the back of the knees, sending Ameirai back to the floor. Ugh! She cried, unwillingly dropping her swords. Let me guess, those enemies were all cluttered and with little space to move, am I right? Zabuza asked. As you can see, that move is pretty much useless in a battle with few people and plenty of space to move. Not to mention that you could possibly harm your allies with that as well. Kojuro, meanwhile, remained locked in place, watching Zabuza dissing Ameirai once again. I always thought Ameirai-san was so strong, yet Zabuza-senpai is toying with her like that. What chance do I have? No. I can't think like that. Mei-sama says that I can be strong, and I'll show her faith in me is not misplaced. Kojuro thought, as he raised Hiramekare above his head, and charged once again, letting out a battle cry. Zabuza turned around, and looked at the now emboldened Kojuro unamused. Making display of his uncanny speed, Zabuza vanished and reappeared centimeters away from the blue-haired swordsman, who let out a shocked yelp. Zabuza grabbed Kojuro by the neck, and raised him in the air, making him drop the Hiramekare, falling to the ground with a loud clang. Zabuza then proceeded to slam Kojuro against the ground on his back. Ow! Kojuro cried in pain. If you two are the best Mei has to offer, then the future of the Seven Swordsmen, as well as the rebellion, is pretty bleak, Zabuza chided, shaking his head in disappointment. Don't flaunt yourself as all that. We all saw how Mei-sama wiped the floor with you back in Konoha. Ameirai fired back. Zabuza smirked, walked towards Ameirai, and crouched before her in order to look at her in the eyes. Yet here I am, wiping the floor with you too. What does that say about you? Ameirai couldn't say anything but angrily snarl at her fellow swordsman. Come on, you two, we're not done yet. I might not have much time, but I'll make sure to whip you up into shape by the time we have to invade the village. Zabuza shouted, slamming his sword into the ground for added emphasis. Watching the spar from above, on a special box, were 4 people. One of them was Mei, the rebel leader, admiring her newest investment. The remaining 3 were 3 of her ninja, 2 men, and a woman. The first one was rather young, the same age as those who belonged to the group called Konoha 15. He had shoulder-length white hair with a light blue tint at the tips, purple eyes, and a pointy tooth sticking out of his mouth. He was wearing a black sleeveless shirt with blue striped wrist warmers and leg warmers. Next to him was a rather tall and fit girl, with long dark blue hair that fell down her back, with a long bang covering half her face. Her eyes, or at least her only visible eye, was also dark blue. Like the young man besides her, she was wearing the same type of attire, only with a chinin flak jacket over it. Behind the two of them was an even taller man of unknown characteristics, given that his whole body was covered by a black hooded cloak, and his face was obscured by a kiragaku or umbu mask. "So, what do you think?" Mei asked the others. The white-haired boy showed a toothy grin. "I did hear a lot about Zabuza-senpai, but seeing him in action is even better." "Of course you'd think that," Suijitsu, the woman replied, crossed his arms over her chest. "Let's hope Zabuza-senpai is just as good in the battlefield." "You seem to doubt him, Miyako," Suijitsu pointed out. "Zabuza-senpai already tried to depose the Mizukage once, and his plan was an utter failure." "I think we'd be better off without him," Miyako insisted. "Zabuza-chan is impulsive, yes, but also skilled. And his failure to depose the Mizukage didn't detract from his reputation, far from it," Mei pointed out. "Just for that, it's more than worth it to have him here. Besides the obvious fact that he has one of the 7 swords. What about you, Kyumarai? What do you think?" Suijitsu asked the masked man, who merely moved his head to acknowledge the question, but remained silent. Suijitsu frowned. "You know, you may think that being all silent and mysterious makes you cool, but I know for a fact that everybody thinks you're a pretentious asshole. Enough chit-chat, I think it's about time for Zabuza-chan to meet you, given that you'll be under his command," Mei stated, as she jumped from the box, followed by the other 3. The moment the foursome landed, Zabuza turned around, and glanced at them inquisitively. Mei merely smiled, and started clapping. "Impressive, Zabuza-chan. I knew I did the right choice by bringing you with us," Mei earnestly said. Zabuza growled irritatingly. "Could you stop calling me Zabuza-chan?" "Of course not, Zabuza-chan," Mei replied, keeping that beautiful but unbelievably smug smile. "Anyway, now that you've already met Ameirai and Kojuro, and tested their capabilities, I thought that maybe you should meet the rest of the next generation of the 7 swordsmen. This handsome young man here is Suijitsu Hojiki. Glad to meet you, Zabuza-senpai. I've always been a great admirer of your work, and hope that one day I can equate your body count." Suijitsu greeted him with one of his unnerving smiles. "Hojiki? Are you related to Mainjitsu?" Zabuza asked. "Mainjitsu was my brother. Most of our clan, Mainjitsu included, was killed because we sided with Mei-sama. I'm all what's left," Suijitsu replied, though he didn't sound especially hurt or mournful. "If you're his brother, how is that you didn't inherit the Hiramekarei?" Zabuza asked. "Weren't you his apprentice?" "No. Kojuro was Mainjitsu's apprentice. Due his untimely demise, Kojuro's training is incomplete. Hopefully, you'll put a remedy to that," Mei interceded. "Suijitsu was training to become a swordsman one day, but he wasn't assigned a sensei yet. And you want me to train all these brats?" Zabuza asked, almost groaning. "By virtue of being the only swordsman who completed his training, yes," Mei replied with a shrug. "Anyway, this lovely young woman here is Miyako Kaiwai. Mei-sama has faith in your abilities despite your track record, so guess that I'll follow your orders," Miyako replied, not too thrilled to meet Zabuza. "And lastly, this man over here is Kyumarai Nashi," Mei said, pointing at the masked man. Kyumarai didn't say anything, just nodded. "A talkative one, huh?" Zabuza snarked. "I like those the most. So, where are the remaining 2? Mei looked confused. "Which remaining 2? You know, for both Same Hada and my sword. I'm sure you had a backup plan in case you weren't able to get me back into the fold," Zabuza said. "Oh, I was pretty sure I could get you back into the fold. I have a lot of confidence in my diplomatic skills, so preparing a replacement for you wasn't necessary. As for Same Hada, well, you know that sword is different from the others, since it's the sword who chooses its wielder, not the other way around. But I hope to have it back one day. You'll certainly need something better than what you have gathered here if you hope to kill Kisame one day. He wasn't Fugyuki-sama's apprentice for nothing, Zabuza retorted. Mei smiled once again. Zabuza-chan, soon you'll see that what I've gathered here has way more to offer than you think. Later that afternoon, all Konoha ninja were summoned to one of the ship's largest rooms, which was mostly devoid of all furniture, with the exception of a small platform. Mei Terumi and some of her closest allies were on top of it. The rebel leader took a step forward, and began talking. Are all of Konoha's ninja here? It looks to me nobody's missing, Mei stated, smiling once again. Anyway, we've been talking with your commanding officers, and you're about to do your first mission working for us. Our first endeavor will be taking over the island prison named the Crimson Citadel. The plan is a simple one, but it has to be done as fast as efficiently as possible. Using the night's darkness as a cover, a team composed by 4 ninja will sneak into the prison from air. The infiltration team will proceed to disable the guards manning the dock gates, and open them. Once they're opened, the rest of our forces will board the prison, killing all the guards, and releasing all the war prisoners. One last thing, once the attack begins, they will try to send a message to the village warning them about what we're doing. Such thing can't happen, so keep your eyes open for possible birds or small boats trying to leave the prison. Your commanding officers know all the finer details of this operation, ask them to debrief you even further if you still have any doubts. Time is of essence, and we need to act as soon as possible. Meaning that the attack will take place this midnight. Naturally, such announcement caused many of the Konoha ninja to murmur among themselves, some of them even wondering if they can get ready in such short notice, while the most veteran ninja told them that they've been training for such unexpected situations like this one. Thankfully, the whispers didn't last long. The infiltration mission will be led by Ameirai Ringo, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist currently serving the rebellion. Mei motioned her arm, and the younger Kunoichi took a step forward. As for the rest of her squad, can those Chunin belonging to the tactical squad, I believe that was the name, take a step forward, please. Again, more murmurs ensued as Shikamaru, Ino, and Koji left the crowd and came closer to the platform. You 3? Good, Mei smiled. Ameirai will explain the finer details of your mission now. You could also try to get each other acquainted a bit better. Mei then turned at the rest of the crowd. Several smaller ships should arrive soon. My men will organize you in several larger squads and tell you which ship you need to board. That's all. Good luck, and I hope all of us can make it back in one piece. The short briefing finished, the crowd dissolved as the Konoha ninjas left the room and got ready for the incoming mission. Kojiro then walked towards Mei. What do you think, Mei-sama? Do you think we can pull this off? The young swordsman asked. Mei turned at him, and smiled. I have to think we can. But something tells me that I did the right thing by asking Konoha for help. I think we're in for an spectacle. Land of Earth, undisclosed location. Enveloped in cloak of tailed beast chakra, Han dashed towards Kakuzu at an almost lightning-fast speed. Kakuzu then made 3 hand seals, and channeled chakra. Fire release, searing migraine. However, it wasn't Kakuzu who fired the jutsu. A monstrous masked being made of a pulsating mass of threads and tendrils opened its mouth, breathing a massive firestorm forward. Han's speed was so great that he was unable to change course, and he was engulfed by the wave of fire. However, despite the great devastation caused by the attack, when the fire and smoke dispelled, Han didn't look any worse for the wear, and resumed his charge. As Han got closer, he wound a fist back. Erupting propulsion fist. Steam started to come from his gauntlet's holes as Han delivered what it would be a devastating attack towards Kakuzu. However, the strange creature that used that fire jutsu appeared between Han and the Akatsuki, taking the brunt of the attack. Its mask shattered in contact, and the mass of tendrils and threads lost all form and shape, and fell to the ground. Damn, that's the second heart I lost to this guy, Kakuzu inwardly cursed. Besides his fire heart, he had also lost his wind heart. Now only water, lightning, and his own earth heart remained. You're strong, I'll give you that, Han admitted. That won't make me any more merciful towards you once this fight ends. Haydn chose that moment to appear from behind and tried to slash the Jinchuriki with his three-blade scythe. However, like it happened the previous 3 times, it harmlessly bounced on the IWA ninja's thick armor. You know Haydn, it'd be great if you could stop being so absurdly useless, Kakuzu groaned. Oh, shut your mouth. It's not my fault. Who the fuck wears an armor this heavy nowadays? The Jashin priest complained. This shithead has to be as old as you are, Kakuzu. Erupting strong foot. Haydn found himself at the receiving end of what it could be easily considered the most brutal kick ever delivered. Fuck you. Haydn screamed as he was sent flying into the air, before he crashed against a large rock. That one isn't very strong, but for some reason he refuses to stay dead, Han observed. Which wouldn't be so bad if he could remain silent for more than 10 seconds. Trust me, if I knew a way to kill him, it would be long since that man drew its last breath, a resigned Kakuzu said. Then again, you're my current target. Kakuzu made a hand seal, and his 2 remaining monsters attacked Han. The masked monsters opened their mouths, releasing a stream of water and a bolt of lightning, respectively. This forced Han to fall back, as he made several hand seals. Boil release, heat cutter. Han created a long blade of pressurized steam, and threw it forward like a javelin. The monsters jumped aside, but that's what Han expected. His true target was Kakuzu, since he knew that if he was able to take him down, then those strange beasts would go down with him. But when the monsters moved aside, Kakuzu was nowhere to be seen. Where did he dash? Earth release, Earth spear. Han turned around to see Kakuzu in front of him, his fist, now blackened, wound back. He wasn't fast enough to dodge it, and much to his shock, the punch packed enough force to crack his armor. Not letting his enemy time to breathe, Kakuzu then delivered Han a kick to his face. Han, however, managed to grab Kakuzu's foot before the attack could connect. I'm Bayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayay armor's cracked zone. This time, the armor gave in, and Haiden's scythe managed to slash Han's flesh. The Jinchuriki Ki disengaged Kakuzu, and jumped backwards a few times, as he clutched his wound on one hand. "Sorry, kid, but you've already lost," Kakuzu stated. Han couldn't help but chuckle. "You made me bleed once, and you think you already won? You guys are sure confident." "Trust me, that's all what we need," Haiden said as he licked the blood of his scythe. The Janshin cultist then transformed. His skin turned black, as white, bone-like patterns appeared across it, giving him an appearance similar to the other cultists Han fought before. Except this time, it was obvious it wasn't body paint. Haiden then cut his hand, and used his own blood to draw around him a circle with a circumscribed triangle. "Kakuzu, would you kindly?" Haiden asked, almost in a submissive tone. Wordlessly, Kakuzu's hand clutched Haiden's throat, and started to strangle his partner, much to Han's confusion. Han then noticed that something was very wrong. He started to feel as if somebody was strangling him as well. Han's hands instinctively flew towards his neck in a vain attempt to break free from the strangling, but he was unable to do anything. He struggled as the lack of oxygen started to take its toll. "Wait a minute, his jutsu. Whatever happens to him, it happens to me too. I have to stop them." Han realized at last. But it was too late, and before the Jinchuriki could do anything, his entire world turned into darkness. Chapter 45. The Crimson Citadel, Part I. Or mission, may be possible. Midnight came sooner than expected, and everybody was ready for the attack. But first, the infiltration team needed to do its job. Through the dark sky of the night, two large animals flew above the sea. They would have been seen if there was a moon, but thankfully, it was in its waxing crescent phase, so there was little natural light that could betray the infiltration team's presence. That's why it was so important for the attack to be carried out as soon as possible. The two animals in question were a giant hawk, and an equally large beetle. Riding the bird was Sasuke Uchiha, its summoner, and he was carrying a Mayuri and Shikamaru on its back as well. Shino was the one riding the giant beetle, and behind him were Ino and Koji. All six of them quickly saw the Crimson Citadel. The prison in question was a rather large military base that encompassed nearly the whole island. It was surrounded by a rather tall and thick wall, with only a single entrance in the dock. Many ninja patrolled the walls, and multiple searchlights scanned the area with powerful beams of light. However, they only scanned the surrounding water, and paid no attention to the sky. It was obvious why Mei had chosen an aerial drop. Fly closer to the southeastern wall. We'll land there, Ameirai instructed Sasuke. The gates are east of the island. Don't you want me to drop you closer to the dock? Sasuke asked. Ameirai shook her head. There are far too many searchlights there, and the risk of being seen is too big. All right then, Sasuke agreed. The two flying beasts headed towards the area Ameirai instructed, and as expected, it was the safest zone to land. All right, let's go. Ameirai said as she jumped from the bird. Shikamaru softly groaned, and followed her. Ino and Koji joined them a couple seconds later. With their job done, Sasuke and Shino returned to the rebel fleet located not far away from them. The four infiltrators, upon landing, immediately hid in a dark alley between two small buildings. Everyone accounted for? All right then, listen up. See those two towers at each side of the dock? According to our intelligence, that's where the gate switches are. We will also place a bunch of explosive notes on the towers and some sections of the walls for additional damage. Both of them need to be activated at the same time in order to open the gates, so we need to split up in two groups of two. Koji, you'll come with me. Shikamaru, Ino, you'll be the second team, Ameirai stated. Actually, Shikamaru began. I believe that you should go with either me or Ino, and have the other go with Koji. The red-headed woman raised an eyebrow. And you say that because Koji's abilities are more combat-focused, as are yours. On the other hand, Ino and I fill a supporting role better. That's why the ideal teams should have one combat specialist and one support, Shikamaru reasoned. Ameirai fixed a hard stare on the Nara genius. I don't like being contradicted, Pineapple Head. On the other hand, you make a good point, and given that it's your team, I'll take your word. Blondie, you come with me, and help me take the northern tower. You two can go together, and take the southern one. What do we do with the guards? Should we kill them? Koji asked. Not yet. If those manning the searchlights don't see any guards patrolling the wall, they'll get suspicious. Try to avoid confrontation until you are close to the towers. And even then, try not to cause a ruckus, Ameirai advised. Then, she shot them an unnerving smile. But once the gates open, the fun will begin and you can go all out. Koji and Shikamaru laughed a bit awkwardly. Can I go with Koji instead? Ino uneasily pleaded. Nope. Enough chit-chat, we can't waste any more time, go, go, go. The group of four split in half. With Ameirai and Ino taking the northern tower, and Shikamaru and Koji taking the southern one. Now on their own, Shikamaru and Koji proceeded to cover the place in explosive tags. So far, Shikamaru watched the surroundings, while Koji placed the explosive notes. While doing so, Shikamaru also learned quite a few things from the guards and the searchlights. 1. The guards were in groups of 2 or 3. Some of the groups of 3 were made of Chunin, while some Jonin made half of the groups of 2. The groups of 3 patrolled the longest sections of the wall, while the groups of 2 the shortest. Also, he noticed that the searchlights illuminated the area not currently being patrolled. Not to blind the patrollers, or to keep the least amount of area unwatched. Probably both, Shikamaru deduced. Alright, explosives placed here, let's move towards the next one. Koji whispered, then he made a hand seal. Reverse multi-size jutsu. Koji shrank to the size of a marble, allowing Shikamaru to pick him up and place him inside one of his flak jacket's pockets. Just as he did, Shikamaru heard a patrol coming his way. The lazy Nara rushed to hide behind a couple of wooden crates, which were big enough to barely cover his lithe body. Thank goodness for this jutsu. Otherwise, trying to hide somebody as big as Koji would have been nearly impossible, Shikamaru thought in relief, as he watched the guards passing by. There were 2, and one of them was a Jonin. Koji brought up the idea of using transformation to turn into a pair of generic mist ninja and pass as guards, but while the idea was good, Shikamaru turned it down, since there was a chance that they were asked something, and unable to respond, their disguise would become apparent. No, they couldn't be seen. Once the guards were far enough, Shikamaru continued advancing, not as fast as he'd wish if he wanted to remain hidden. The fact that a patrol had just passed meant that he had some time before a searchlight would illuminate the area. However, upon reaching a certain point, Shikamaru found an obstacle impossible to surpass. Two searchlights cast two beams of lights over the wall at specific intervals, in a way that it was impossible to avoid the light and thus being discovered. Troublesome lights, Shikamaru groaned. What's wrong? Koji asked from his pocket. We're so damn close to the tower, but this section of the wall will be nearly impossible to watch due those searchlights. And we can't disable them without alerting our presence, Shikamaru explained his shrunken teammate. Maybe we could use my size to our advantage? Even if the searchlights illuminate me, at this size the guards from the towers will think I'm a rodent or something like that, if they see me to begin with, Koji explained. Not a bad idea, but at your size, it would take you forever to cross this section, Shikamaru pointed out. Not to mention that a guard that saw you closely wouldn't mistake you for a small animal. Then what do we do? Koji asked. An idea started to form in Shikamaru's mind. The fact that we haven't been found yet means that none of those guards are sensors. Sensors are rare. What about it? Koji asked. Shikamaru smirked in return. Do you think that somebody will notice that one of the guards has a little stowaway inside their ninja pouch? So it will be guards themselves who will bring me to the tower. Great. Koji replied, smirking in return. But how are you going to get into the tower then? Don't worry, I'll think something, Shikamaru replied, as he took Koji from his pocket. Okay, here comes a patrol, get ready. From his hiding spot, Shikamaru waited until the guards passed him. Then, silently, Shikamaru approached the unsuspecting Kiri ninja from behind, and let Koji latch onto the guard's ninja tool pouch on his back. The guard suddenly stopped. Shikamaru's heart skipped a beat before he returned to his hiding place. Damn it, did he notice me? Shikamaru worriedly thought. Are you okay? One of the guards asked the one carrying Koji. Well, I just noticed as if somebody was trying to pick my pouch, the guard in question replied. Please do not grab your pouch, please do not grab your pouch, Shikamaru mentally begged. But there's nobody here and my pouch doesn't feel any lighter, so guess it was just my imagination, the guard replied with a shrug, as he and his partners continued their patrol. In the background, Shikamaru silently sighed in relief. When the guard passed in front of the tower, he saw something, presumably Koji, jumping out of the guard's pouch, and the guard once again complained about feeling something and successfully infiltrated the tower. Okay, got an idea, it's a bit risky, but it's the best I have, Shikamaru thought. Once the guards were out of sight, Shikamaru started to run as fast as possible while trying to remain silent. The searchlight's beam of light came dangerously close to him. The Nara then stopped, and made a hand seal. Transformation Jutsu. In a poof of smoke, Shikamaru turned into a pile of crates just as the searchlight illuminated him. Thankfully, it didn't raise any suspicions. Once the light passed, Shikamaru turned back to normal and rushed towards the tower, in order to rejoin Koji. Once they notice those crates are no longer there, or that they weren't there before, it will be too late, Shikamaru thought, mostly to try to relieve himself from the stress he was enduring. Shikamaru. Koji whispered from inside the tower. He was still in the lower floor. Good job. We haven't finished yet. We need to disable those guards and open the gate, Shikamaru reminded Koji. Yeah, but that part shouldn't be hard. We no longer need to be stealthy, and we have the element of surprise, Koji replied. So, you immobilize them, and I knock them out. Shikamaru smirked. Sounds like a plan. Meanwhile, to the north, the Kunoichi proceeded as well with their side of the mission. However, their approach wasn't as subtle as Shikamaru and Koji. I'm sensing a patrol. 2 ninja. Do you think you can take them out? Ino asked. Amaerai smiled evilly, showing those scary sharp teeth. Just watch, the redhead said as she unsheathed her trusty twin swords. Remember to leave one alive. Ino reminded her. Don't sweat it, Ameirai casually replied. The mist Kunoichi silently walked behind the patrolling duo. In an instant, she grabbed one of them from behind, and slashed his throat open, preventing him from shouting. His partner reacted too late. What the? We're under dash. But before he could give the alarm, Ameirai slammed the pommel of one of her swords into the man's throat, rendering him mute. She then hit him in the bridge of his nose, knocking him on his back. She then proceeded to immobilize the man, who struggled against the rebel swordswoman. Come on, Blondie, I can't keep him like this for long. Ameirai protested. Ino rushed towards her, and placed her two hands on the man's head. Mind Yokel Jutsu. Suddenly, the man stopped struggling. Ameirai tentatively released him. The man then stood up, and remained there, almost as inert as an inanimate object. What did you do to him? Ameirai asked, as she waved a hand in front of the hypnotized ninja, who didn't react. The Mind Yokel Jutsu pretty much turns an opponent into a puppet of mine. He won't do anything unless I order him to. I can also speak through him. Sadly, the effect isn't permanent. The stronger is the target, the shorter the jutsu will last, Ino replied. I also have access to most of his memories, so if they interrogate us, there won't be any problem. That's some killer jutsu you have there, Blondie. Not just for intelligence gathering, but you can also force somebody to commit suicide, Ameirai praised. Ino shook her head. I do receive sympathetic damage from the jutsu. If my target is harmed when it's under my control, I do suffer the same harm. Lethal injuries mean I go down as well. Well, you can always force them to jump off a cliff, then undo the jutsu before they hit the ground. Easy and clean, Ameirai suggested. Ino crossed her arms, and frowned. You do have a terrible mind, anyone ever tell you that? I'm afraid what I'd find if I scanned your mind. Ameirai merely shrugged, not affected by Ino's critics. I like to think myself as being efficient at my job. Anyway, enough chit-chat, time is of the essence. Both of them made the same hand seal. Transformation Jutsu. Ino transformed into the ninja Ameirai just killed, while Ameirai herself transformed into a random Kirigakuer ninja. Okay, let's go, Ameirai said. The two disguised kunoichi and the mind-controlled ninja walked towards the tower, trying not to look suspicious. So far, whenever they crossed another patrol, or a searchlight illuminated them, no alarms were raised, so their plan was working so far. These guys have red uniforms. I always thought that Kirigakuer's clothes were blue. Ino asked, while looking at the mind-controlled guard's uniform. It was to represent water and all that. Guess that it's red now to represent blood, Ameirai replied with a shrug. Well, it works to our advantage. That way, you Konoha guys won't mistake one of them for our own, or vice versa. They continued their walk in silence, though when no one was watching, they tried to hurry a bit, since Ino's mind control would end anytime soon. Eventually, they managed to reach the tower without much incident. Okay, I'm going to release the jutsu, Ino said, making a hand seal. After undoing the mental link, the guard reacted as if he just woke up from a very strange dream. What? Where am I? The guard asked, looking dizzy. The answer came in the form of two blades piercing his gut, killing him in a couple seconds. After hiding the body, Ameirai and Ino stormed the tower. Alright, stealth is no longer an issue, let's cut loose. The red-headed kunoichi said as she rushed upstairs. Back in the southern tower, Shikamaru and Koji had already disabled the few ninja inside the tower, and were waiting for Ino to contact them, since they had to open the door at the same time. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait much. Shikamaru, Koji, are you there? They heard Ino's voice in their minds. Ameirai and I have taken over the northern tower, what's the situation? Wow, that was fast, given that your tower was much farther away than ours, Shikamaru commented. On our side, Koji and I also took over the tower as well, and we're waiting for your signal. In that case, let's open the dock gates so the mission can begin, Ino replied. Don't forget the fireworks, Koji asked. Both he and Shikamaru smirked evilly. Not far away from there, but far away enough not to be seen by the searchlights, a fleet of transport boats awaited. The sea was thankfully calm, and silence filled the air, something that greatly benefited the rebels. Unfortunately, the Onsti troops aboard the boats weren't as calm, as expected from somebody who was about to storm a high-security prison. Of all the rebels, none was more restless than Mei Terumi. While she was trying her best to maintain a cool and collected facade, the rebel leader was stressed. She risked a lot on this operation, and if the Konoha ninja weren't up to par, then the rebellion would end there. Then again, she didn't get far by playing it safe. Her mission was to liberate Kirigakure from Yagura and his reign of blood, not to simply survive as outlaws. The red-haired woman walked towards the prow, where one of her ninja was scouting the prison with a spyglass. "Nothing yet?" Mei asked. "I'm afraid not, Mei-sama," the scout replied, not taking his eyes from the target. "I see. I thought we'd have news from them by now," Mei replied, sighing. "The infiltration team just departed. It will take long to complete their mission. I think it's best not to get too impatient and dash." But the scout was interrupted by a chain of loud explosions that illuminated the night sky. Several of the watchtowers crumbled down, while at the same time the dock gates started to open. Mei and her scout watched the display with their mouths agape. "Incredible," was the stunned guard's reply. Mei, however, quickly recovered, and smiled in satisfaction. "I knew those Konoha ninja were good. Now is time to show them that we're just as good as well. Everybody, sail forward to the prison." A wave of cheers and shouts erupted in response to Mei's orders, and as she instructed, the fleet of boats quickly sailed towards the island prison. The chaos ensued made sure that the defenders would be unprepared to stop their arrival. Mei's boat was the first one to invade the prison, and the rebel leader herself was the first one to set foot on the island. "Attack! We need to push them out of the dock," Mei commanded as she rushed to meet the first wave of defenders. Her hands flew through hand seals as she was ready to spill the first blood. "Boil release, skilled mist jutsu." Mei released a cloud of burning mist from her mouth, instantly burning a trio of unfortunate defenders. The others, seeing what Mei was capable of, wisely fell back, and attacked from afar. Mei merely smirked. "The end of the blood mist begins tonight," she shouted. Meanwhile, atop the highest floor of the main building inside one of the offices, was the warden. The warden had already seen and heard the rebels' attack, and was getting ready to respond. At that moment, the door of his office burst open, and a shaken ninja barged in. "Warden-sama, Mei and her band of criminals are attacking the prison," the ninja informed, panting heavily. "I noticed. Now calm down. They caught us by surprise, but we'll show them what mistake they made coming here," the warden replied, as he picked his iconic weapon. "Try to hold them as much as you can, while I go and activate our special defense mode." The guard grinned when he heard those 3 words. The rebel trash won't know what hit them. Loyalist and rebel forces clashed for the control of the dock, trading blows, kunao, shuriken and elemental ninjutsu. However, it was clear that the rebels, with the surprise factor on their side and their for the moment superior numbers, proved to be too hard to keep contained, as more and more rebel ninja came out of the still arriving boats. "Don't let them pass," cried a prison guard. "They're too many," replied the other. "Don't dare to let them advance a single millimeter," the first guard angrily replied. But those failed to inspire the defenders to fight with more ferocity or determination, as the rebel Konoha alliance soon broke through the defenders' line, forcing them to fall back, and taking over the dock. Cheers soon ensued. "Mei-sama, they're retreating to the innermost zones of the prison," Kojuro noted. Just as expected, she then turned towards her army. "This isn't over, far from it. Now we will be forced to split and fight on several fronts, but I believe we can do it. 5th Division, secure the dock and start setting up an infirmary. 2nd Division, to the armory. 3rd and 4th Divisions, to the barracks. Everybody else, with me to the prison blocks." Meanwhile, under the main building cluster, the warden reached his destination, a small, empty room, with a complex seal pattern drawn on the wall in front of the door. He placed his hand in the exact center of the pattern, and send a pulse of chakra. The seals started to glow with a blue light. The warden smirked as chains of seals started to glow, leaving the room and spreading through the whole prison. "Let's see how much you like these, you rebel scum," the warden said as he left the room, ready to meet those daring enough to storm his prison. Befitting their role, Kurene's assault squad was leading the charge against one of the points of interest Mei had deemed a priority, the barracks, where most of the ninja who guarded the prison lived and slept. Accompanying them was also Miyako, one of Mei's best sword fighters, and hopeful for the new Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. Taking over it would provide an additional foothold for the rebel forces. Of course, the loyalist Kiri ninja weren't going to surrender it without a fight, and a large contingent of them rushed to meet the rebel forces midway. So, the rebel scum has brought some Konoha trash in a pitiful attempt to bolster their strength. Pathetic. A masked Umbu Kiri ninja sneered, as he unsheathed his katana. "Kill them all." One of them made a hand seal. Water release, hidden in the mist jutsu. Soon, a thick mist formed, covering the battlefield. The rebels stuck to each other, expecting the enemy to resort to a silent attack. "I'll take care of this," Naruto said as he started to make hand seals. Wing release, cyclone vortex. The Jinchuriki cast his hands forward one over the other, and a horizontal tornado shot from them, dispelling the mist. "Keep the mist active." The same Umbu as before ordered, and other two Kiri ninja proceeded to recast the mist jutsu. "Somebody kill that blonde brat. He's a wind release user." Several Umbu leaped into the air, and unleashed a barrage of shuriken and kunao at the blonde. Hinata appeared just in front of him. "Naruto-kun, stay behind me," Hinata asked, as she activated her Byakugan. Protection of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Huh? That's new. Naruto thought, not recognizing the jutsu's name. Hinata started to move her palms forward in a pushing manner, so fast they became blurry, releasing thin streams of chakra from the palms of her hands, deflecting every one of the steel projectiles that were falling at them. "Whoa, amazing jutsu, Hinata-hime," Naruto praised. "Thank you. I created it because I realized that, with the heavenly spin, I can only protect myself, and I can hurt my friends and allies if they're too close," Hinata explained. "Good thinking, Hinata-san," Haku praised as well. He then started to make hand seals. "But you aren't the only one with something new to show." "Ice release, Ice Dragon Crystal Blast." Haku made the same hand motion Naruto did a few seconds ago, but instead of wind, he created a large, serpentine dragon made of ice, which flew at the cluster of enemy Kiri ninja, letting out a roar. The dragon then crashed headfirst into them, exploding into multiple sharp icicles, which seriously injured many of them. "And that one has ice release? I thought that bloodline was extinct," an enemy ninja cried, as he removed an ice shard from his arm. "Don't stay like that looking like idiots. Counter-attack already," the head Umbu ordered. The loyalist Kiri ninja started to make hand seals of their own, as the rebels prepared for the incoming barrage of attacks. Water release, water gun. Water release, wild water wave. Several watery projectiles and waves flied at the rebel group, merging into a massive, chaotic water torrent. "Counter that quickly," Miyako ordered. This time, it was Kurane and Haku who took a step forward, as both started to make hand seals as fast as they could. Ice release, ice barrier. Earth release, earth-style wall. A large wall of stone erected behind a smaller wall of ice. The wall of ice was broken by the incoming barrage, but the stone wall successfully absorbed them without breaking. At least for the time being. "Thank Kami you're an earth release user," Miyako told Kurane. "Are there many more among you?" "I'm afraid not," Kurane replied. "Earth affinity is rare in Konoha. Most of them there have fire affinity. Yet none of your students are, as I can see," Miyako pointed out. She then heard something, and turned around, her katana in front of her. "Watch out, I think there are some Umbu hidden in the mist ready to strike us." "Hinata, can you see them?" Kurane asked. "I'm trying, but this mist is laced with chakra, and it's interfering with my Byakugan," Hinata replied, as she forced her eyesight as much as possible. "But the chakra is more concentrated in many points around us, I think that's them. The whistling sound of several kunao flying at them filled the air, but so far, nobody reported being hit. Yet everybody had the feeling that they did miss on purpose. And, indeed, Kurenai managed to see one of the kunao embedded into the ground, and the Jonin's eyes widened in shock. Explosive notes. Take cover. The Genjutsu mistress warned. Everybody fell back as explosions surrounded the battlefield, sending rebel ninja flying into the air, and briefly dispelling the mist before it reformed itself again. Seconds later, it was followed by the sound of blades clashing, and people crying in pain. Damn it, they used the explosions to scatter us and kill us one by one. Miyako cursed as she stood back on her feet. Her acute hearing picked up somebody sneaking behind her. An ally wouldn't do that. Turning around, she raised her katana and returned just in time to block a swipe from an enemy Kiri ninja. The two of them struggled a bit, until the blue-haired woman forced him back with a kick to the gut. She gripped her katana tightly as she delivered her counter-attack. Water release, razor stream. She swung her blade while she moved at the enemy ninja, who jumped back further, avoiding the slash by mere centimeters. He smirked at her for missing, but soon he felt a sharp pain crossing his body, and a bleeding scar formed across his chest. How? The surprised ninja asked. A sharp, condensed blade of water cast through my sword, so thin it's invisible to the eye, but any less lethal, the blue-haired girl explained, before slashing his throat. Did knowing that make your death any better? Meanwhile, Kurenai's team was also fighting against a group formed of standard prison guards and masked umbu that had them surrounded. Give up, you're outnumbered. An umbu taunted Therm. Naruto smirked in return, as he made a hand seal. You think so? Shadow Clone Jutsu. An army of orange and green-clad blondes emerged from thin air, pushing the Kiri ninja backwards, as they engaged in combat, but not without retaliating with their kunao, shuriken and mostly water jutsu. Good one, Naruto. Everybody, keep pushing forward. Kurenai shouted as she placed a couple enemy Kiri ninja under a genjutsu. Then, that moment, several circular ceiling patterns started to appear all around the prison. The patterns were black at first, but they started to glow with a blue light. What's this? A trap? Haku asked, taking a step back. Probably some sort of defensive measure. Stay alert. Kurenai warned. Naruto, however, opened his eyes wide upon recognizing some of the seals. Wait a minute, those are Uzumaki seals. Naruto indignantly pointed out. The seals produced multiple smoke explosions, which dispelled quickly, revealing something the rebels weren't expecting. Across the battlefield, multiple metallic golems had appeared. While not as large as the one summoned by Jirobo, they still towered over any normal human. Like Jirobo's golem, they also had a stocky build, with massive upper body and shoulders, long arms ending in massive, gauntlet-like forearms, a small head with a V-shaped visor, a small but armored midsection, and short legs ended in massive boot-like feet. They were covered in red plating, with multiple ceiling patterns carved around their bodies. Their heads had a small gray metal plate with Kirigakuru's symbol, as if they were wearing forehead protectors. Ha! The warden activated the Chakra War Golems. You're so screwed. An enemy Kiri ninja laughed. The two nearest golems identified Team Kurenai and Miyako as enemies, and stomped towards them. The seal on their bodies, they are also Uzumaki seals. Naruto realized in shock, but also in anger. It seems that Kiri didn't return as empty-handed from the invasion of Uzushiagakure as we thought, Kurenai bitterly said. Anyway, we haven't been ordered to retreat, so keep fighting. I plan to. Naruto stated as he started to form a raise-non in his hands. I'm going to teach those assholes to use stolen knowledge from my clan. Once complete, Naruto rushed towards the nearest golem, and smashed the orb of chakra against its chest. Raise-non. The sphere of chakra exploded, but rather than shatter the golem to tiny pieces, some seals on the mechanical construct started to glow, and the golem began to absorb the chakra of Naruto's attack, much to the blonde's bewilderment. The hell? An indignant Naruto asked, and jumped back before the golem could smash him to pulp. The golem used the attack to empower itself. Hinata noticed. Don't use ninjutsu, or you'll make them stronger. Then what are we supposed to do? Those things are made of metal. Haku pointed out. We'll do what we can, Haku. Hinata, see if you can find a weak spot, Kurane asked. Maybe we should attack the articulations. Those parts can't be armored if they have to move, Miyako deduced. Alright, I don't think we'll need it so soon, but time to ask for reinforcements. Naruto bit his thumb, and made 5 hand seals, before slamming his hand into the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Naruto summoned a huge, aquamarine toad with yellow eyes and a green back. His only piece of clothing was an orange sash around his stomach. He was also carrying 2 katanas to his back. Hi there, Naruto. What can I do for you? The sword-fighting toad asked. Gamahiro, I need you to help us deal with those annoying golems, as well as the Kiri ninjas dressed in red. Can I count on you? Naruto asked. Sure. The toad replied as he unsheathed his katanas. Let the fun begin. With Naruto standing on his head, Gamahiro jumped into the battlefield, just in front of Naruto's friends and allies, creating a shockwave that knocked those near him back, and started to deliver multiple swipes at the prison defenders. Golems, fire upon that creature. Anumbu ordered. The few golems present cast one hand towards the large toad. A hole opened in their palms, releasing a stream of fire from it. Gamahiro was forced to step back. Ouch. Ouch. It burns. The large toad complained. Don't worry, I'll help you. Naruto said as he started making hand seals. Water release, water gun. Naruto fired several water missiles at the golems from his mouth, reducing some of the fire. Following Naruto's example, Miyako rushed forward while making hand seals. Water release, water formation wall. The blue-haired Kunoichi expelled a huge wave of water from her mouth, countering a couple of the golem's flamethrowers. Other Kiri rebels followed her example, and did as well, saving the giant toad. Thank you. Gamahiro replied, as he slashed a nearby golem in half with one swing of his massive katanas. The toad can clear the path for us. We must defend him from the enemy attacks. Miyako ordered. Right away, ma'am. Several Kiri rebels replied. Not far away from there, Kakashi's animal squad, alongside Rin, were fighting against a group of enemy Kiri ninja, with neither side pushing the other back. A Barame secret art, swarm spear. Shino extended his arm forward, and from his sleeves shot a spear made of bugs compressed together in a tight formation. The spear pierced a Kiri ninja, who vanished in a cloud of smoke. A shadow clone, Shino pointed out. Some of them must be using them to bolster their numbers. In that case, we should find those who create shadow clones and take them out. They should be the Jonin, Tamaki deduced. Good idea. Why don't you take Kiba and Shino go and try to find them? Kakashi suggested. I'll stay here with Rin. Rin stared at Kakashi disapprovingly. Kakashi, you don't have to be afraid to leave my side. Even if this is a war, I can take care of myself. It won't be a repeat of the last time. Oh, I don't do it for that, Rin. I don't think these 3 need me to hold their hand all the time, right? They're old enough to do some dangerous tasks without their old sensei, Kakashi jovially replied, before turning at his students. Now go, I'll create an opening. Rin continued staring at Kakashi with worried eyes. Certainly, there were a lot of issues that needed to be solved. Meanwhile, in another part of the island prison, Shizun's medical squad was acting as support of the rebel division tasked with taking the armory. They mostly stayed behind the front line healing the injured, while Sasuke and other ninja protected them. And just like it happened before, the prison guards got unexpected reinforcements in the form of chakra golems, who were making a number on the rebel forces. Alright, done. You're good to go. Give them hell. Sakura told a Kiri rebel she just healed. I will. Thank you, Medic-san. The rebel gratefully replied as he returned to the battlefield. Unless we find a way to get rid of those annoying chakra-absorbing golems, we're not going to last long, Suijutsu complained, as he dodged a massive metallic fist from one of those mechanical monsters. And to prove Suijutsu's words true, one of the golems managed to break the rebels' lines and stomped towards the Medicnin, busy healing the wounded. Fortunately for them, Sasuke cut his path, and forced the golem to engage him in a fight. "Good one, Sasuke-kun," Sakura praised. However, the Uchiha didn't feel he was doing any good. Ninjutsu, his specialty, was out of the equation. Genjutsu was useless on a mechanical being, even if it had chakra, and his sword alone failed to make any dent on that metallic shell. "Sakura, I'm not doing that good," Sasuke admitted, as he dodged a fist slam. "Maybe your fighting style might be better suited to deal with this thing." "You think so?" Sakura asked. If Sasuke was having trouble defeating an enemy, then what chances did she have? But then again, she couldn't deny his request of help. "Alright then, here I come." "Either that, or I'll have to use the main Jikyoshari non," Sasuke bitterly thought. The moment Sakura was at close quarter range, the golem tried to squash her with its fists, but the pinkette gracefully dodged them with a surprising show of speed, and jumped as she reared her fist back. Shan narrow. The effect was instant. The moment Sakura's fist connected with the golem, it made a huge dent on its chest plate, before sending it flying back a few meters. Just as I expected. These golems aren't meant to deal with overwhelming physical force. "Sakura, you must join the front lines and help them out," Sasuke told her. "But what about the wounded?" "I'm a medic nin," Sakura replied. "Don't worry, we can go on without you. Make sure those golems don't cause more wounded among our troops," Shizun told her. Sakura nodded. "Alright then, take care." And the pinkette joined Sasuke in the battlefield. While the bulk of the rebel army fought on the ground, Ameirai and Asuma's tactical squad remained in the walls, in order to disable the island's defenses, such as the searchlights and the kunao launchers. "You know, we could take a few of these for the village," Ino commented, as she inspected one of the captured kunao launchers. "Seal it inside a scroll if you wish, but don't waste much time on that," Ameirai told her, while she engaged on a couple enemy Kiri ninja, who suddenly stopped moving. The red-headed girl noticed that their shadows were linked to Shikamaru's. After quickly dispatching them, she turned at the Nara, and said, "Thanks, but it's not as fun if they don't move or defend themselves." "Hey, look at that. What's going on?" Ino asked, noticing the chakra golems popping up across the battlefield. "What are those things?" Koji asked. "I don't know, but guess we're going to find out real soon," Shikamaru pointed out as he stepped back, as two chakra golems had just materialized in front of them. "Ameirai?" Ino asked, a question unsaid but implicit. "First time I see these things," the swordswoman said as she also cautiously stepped back. "That armor looks strong," Shikamaru observed. "There's no armor my thunder fangs can cut through," Ameirai boasted as she channeled lightning chakra through her trusty blades, making them crackle. "Cover me. I'll take them out." Ameirai leaped at the closest golem, and tried to pierce its armor. A seal on the golem's plate glowed, and the lightning of Ameirai's swords was absorbed, robbing them of their cutting power. "What?" she asked in shock. "So they can absorb chakra too. Boy, this is all kinds of troublesome," Shikamaru groaned. "Let's try physical attacks then." "Koji, your turn," Ino told the Akimichi heir. Koji nodded and clasped his hands together. Partial multi-size jutsu. Both of Koji's arms suddenly grew, as he reared one of them back, before delivering a devastating punch to the closest golem. The machine, however, managed to cling to the Akimika's fist. He then proceeded to pound it with his other hand. Shikamaru made a hand seal. "Let's take care of the other." Shadow imitation jutsu. Shikamaru easily bound the other golem, but soon he realized how strong the metallic construct was, forcing the Nara to spend large amounts of chakra to keep him in place. "Damn. I don't think I can hold him for too long," Shikamaru warned. "Make it walk to the edge of the wall. Let's toss it into the water," Ino suggested. Shikamaru nodded, and forced the golem to do as Ino said. When the mechanical creature was in the edge, the two kunoichi delivered a flying kick each to the chest, knocking it over the wall, before falling to the sea. Following his team's example, Koji also tossed the golem clinging his fist into the ocean. Their enemies defeated, Ino looked at the battlefield below her, and noticed the amount of golems that had appeared, and were giving the rebel forces a hard time. "I don't think we'll be able to bring all the remaining ones here and toss them into the sea," Ino commented. "No, but we can't give up. Come on. We need to clear this section of the wall if we want to increase our chances of victory." Mayuri shouted, as she led the tactical squad forward. May herself was leading the offensive against the main prison block. Going with her was Guy's close combat squad, Zabuza and Kojuro. Due to being the most numerous division, as well as the one with the most heavy hitters, they had the least problems making way through the enemy lines. That's not to say that they didn't had any trouble the moment the golems started to appear all around the prison. "The hell? They absorbed my jutsu!" An enraged May shouted. "My sword isn't doing as good against them either," Zabuza snarled. "And I doubt any of my assassination techniques may work on them either." Guy, however, was feeling rather excited at such prospect. "So, the enemy is immune to ninjutsu? Alright then, good thing the youth squad is here. Niji, Lee, Tenten, focus on the golems. Let everybody else deal with the human opponents." The green-clad Jonin ordered. "Show them the power of your youth." The three of them nodded, and in perfect synchronization, they crossed their arms in front of their face, before spreading it downwards, releasing 3 overlapping bursts of chakra. Gate of opening, open. Gate of healing, open. Gate of life, open. Niji and Lee slipped into their usual fighting stances, while Tenten unsealed a pair of katanas from a small ceiling scroll. "Go!" Lee charged at a nearby golem, and started to throw punches and kicks at an extremely quick speed, not letting the mechanical construct counterattack and forcing it to step back. Niji did the same, with quick palm strikes that, even if it couldn't disable his opponent like a human, still managed to produce a similar effect. Tenten started to channel an ungodly amount of chakra through her swords, which started to shine with a radiant blue glow, so bright, it was almost like looking directly into the sun. The ensuing aura made the swords look much longer and thicker than they were. 2 golems stomped towards the dango-haired Kunoichi. Tenten smirked, as she leaped above the mechanical monsters. Strong sword, armor splitter. Tenten made 2 diagonal slashes forming an X, before falling behind the golems. At first, it looked like it didn't have any effect, but after a couple seconds, the slices made themselves known, and the golems fell apart. "Good work, you 3. Keep destroying the golems, and the prison will be ours." May cheered, as she engaged a couple of enemy Kiri ninja. Suddenly, the gates of the main building opened, and more guards and golems poured from them. However, they made a hallway in the middle, as if somebody of utmost importance was about to appear. "The warden is here," a Kiri ninja shouted. "The warden?" May asked. "Good, if we take him out, we'll be much closer to winning." "Taking me out? While I admit that you're a strong kunoichi, May Terumi, I find that unlikely," the warden said, as he stepped out of the gates. The battle came to a halt. May, Zabuza, and Kojuro were frozen in shock when they saw the warden. A tall man, with a brown mustache and a beard, wearing a cap over his head, and a dark brown poncho over the typical Kiri swordsman attire. He was holding a strange weapon that appeared to be an axe linked by a chain to a hammer. "Jinin Akabino," May said, astonished. "You are the warden." "Hello to you too, May-san." "Zabuza-san, I'm not surprised to see you here. Come to finish what you started all those years ago?" Jinin asked, making Zabuza to grip his sword tighter. Jinin's eyes then rested on Kojuro. "I don't know who you are, but I see you have the Hiramekarei. It's sad to see so many swordsmen turning on their village. What are you doing here?" "Being a warden is certainly a job below your capabilities," May pointed out. "I spoke against Mizukage-sama's regime and way of ruling the village. He thinks I can't be trusted, so he sent me here. But I'll show him that I'm as loyal to Kirigakure as anybody else," Jinin replied. "If you disapprove of Yagura, why are you still loyal to him?" May asked, taking a step forward. "I know you, Jinin-san. You're an heroic and honorable man, why are you still loyal to somebody so corrupt?" "Because it's our duty as a ninja to remain obedient to our superiors. If not, chaos and anarchy will ensue. It's not my place," nor anybody else's, to judge the actions of our cage, Jinan retorted. Tell me, Mei-san, in case you succeed in your endeavor and become the new Mizu Cage, will you encourage people who don't support you and your ways to wage another civil war against you? It's not the same thing. Yagura's reign of terror needs to end. People sees us as nothing but bloodthirsty murderers. It might not look like it now, but I'm doing this to save lives. Mei protested. Sure, tell that to yourself. Why don't you dash? But Jinan's question was left hanging when he noticed a certain green-clad jonin. You're alive. No, it can't be. No, wait, you're not him. His son, perhaps. Guy took a step forward as well. Yes, I am Meito Guy, son of Meito Dai. It seems you remember my father. Hard to forget the man who slaughtered the 7 swordsmen on his own. You have no idea what we had to do in order to silence the rumors that the pride and joy of our village had been defeated by a mere genin, Jinan bitterly said. Did you come here to finish what your father started? I came here because the rebels hired Konoha to help them in their campaign. Regardless of what happened in the past, I bear no ill will towards you, Guy sincerely said. Jinan-san, please, Mei begged once again. Enough, Jinan firmly stated, putting an end to the conversation. You and your followers are traitors to Kirigakure, and the punishment for treason is death. Everybody, attack. Zabuza, Kojuro, Mei took a step backwards. I think you two should be the ones to deal with Jinan. Be careful, he's a hardened veteran who fought in the Third War. Zabuza and Kojuro took a step forward. The former looked confident, the latter not so much. Ninja from both sides left the 3 swordsmen some space to fight unmolested. Zabuza and Jinan stared at each other defiantly, while Kojuro attempted to hide behind Zabuza's back. You look good, Zabuza-san. It's true what they said? Were you in Konoha all these years? Jinan asked. Not by choice, the masked swordsman replied, as he rested his sword on his shoulders. But that's irrelevant now. Once the rebellion triumphs, I'll be closer than ever to realize my ambition of becoming Mizu Cage. You were always way too above your head, Zabuza-san. Youth these days. Jinan then looked at the trembling Kojuro. What about you, boy? What's your story? I. Kojuro stammered, before gathering some courage to speak up. I fight under Mei-sama to end the blood mist. You must think you're so noble, destabilizing a ninja village so our enemies can take us out easier. But that won't happen under my watch, you hear that? Jinan shouted, as he charged at the duo. Zabuza and Kojuro adopted fighting stances. The fight of the swordsmen was about to begin. Check the description for the links to the author.